Abel wasn't going to think too much about it, but he had an idea of what the miracle spirit would do about what happened here. It knew his real identity, after all. It did detect his actual power level when he first came to Miracle City. For the two red-cloaked wizards, he didn't care, but Head Command Donald was really starting to get on his nerves. He did have some pity for him, though. It wouldn't be long before that man died. It was the middle of September now. If the mission didn't start soon, Head Commander Donald would have no way to reach the beastly god Utopia within a month. It wasn't like he would help, but Donald wasn't going to give up on finding a way to sneak up there. At night, Abel decided to finally make a trip back to the Dark World. He brought Johnson with him to clear off some hell creatures on the Great Plain near Lut-Golin. He chose that because the hell creatures were stronger there, but there wasn't a lot of loot that he could pick up. If anything, the only thing that he wanted to gather was the souls. He needed more to make his soul potions. There would be a few more months before he could boost up the levels of all his summoned creatures, but he had to be early if he wanted to collect the right amount. Right now, Johnson's body consisted of 3 types of multi-surfaced metal sphere. One was the normal one. The other 2 were 100-skilled ones, and ones made of fine iron, which were the rarest of them all. If Abel could change them all into fine iron, there would not be a single thing on the Holy Continent that could do any damage to Johnson. The next morning, after returning from the Dark World, Abel decided to have breakfast. When he was done, he immediately received a message from Wizard Cyril. After considering what Head Commander Donald could do, Abel decided to meet Wizard Cyril at a restaurant inside the wizard's encampment. He didn't really trust anyone at the moment, so he preferred if the meeting was done somewhere public. As they've arranged, all Wizard Cyril had to do was to bring the skeleton gemstones and the bone-made portal items to Abel. He didn't even have to be there in person. He could just send them through with his short-ranged portal circle, but he decided to wait 20 days before Abel came back from the hunting quest. Once breakfast time was already far past, Abel walked in to see Wizard Cyril sitting by himself. Wizard Cyril stood up and greeted, "Welcome, welcome. Come here and have a seat." K3516. Abel tried to hide the feeling of discomfort. "Wizard Cyril, so good to see you again there. First of all, I've got to thank you for giving me that corrupt blood poison. It really helped me with the experiment I've been preparing for the last several years. And did you know about it already? I've been promoted to become an intermediate alchemist." Abel decided to cut to business. "So why did you call me here today, Wizard Cyril?" That was a bit offensive to Wizard Cyril. Intermediate alchemists were not very common amongst humans. He'd wished that Abel could give him a bit more praise for his efforts, but unbeknownst to him, Abel was already an honorary alchemy master. Actually, since Abel got his recognition from the elves, he was probably already on a whole other level than what the humans could be at. Wizard Cyril said in a more serious tone, "Yes, K3516. I've come here to ask if I can borrow the Orc War drum and the Beast Fang map to me." Abel shook his head. "Sorry, can't do. I need them both." That wasn't really a lie. Abel needed the war drum to kill the scouting birds once he sneaked into the Orc Empire. For the Beast Fang, since it was designed to not be replicated, the map would blur the part that he wasn't focusing on. He could try to make a duplicate with his craftsmanship, but that would just take too much time than he could afford to. Wizard Cyril said pridefully, "You should show more respect to me, K3516. I am an intermediate alchemist. If you lend me these 2 items, you will gain my friendship as a reward." Abel didn't bother to talk back. "Wizard Cyril, our deal isn't done yet. Can you please give me the stuff I've requested for first?" "Sure, here's your small skeletons and portal items." Wizard Cyril had a small bag of 50-something small skeletons and 5 bone-made portal items. He threw it towards Abel, and Abel caught it with his hand. The two didn't really agree on a specific amount, but with the war glory points as a common currency, they could come to a deal on even grounds. There was a problem, though. The corrupt blood poison Abel gave out was clearly not of the same value as to what he's been given. Abel asked, "Is this everything, Wizard Cyril?" Wizard Cyril said with a sneer, "You trying to take advantage of me, K3516? It's a bottle of corrupt blood poison. What more do you want from me?" Abel felt disgusted by Wizard Cyril's attitude. "Good day to you then, Wizard Cyril. I don't think you've thought this through, K3516. Ask your family or teachers about what an intermediate alchemist is, and they will tell you, oh, they will. For now, I implore you, K3516, hand the 2 items I asked from you this instance. You don't want to be branded as an unpopular figure in the Alchemist Union, don't you? Abel just kept on walking. I've got a mask on me, Wizard Cyril. I don't know if an intermediate alchemist has the permission to do so, but if you want to know my true identity, you'll have to ask the miracle spirit for it. Hey, stop, hey. Wizard Cyril cursed at him. Hey, damn it, you'll regret it, I tell you. You'll regret it soon enough. After watching Abel leave without turning back, Wizard Cyril felt extremely frustrated with this scenario. He thought that Abel was insulting his identity as an alchemist. Worse yet, he thought that Abel was insulting the whole Alchemist Union. He was very quick to think about the many ways he could get back at Abel, but after thinking for a while, he realized that he didn't know who K3516 really was. Abel didn't go back to where he lived. Instead, he headed straight to the mission, because that's where Head Commander Markham wanted to meet him at. On his way there, he received a call from Bardali through his soul chain. Master, Bardali's voice called out. Abel asked with concern, yes, Bardali, is everything fine at home? Yes, Master, everything has been going smoothly in your domain. The dwarves have sent 4 groups of wizards over, and I've provided them meals that contain the rabbit essence. 3 of them have successfully promoted their ranks. And for that, Master Bernie sends his regard to you. Abel commanded, reduce the amount of wine you hand over, but don't ever stop trading with the dwarves. If we want to keep a good relationship with them, always save some of the better stuff in the cellar. Yes, Master. Speaking of which, Master Bernie just gave a new name to the finer Master's wine. He's calling it the Grandmaster's wine now. The Grandmaster's wine, huh? Abel laughed. That's better than what I came up with. Bardali continued to report. As you've commanded us, Master, we will water the soil with what comes out of the 3 goddesses' statue. It's going to take some more time before we can fully implement this plan, but if we do manage to get everything done, we'll have the sufficient technology to have a harvest every single month. Abel said with a bit of thought, no need to rush on that one. What's important is that we have everything strictly under control. Remember to put all the harvested products into the warehouse. This way, we'll be able to pay everything to the farmers with gold. As sweet as it was to create a tremendous amount of crops in a very short period of time, Abel knew what damage his technology could do to the brittle agriculture-based economy of the Holy Continent. Instead of dumping them all into the market, he decided that it was wiser to be saving them as backup materials. Also, it's not even like he had to pay the Duchy of Carmel or the Kingdom of St. Ellis any tribute. The only thing he had to take care of was his own land. The future of these harvests would be limitless from brewery to fine cooking. Right now, countless ideas were already taking shape in Abel's mind. Yes, Master, Bardali said obediently. And Bardali, I want you to get Lady Carrie to do something for me. Remember to get it done quickly. You can give her permission to use my title as the Bennett Alchemist Master. What for, if I may ask? Under the strong request of the Bennett Alchemist Master, the Elven Alchemist Union will pressure the Human Alchemist Union into cutting all supplies of alchemy ingredients to Cyril, the intermediate alchemist. Let me say this again, get it done as quickly as possible. Yes, Master, Bardali replied. After reaching the mission hall, Abel hung up on his call with Bardali. Needless to say, that last order was him trying to get back at Wizard Cyril for what he did. That was the most appropriate revenge he could think of. Wizard Cyril was a dwarf. Since the elves had a monopoly on everything to do with alchemy, his career as an alchemist would be over if the elves decided not to give him any kind of support. Anyways, Head Commander Markham was waiting for Abel at the door. Sir K3516, salute to you. Abel returned the bow to you as well. Let's talk inside, Markham. Head Commander Markham took out a box as soon as they sat. Here, it's a token of my thanks, Sir K3516. I got it by trading my gears. When Abel took the box over, he quickly scanned its content with his power of the will. There were 400 skeleton gemstones inside and 40 bone-made portal items. There's a bit too much if I'm allowed to say, Abel said with a smile. Head Commander Markham said with sincerity, I know that you're interested in those, Sir K3516, so I've been looking for them through the same places K3308's been to. Don't worry about their prices. None of these were traded with war glory points. Instead of saying too much, Abel just nodded and took the gifts. He did save Head Commander Markham's life, after all. It wasn't like he could turn down a gift with such sincerity. Head Commander Markham said in a serious tone, "Actually, I've called you for something serious." "What could it be, Markham?" Abel asked in a slightly surprised voice. Head Commander Markham looked around a bit before answering. "It's about the rumors that have been spreading around here lately. A lot of people don't like you, if I may speak so frankly. There have been voices of people trying to stop you from joining missions in teams. Some of them are even actively stopping people from helping you." Abel frowned a bit but still gave a slight bow. "It's okay, Markham. I'll be off for a shut-off training these few days. Once I'm out, all this nonsense should be over soon enough." "Sounds like you've got a plan already. It's really relieving to hear that." Head Commander Markham said that, but honestly, he had no idea what Abel's plan was. Abel was furious at these members that were going after him, and they were all taking parts of the quest for the blood of the beastly god. He wasn't going to say it out loud, but he was planning to end it all in the Orc Empire. After saying his farewell with Head Commander Markham, Abel summoned his Mount Wolf King and left the Miracle City's southern gate. Once again, he was making his way to the right side of the Budapest mountain range. Frankly speaking, Abel had no idea how Head Commander Donald and the rest would sneak inside the Orc Empire. He didn't care too much about that, though. All he knew was that it was very easy for him to do so. As long as he could get out of the area that the Miracle Spirit was watching, he could just get to his battle Fort 03 and take a flight on White Cloud. Once he's made his way into the Orc Empire, Abel would be able to use everything that he had up his arsenal. There were a total of 200 small-sized war puppets on his battle fort. They were all equipped with giant crossbows that could shoot at arrows consecutively. There were also Johnson and Flying Flame. He had nothing to worry about except himself. After riding the Mount Wolf King for tens of miles into the Budapest mountain range, Abel contacted Flying Flame. He was waiting on top of the boulder, and as soon as Flying Flame revealed its dark, scorching scales, the Mount Wolf King instantly went flat on the ground. Flying Flame was making sounds when it saw this. Abel could understand right away. It was complaining to Abel for choosing such a weak mount. It treated him like family, so the sight was just too pitiful to handle. To give his response, Abel shook his head as he packed the Mount Wolf King into his portal beast ring. After that, he jumped on Flying Flame's back and hugged around its neck. Flying Flame was very pleased with this act, and with a long roar, it became black lightning that vanished from the Budapest mountain range. Because of this roar, all the spiritual beasts nearby fled to the Budapest mountain range's deeper parts. It was the reason that the hunters didn't get anything within the next 3 to 4 months. Just as usual, Wizard Cyril came to the alchemy mission spot, located inside Miracle City. He was there to do some low-tier alchemy missions. He was already an intermediate alchemist, but his skills weren't enough for him to take the missions that would give him more war glory points. He was halfway through the mission that would give him 1 war glory point in reward. Today, he came to receive the raw materials for his next few days' work. It was not like he's never considered doing the missions that would give 10 war glory points, but so far, he needed practice to really get that mastery going. "I've brewed these. Take them and give me the next stock." Wizard Cyril was in a grumpy mood. There were several reasons for this. First off, K3516 wasn't showing him any respect, and that made him lose a lot of face in front of others. Secondly, it was only a few days before he would have to go to the Orc Empires, but he was only halfway through completing his potion brewing mission. This was a cold reminder of how mediocre he really was. Wizard Cyril didn't take this mission for the war glory points. As he was getting closer to becoming a real, intermediate alchemist, he wanted to save up as many raw materials as he could get. Doing the potion brewing mission was the perfect way of doing that. The low-tier ingredients were very expensive to buy, and once his success rate started to go up, he'd be able to save up more ingredients for himself from taking the job. It was the reason he had to get it done quickly. If he couldn't finish on time, he wouldn't be able to take the job this year anymore. The staff member said apologetically, "So sorry, Wizard Cyril, you don't have the permission to take the ingredients." What are you talking about? I'm halfway on this mission, what are you talking about? Nothing was going smoothly for Wizard Cyril today. He got turned down by Abel during the day, and now he got turned down from being able to do his job. The staff member tried to act professionally. If you wish to object to what is happening to you, Wizard Cyril, please contact the Miracle Spirit for it. As soon as Wizard Cyril took out his War Glory tag, a message started to show up. Cyril the Intermediate Wizard, the Alchemist Union has banned all supply of alchemy ingredients to you. You will be aborted from the alchemy mission you are doing now. You will also be permanently banned from taking any alchemy-related missions. Wizard Cyril was more shocked than annoyed. How? What did I do to have this happen to me? All that for abusing a junior wizard. Like a madman in heat, Wizard Cyril ran out of the retrieval point. He then used his instantaneous movement spell to move to the exit teleportation portal at Miracle City. Whether it was his mana or his War Glory points, he didn't care about saving either one of them. After teleporting to Logan City, which was the closest city he could move, Wizard Cyril tried to buy some ingredients off a shop that he found. A staff member said in a very polite tone, "I'm so sorry for this, sir. You don't have the authority to buy any ingredients that are within the category of alchemy-related goods. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Wizard Cyril was almost crying at this point. Can I IPL please? Please tell me who did this to me. Who was the one that's stopping me from buying alchemy ingredients? I'm very sorry for what you're going through, sir, but that is something that's beyond what I am authorized to help you with. If you want to know more about this, please contact higher-ups of the Alchemist Union. That was a very sensible answer. It seemed too standard, however. So standard, in fact, Wizard Cyril actually couldn't sense any sort of hope from it. He still had his teacher, though. Maybe he'd do something to help. The name was Clapham. Advanced Alchemist Clapham. Wizard Cyril tried to use the teleportation circle to get to his teacher. And of course, the Alchemist Union wasn't going to stop him from doing that. Wizard Cyril was extremely devastated. Sir, I was just told that I got banned from getting access to any alchemy ingredients. See, can you look it up for me? I can't. By the way, Wizard Cyril never had any talent as a wizard. If he couldn't abuse a huge amount of potions, it'd be over for his career both as an alchemist and a wizard. Alchemist Clapham tried to keep it calm. Right, would you just stop crying like the baby now? Don't worry about it, you know me. I'm pretty respected in the Alchemist Union. And what did you do exactly? Wizard Cyril cried even louder. I've been at the Miracle City this whole time. How was I doing anything wrong? Right, that's good, you didn't do anything wrong. That's all I need to hear. Let me ask an old friend of mine, all right? Stay right where you are. Nothing's going to go bad for you, I promise. You promise? Yeah, get something to wipe your face, all right. Alchemist Clapham was an advanced alchemist. Even if Wizard Cyril did end up offending someone, it would usually be over with a few talks. It's not the first time he's ever done this. He was pretty confident in his ability to smooth this down. Soon, Alchemist Clapham made contact with a manager at the Human Alchemist Union. The name was Afonso, the advanced wizard. The two of them had been good friends for many years. Hey Afonso, my friend. So why did Cyril's name get on the blacklist? I know the rules. This stuff doesn't happen unless it's directed from someone at my rank. Afonso said in a serious voice, Clapham, this is big. If you ask me, I'd tell you not to get involved. Well, can you at least tell me who did this first? It happened this morning. The elves explicitly told us not to provide any ingredients to Wizard Cyril. I'm sure you know this better than I do. Once the elven branch says something, we can't do or say anything otherwise. Alchemist Clapham persisted. Can I get a name or something? Who was the one that called the shots on this one? Don't you get it already? A sigh came through the call, a demand. No, it was a complete threat from the elves. The order was forced on all the branches we have on the Holy Continent. Who else could it be? Afonso paused a bit before continuing. Let's just stop right here. Cyril is already ruined. Don't ruin yourself as well, friend. I'll hang up the call. That's where it ended. Alchemist Clapham continued to sit without moving at all. He knew that the request came from an alchemist order. As for the rest, he just wasn't sure how he could break the news to his student. At the same time, Wizard Cyril had been waiting for Alchemist Clapham for a whole day. Everything just felt cold to him by this point, apart from a desperate wizard Cyril out of the scene. Right now, Abel was standing on his hanging fort 03. He switched his mount from the Mount Wolf King to Black Wind. All this time, Black Wind had been forced to stay inside the portal beast ring. It got really upset when Abel let it out. It was wailing, rubbing against Abel with its forehead. It didn't like being stuck inside somewhere for so long, but at the same time, it knew how important it was for its master. White Cloud was flying at a higher altitude. The battle fort 03, Abel Black Wind. Everything, it had never carried so much weight at once before, which was why Abel turned the gravitational force of the battle fort 03 to a minimum. If he couldn't, they would have never been able to reach the highest point of the Budapest mountain range. Speaking of which, most humans would never be able to see the view that Abel was looking at. He was flying right on top of the Budapest mountain range. There were steep slopes on either side of the peak. He felt grateful that he didn't have to climb those. He couldn't just be good at climbing if he was. The blizzard and chilling wind were, in essence, what really made it dangerous to be there. While hiding inside the defensive barrier of the battle fort 03, Abel saw the exterior temperature reach 80 degrees. He was probably at the coldest place there was in nature. Apart from head knight's commanders, it'd be impossible for any humans to survive out here. Intermediate wizards could try to make their way here, but even if they bothered, they would have had to face enemies that were worse than the orcs. That was right. This was where many advanced spiritual beasts lived. Not even the instantaneous movement spell was enough. To flee from those terrifying creations. It was very warm where Abel was, however. He wasn't bothered with the extreme climate here. If anything, he was having the time of his life, enjoying the view down below. He was trying to picture a tale he heard of a long time ago. According to what the others told him, the orcs used to pass through here to try to make way into the human world. Not that it seemed very likely, though. Even he wasn't confident that his summoned creatures would do fine here. Just when they were about to fly across the Budapest mountain range, he heard a loud shriek from a snow eagle over the distance. Abel could see it charging towards the battle fort 03 in the middle of the sky. It was extremely fast, and the battle fort 03 was just too big for it to avoid. When the two collided, a ripple formed at where the defensive barrier was hit. The snow eagle was taken by surprise, but due to its prowess as an advanced spiritual beast, it wasn't really hurt that much. If anything, it felt annoyed that something was intruding its territory. Immediately, white light started sparkling from its eyes. The noise that it was making was getting louder and louder. Advanced beasts were usually the scariest when they could fly. If they decided to target something, it'd be pretty much impossible to completely go out of sight. It was especially true for Abel. He didn't understand the geography of this place. If he did, he would have known why the wizards and orcs called it the Land of Death. Anyways, Abel did feel troubled to have such an encounter. He had never fought any advanced spiritual beasts before, but judging from his experience with intermediate spiritual beasts, he didn't want to find out. Let's see. Johnson and Flying Flame were both beside him. As for White Cloud, of course, it wasn't going to take part in this one. Abel sent his command, "All right, 03, let the Snow Eagle in." "Yes, Master," the battle fort 03 replied. The Snow Eagle was very quick to make a response. After changing its posture for a bit, it darted towards the spot where it collided at. It was using its claws to try to rip whatever that was in front of it. Things didn't go as it seemed, though. The moment it tried to attack, it was moved towards a space that looked very different from where it was at. There was a transparent barrier around it. The wind stopped blowing. It wasn't cold at all suddenly. It felt very uncomfortable with this sudden change. Then it saw something that it couldn't quite understand. There was a gigantic silver platform in front of it. There was also a giant tower that was sitting on top of the platform. They were both the same color, and it was the first time it's seen anything that was like it. And there, a human, a giant metallic thing of a monster, and a pseudo-dragon. The former two weren't all that frightening, but the sight of the pseudo-dragon was making the Snow Eagle shrivel in fear. This fear was not a rational one, as the two were probably the same in terms of strength. It had more to do with where the two were in terms of their hierarchies in the natural world. "Hey, 03, strengthen your barrier, don't let this eagle get away." Abel was in a struggle now. If he decided to use Johnson for what he was about to do next, the orcs would find out about it almost immediately. Worse yet, If he was using Flying Flame, there was a chance that the dragons would detect what was going on. He wouldn't want the dragons to know that he was the master of one of their kind. No. He was a powerful man. But the dragons were not to be taken lightly at all. That being said, it was still quite easy to capture one snow eagle. It probably belonged to an enemy advanced priest anyways. It couldn't hurt to try to capture it. Rechanneling energy. The barrier is currently being strengthened. The barrier has been successfully strengthened. The mechanical voice was coming from all directions. The snow eagle didn't like this at all. It didn't want to fight the pseudo-dragon that was in front of it. It wanted to leave, but no matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't bash its way out of the barrier. After 4 tries, the snow eagle was smart enough to give up. It then turned towards the human that was looking at it. It understood right away. The human was in control of this whole situation. It immediately readied itself to charge at Abel, but Flying Flame was fast enough to be in its way. "Hey, don't kill it," Abel said to Flying Flame. He knew how rowdy pseudo-dragons could be. He wasn't sure if it knew how to go easy on the snow eagle. It was still a child after all. Flying Flame had 4 claws now. It was now among the strongest of the pseudo-dragons. Like Abel's other summoned creatures, it had far exceeded its original potential in many, many ways. Still, with that being said, it'd be especially hard for it to keep its power under check. 2 powerful flying monsters met in the sky. Patches of snow emerged beside the snow eagle, turning the sky into a land of snow. But as soon as this snow fell upon Abel, his protection shield diffused it. As the owner of the battle fort, a protection shield would emerge above him as long as he was on the battle fort. Flying Flame drifted through the snowflakes in the sky like it was unaffected at all. Disdain filled its eyes. It was a fire dragon, the complete opposite of the snow eagle. When 2 opposite attributes met, the only thing that mattered was whose ability was strong. The attributes themselves would not make a difference. Just like this case, Flying Flame's ability was far superior to a snow eagle, so it could fly in the snow unaffected. Don't underestimate the snow flames of that snow eagle. It was basically a domain made up of snow. As long as the snow eagle was in the snow, its power would increase dramatically, and its enemy would be slowed down. The snow eagle realized how powerful Flying Flame was, but it was arrogant and initiated another attack. An ice ball flew from its claw and viciously sped towards Flying Flame. Flying Flame spit out a white fireball to counteract, and that ice ball was melted in an instant. Afterward, that white fireball began to fly towards the snow eagle. The snow eagle sensed damage, so it spat out a deep blue ice spear and landed on the fireball. A big blast set off in the sky, and both strikes counteracted each other. Abel felt an immense threat through his intuition. It was from both the fireball and that deep blue ice spear. They were the most powerful spells an elite wizard could do. Those 2 spiritual beasts could just throw out an elite wizard spell, casually like it was nothing. He couldn't help but sigh at how biased life was. Humans had to go through countless years of hardship, and only a tiny amount of them reached this level. As for spiritual beasts, all they needed to do was to reach adulthood. Flying Flame and the snow eagle kept going back and forth at each other. Their abilities were neck to neck, but by that point, Abel could see just how happy Flying Flame was. It had not played like this in a long time. It was having a great time. "Flying Flame, just get it over with. Stop messing around," Abel yelled. Upon hearing its owner, Flying Flame's speed immediately doubled, to the point where the slow snow eagle couldn't even see what it was going. Flying Flame took a turn, and it was already behind the snow eagle after getting the extra fast enchantment. It was basically a bug in the system when it was in the sky. Pseudo-dragons had the natural ability to manipulate air, so it basically had no air drag when it was flying. It was the fastest thing in the world besides the giant dragon. As for Flying Flame, it is extra fast had even broken the law of this universe. Its speed had reached an impossible level. It grabbed the snow eagle's wings with its tiny legs from the back, and its 2 claws plunged into the neck of the snow eagle. At the same time, it unleashed its dragon vigor and fully suppressed the snow eagle. The snow eagle couldn't come in almost an instant. That scary dragon vigor had fully suppressed its brain, throwing it into a mess, but it did not fall since it was held by Flying Flame. Flying Flame grabbed the snow eagle and landed next to Abel. The snow eagle regained its consciousness. and the first thing it saw was this human. As soon as it wanted to move some energy and unleash an attack, it realized its energy was fully locked down by the claws on its neck. Abel gazed at the snow eagle. Its white feathers were a little messy from the battle, but it still didn't affect how handsome it was. Eagles were the most arrogant birds out of the bunch. Both humans and orcs viewed them as extremely powerful. Snow eagle was a powerful representative of eagles. It had an energy wave running through every strand of the feather, so Abel couldn't help himself. He wanted to touch those ice sculptures like feathers. Seeing the human reach its hand forward, the snow eagle began to struggle. It was an arrogant snow eagle. It was the gift of the sky. How could it let a human touch it? However, as soon as it began to resist, an unbearable vigor of horror sifted out of Abel. This vigor had made it lose its will to resist in an instant. Giant dragon, a legendary word passed down for centuries, emerged from the snow eagle's mind. This word was forbidden. It represented immense prestige. It felt like an ant in the face of this immense vigor. All of its arrogance diffused as it instinctively lowered its head towards Abel and put down all of its guard. All the energy was restrained from its feather. Abel placed his hand upon it, and the ancient mount enchantment spell was ignited. By that point, the snow eagle no longer had a single desire to resist. It could just try its best to work with Abel. Abel soon discovered a frightened soul, so he quickly sent out a clamping message. The soul, frightened by the dragon vigor, slowly began to calm down. At that moment, the snow eagle had become Abel's contracted beast. Abel looked at his soul storage with an awkward smile. His soul storage had increased quite a lot after becoming a head commander, as well as leveling up as a wizard so many times. But now it was full once again. Originally, he thought such a massive amount of soul storage could at least contract another 2 spiritual beasts, but maybe he had underestimated the power of the snow eagle. What could fight against a snow eagle anyway? It had just fought Flying Flame, which could also fly, but that was rare. Perhaps nothing on the ground could do anything to it. If Abel didn't unleash his dragon vigor, there would be no way that Snow Eagle would sign a contract with a human. It was the dignity of its race. Every top-ranked spiritual beast was elites among all creatures ever since they were born. "I'll call you White Snow," Abel said as he gazed at the pure white feather of the Snow Eagle. White Snow strangely looked around, and at that moment, Flying Flame had also grown hungry. It took out a bottle of hunger potion from the portal bag on its neck with its claw. As soon as it began to twist on the cap, it saw Abel gazing at it. Therefore, it carefully poured the potion down its throat and honestly handed the crystal bottle to Abel. Those Dark World crystal bottles had the ability to preserve potions. Those potions in the Lut-Goleen potion shop were still in good shape after so many years. "Yes, White Snow, this is for you," said Abel as he took out a portal bag, placed a bottle of blue howling rabbit flavor hunger potion into it, and hung it on White Snow's neck. White Snow curiously looked at the portal bag. It was quite clever, so it soon discovered the secret of the portal bag after seeing what Flying Flame had done. It took out the hunger potion again and used its flexible beak to open the cap and poured it in its mouth. Afterward, it handed the bottle back to Abel like Flying Flame. Abel reached his hand and patted on White Snow's neck. He then turned to Flying Flame and said, "See, Flying Flame, White Snow doesn't even need me to say anything to hand back the bottle." Flying Flame stuck his head out and nudged Abel. It began to act like a spoiled child, so Abel had to helplessly pat its neck as well. "White Snow, do you need to take care of the stuff in your tunnel?" Abel turned to White Snow again and said. White Snow quickly nodded. There was so much treasure in its tunnel, it could not let go of. "No. 03 Open Defense. Give White Snow permission to come in and out," said Abel to the battle fort under him. "Yes, Master." White Snow permission confirmed, process complete. A robotic voice emerged. White Snow stretched its wings and flew out the platform in a swoosh towards the sky. It soon penetrated the shield, and it was on its way towards its tunnel. Abel waited for a few minutes and saw White Snow fly out from its tunnel again. It then landed beside him. White Snow took out a pile of blue gems from the portal bag on its neck. Most of them were flawless blue gems. It seemed like it had only gathered so many of them in this frozen land after countless years, but it was pushing all of them towards Abel. White Snow's voice emerged from the soul chain. This is for you, my master." Abel was not surprised by what White Snow had done. It was a top-ranking spiritual beast. Maybe it even had the intelligence of a normal human. Flying Flame's gaze was drawn to the piles of blue gem on the ground. Although it was not its favorite gem, the red gem, he still loved all shiny things. In the past, Abel was worried that there would be a problem if he had taken too many gems out. But now, he felt a little bad as an owner. Just a pile of flawless gems had made Flying Flame so excited. "White Snow, you can keep it to yourself." "I don't need it." Abel gave the gems back to White Snow. Not only that, but he then took out 100 perfect blue gems from his portal bag and dumped it on the ground. "If you like blue gems, you can take these as well. As long as you follow me, you can have as many as you want." Flying Flame had almost gone blind by looking at so many perfect shiny blue gems. Its eyes were glowing. If the owner was not here, it would have forcefully stolen them already. White Snow sensed a threat, so it quickly scooped the gems into its portal bag to break away from Flying Flame's greedy gaze. "Flying Flame, you can have some too. But those blue gems are useless to you anyway," said Abel helplessly. He then took out 100 perfect red gems from his portal bracelet and handed it to Flying Flame. Flying Flame quickly shoved them into its portal bag and ran back to its nest on the top of Battle Fort No. 03 with its 2 little legs. It was the best place to keep its gems. White Snow's eyes sparkled. It also wanted to nest on Battle Fort No. 03, but no matter how hard it pecked on the hard surface of the battle fort, he would not make a hole. After a few tries, it gave up. "No. 03 help White Snow make a nest," Abel said. Suddenly, the seemingly impenetrable ground began to shake, and a nest for White Snow emerged. White Snow happily dumped all of its gems inside the nest and dived in to enjoy itself. When he saw how happy White Snow and Flying Flame were, Abel couldn't help but shake his head in laughter. He then turned and went back to his magic tower. He took a seat at the top level and began to think about the challenge of this operation. He had signed a contract with White Snow without exposing his identity, which could dramatically boost his safety. If the Orc Empire had found out his real identity, human grandmaster blacksmith in the Orc Empire, they wouldn't let him go back alive by all means necessary. Abel took out the Orc Tooth and that strange identity card. Just when he was about to examine it, a warning emerged from the battle fort through that robotic voice. "Master, a headmaster identity card spotted. Identity confirmed. You are now a headmaster." 03, you know what this identity card is? Abel couldn't help but ask in surprise. He had always been very curious about this identity card, due to how well preserved it was. If he didn't have that piece of world stone as support, there was no way he would be able to open the box the identity card was in. After hearing that the Battle Fort No. 3 spirit confirmed this identity card, he had become certain that this thing was from the same period as the Battle Fort. "Master, only those with great power of a headmaster can have this identity card. As soon as the identity card has accepted you, your status will automatically become a headmaster," Battle Fort No. 03 explained. Abel could basically see how important this headmaster identity card was since No. 03 had called its owner a great power. The word great was rarely thrown around. You could only use the word great to address the king or the gods. Great power probably meant someone with the same rank as a god or king, but no matter what, it still showed just how prestigious this thing was. Someone with great power like this would definitely not lose their identity card. They would only give it to their offspring and let them inherit the status of a headmaster. 03, what does a headmaster identity card do? Abel was still a little confused. "Master, a headmaster can control all battle machines, but it can only do so through a spirit," 03 explained again. "Please be more clear." Abel still did not know what it did. "Master, you can now rule over Battle Fort No. 3, but you have to do so through me," 03 replied very seriously. Abel was caught off guard a little. That wasn't right. Wasn't this the power he had all along? Since when did Battle Fort No. 3 gain a sense of humor? 03, so what's the difference between this and the power I have currently? Abel asked again with patience. There's no difference in the Battle Fort No. 3, but when you have multiple battle machines, you can control them through me as long as they are in my control range, 03 explained again. Abel couldn't help but shake his head. The control range of Battle Fort No. 03 was so small, only a few hundred meters. It couldn't even control machines on the ground if it was a few thousand meters above the sky. 03, I got a map from the headmaster identity card. Do you know what it signifies? Abel asked as he suddenly remembered the map. Master, sorry, I can't find any data, I can't answer, 03 replied. Abel was extremely curious. He was sure the sites in the place were built in the same period as the battle fort. Maybe he could get even more battle forts from there. 03, open the roof of the magic tower. Abel said as he felt the battle fort was beginning to land. Yes, master. This magic tower was made entirely out of the strange shape-shifting material, so the battle fort 03 spirit could fully control it. Soon, the top of Abel's magic tower had divided into two and slowly opened up. When the two sides were fully separated, that magic tower was basically roofless, exposing the outside's unbearable beauty. By this point, White Cloud had dragged the battle fort away from the highest peak and slowly heading towards a valley. They had arrived at the orc side of Mount Budapest. The view here was completely different from the human side. All the plants and trees were small, and the place was still filled with patches of snow in September. Weird, how come it was so cold here? Even on the orc battlefield, he never felt like this. The temperature there was quite similar to the human world. Abel didn't know that since the miracle wall was so thick, it had stopped a lot of the warm air from the south side of the human world from entering into the orc world. Still, due to how much heat the miracle wall was gathering, it could still warm up the places 50 miles from the miracle wall, where the orc battle was located. At that moment, he was in the north of the Holy Continent, divided by Mount Budapest. All the south's heat was completely blocked, and all the cool breeze from the north was trapped. This divided these two parts of the Holy Continent into two different seasons. Food was scarce, which made the spiritual beasts on the orc side even more vicious. They also tend to be speedier and smaller. As Abel stared at this completely different world, he thought about how the humans had described the orc empire, cold and deserted. White Cloud kept dragging the battle fort 03 towards the north. They had already gone over the highest peak. So White Cloud's job was easy again, and it began to accelerate. Abel finally understood why the orcs and humans had lived completely different lives as he looked at the scene on the outside of Mount Budapest in front of him. Since Mount Budapest had divided the seasons of the Holy Continent into two, the north of Mount Budapest had fewer resources. Abel was just not sure if these conditions would improve if he went further from Mount Budapest. The reason why he came to the Orc Empire a month earlier was that he also wanted to take a closer look at the legendary Orc Empire, besides going to see if that orc priest gathering on Nam Mountain had anything to do with ancient site. Maybe Abel was the only person who could take a tour around the Orc Empire so casually. Not long after he went over Mount Budapest, he spotted a large ground of patrolling birds. Although those birds did not look too different from normal ones, Battle Fort 03 sensed their contracted energy. The Orc Empire valued defense more than Abel expected. Why did the Orc Empire dedicate this many birds to patrol the entire Mount Budapest? These patrolling birds were also different from a sky eye. It could only fly back to the report with extreme speed once they spotted a target. They could not share a sight directly, but still, this many birds would still cost a lot. Luckily, he had the Battle Fort's invisible ability. If not, he might not even be able to enter the Orc Empire on a normal sky sparrow. Abel didn't know too much about battle, but he could still sense something as strange as this defense. Maybe the orcs were about to make a big move soon. But by that point, he was already in the Orc Empire. It was out of the range of the miracle spirit, so he could not contact it. At the same time, the miracle wall had protected humans for thousands of years. The orcs shouldn't be able to destroy it, even if the Orc Empire had some kind of plan. Abel sighed. The battle fort had traveled beyond the valley into a large grassland. But all the grass on this grassland was dried out. Autumn had come early. He took out the orc tooth map and placed it in front of his head. He had arrived at the wolf garden, the domain of the wolves. As soon as he entered the wolf garden, he realized the wolves were living a nomadic lifestyle among families. There were also large groups of sheep scattered on those dried-up yellow grass. They were just like human farmers. The only thing different was that the grass was not enough. For the sheep to get fat, they could only survive at most. Soon, Abel realized the few nomadic virgin families did not have male adult virgins. They were all elders, mothers, and children. As the white cloud kept dragging the battle fort, they went further and further into the wolf garden. Finally, Abel saw the first city within the Orc Empire. According to the marking on the Orc tooth map, this was the mother city of a race. It was made entirely out of mud, so it looked golden brown from the sky. Other than a few buildings, everything in the city was made out of mud. The city was clearly built to be a military base. There was a giant stadium right in the center of this city, and the shops had only taken up 1/4 of the space. The only odd thing was that there were not many virgins in this mother city. There was no wolf riders training in the stadium. After looking at the size of this city, it should be able to fit a few thousand wolf riders. Abel stopped for a bit in the sky to give this virgin mother city a deeper look and left. He was not bored enough to dwell in an almost empty city. He would not let any orcs spot him before he arrived at the Nam Mountain in the Orc Utopia. If not, it would mess up his plan dramatically. Woo-oh, a wolf howling sound caught Abel by surprise. It was his 5th day in the Orc Empire. Normally, during the day, White Cloud would keep dragging the battle fort forward while resting on top of it at night. On the other hand, Abel would bring Flying Flame, White Snow, and Johnson into the Dark World to clean up hell creatures. He had just come back from the Dark World on this 5th day. At the time, White Cloud had already started to drag the battle fort, so he decided to have a little rest to relieve himself of the tiring the Dark World. However, he was disrupted by this wolf howl. This howl was clearly strengthened by powerful combat Kai. A wolf rider captain made it. 03, can you scan where that wolf rider captain is? Abel was too lazy to have a look himself even after being surprised, so he directly commanded 03. Yes, master, scanning. Abel soon received a message. 3 wolf rider captains were fighting next to a river 4 miles from the battle fort. Abel couldn't help but twitch. It was almost like all the male adult virgins in this place had vanished these past few days, and he really wanted to know what was going on. Now was the perfect opportunity. As Battle Fort 03 continued to scan, the fighting scene of those wolf riders was reflected on Abel's mind. 2 wolf rider captains were surrounding another wolf rider captain. One of them yelled, "Beecher, come back with me. I will help you beg for mercy. The master has to understand your crime of going away without notice. Carlo the Orc God summoned me. This is my chance. I will definitely come back as a head wolf rider captain. Just pretend you never knew me." The wolf rider captain named Beecher yelled back. "Beecher, the Orc God wants us to fight for the Orc Empire, not avoid the battle for personal growth." The wolf rider captain named Carlo said furiously. "Carlo, can't you understand? Joining the Orc God ceremony is the only chance for us wolf rider captains. It only happens once every 10 years. Normally, only head wolf rider captains are allowed, but this time is different. The Empire has gathered all the current head wolf rider captains to fight, so this is my only opportunity to get promoted into a head wolf rider captain. You cannot stop me. If you do, I'll kill you." Beecher yelled even louder. Abel was just enjoying himself watching this show take place on his battle fort up the sky. But his heart suddenly tingled when he heard the word Orc God ceremony. Could this be the Orc God priest event on Nam Mountain? Also, what were the orcs about to do? Why did they gather all the head wolf rider captains? Abel started to get worried about the miracle wall. Meanwhile, the 3 wolf rider captains down below began to fight. Abel could clearly see that the wolf rider captain named Beecher was a little more powerful. It could still hold up against the attacks of 2 wolf rider captains of the same rank. Maybe this could be an opportunity, Abel thought to himself as he placed his hand on his transformation necklace. Soon his bones began to change. His 2 meters tall body was quickly stretched even taller. At the same time, the clothes and armor on his body vanished. Abel had put them back in his portal bag. Fur began to come out of his skin, and his nails became claws. Soon he had transformed into a virgin. He felt a little unsafe taking off his rune-word armor. That armor had given him so much increase in defense and spell-casting speed. However, Abel suddenly remembered an armor he had in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. He had rarely worn it since it was not made for humans. It was one of his earliest spoils of war, The Holy Wolf Treasure. Abel took the Holy Wolf Treasure out from his Kong Spirit portal bag. It was a legendary armor made with some unknown material. The whole thing was only 5 pounds. He had done a close examination on this armor when he first became a Grandmaster blacksmith. But he still couldn't figure out the material. He also could alter it, since one of the special things about this armor was its impenetrable defense. Even with his current ability, he could not break open the Holy Wolf Treasure. But as long as he had it on, physical attacks were basically useless on him. The Holy Wolf Treasure was surprisingly easy to put on. All Abel needed to do was wrap the square-shaped armor around his waist and gently tap it. Then the armor would automatically wrap around his body. The protection was impressive. It even wrapped around the head, palm, and sole. By this point, Abel also realized he could control the surface of this armor with his power of the will, exposing his head and palm. The Holy Wolf Treasure was a secret, and it was best to not let the other orcs see it, so Abel decided to put an extra leather cape on top of it. He also found a decent long spear and short blade from his spoils of war. He then took out his rune bow Rifuk and hanged 2 arrows by his waist. All of a sudden, he had become a perfect wolf rider. All he needed was a Mount Wolf. With a flick, he let the Mount Wolf King out of his monster portal ring. It was the worst mount he could find at the time. He yelled at Johnson, who was resting while hogging a pile of gems by his side, "Johnson, go back to the ring." As long as Johnson could sleep while hugging some rocks, it would be able to grow, and the effect of gems were even better. It scooped up all the gems back in his portal bag and walked inside the black hole in front of Abel. Flying Flame looked at Abel, but soon returned to his pile of red gems. It knew its owner did not need him to attack now. On the other hand, White Snow was very enthusiastic. It flew out from its nest and landed next to Abel, asking if it needed to come along. "White Snow, only if you can shrink into the size of a normal eagle. You're too big right now. You'll attract too much attention," said Abel with a laugh. White Snow tilted its head and thought for a bit. Its body began to shrink, and its scent also decreased as its body got smaller. Originally, it was just a little bit smaller than Flying Flame. But in a blink of an eye, it had turned into a normal white eagle, with barely any scent. If Abel didn't use its World Stone ability, it couldn't even tell how powerful it was. "Not bad, White Snow." Abel smiled when White Snow landed on his shoulder. With a Mount Wolf King, a full body armor, a decent spear, as well as an eagle on his shoulder, Abel looked like a typical noble wolf. 03 lower, said Abel as he jumped on the Mount Wolf King. Battle Fort No. 3 quickly began to descend towards the ground, allowing Abel to jump down and head towards the 3 Wolf Rider captains. He knew the wolves had great respect for the powerful, so he deliberately turned a bit of the colorless energy in his druid soul into Death Kai and unleashed it. Also, with a holy object such as the transformation necklace, he no longer smelled human. "What are you doing?" Abel yelled seriously as he arrived in front of those 3 fighting Wolf Rider captains. The 3 Wolf Rider captains sensed the Death Kai and quickly stopped their weapons and put it back on their saddle. "Sir, we were ordered to capture an escaped soldier," the Wolf Rider captain named Carlo replied in a loud voice. "Sir, I am not an escaped soldier. I just want to join the Orc God ceremony." By that point, the Wolf Rider captain named Beecher had grown pale. He hadn't expected a head Wolf Rider captain to appear out of nowhere. If this head Wolf Rider captain wanted to capture him or get involved, he would never be able to go to the Orc God ceremony. "The Orc God ceremony, huh? I want to go have a look as well. You can be my follower then," said Abel, pointing at Beecher. "Sir, our master had ordered us to bring him back," Carlo quickly added. "He's one of my men now. Do you have a problem with that?" Abel unleashed even more Death Kai to imitate the vigor of a head Wolf Rider captain. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher immediately felt his heart lift. He could see that Abel was a noble from his gear. Although he didn't know which family, he knew it was definitely an extremely powerful one from the full-body leather armor, Snow Eagle, or a Mount Wolf King. These were all things a normal Wolf Rider captain could not get. The leather armor on Abel was his spoil of war. He had gotten it from the Orc battlefield. Making these things was extremely complicated. This one in particular was made entirely out of iron rhino skin. The skin of an iron rhino was as strong as iron, and only the skin on its stomach could be turned into armor. To make the armor would take at least 3 iron rhinos. They were extremely precious too, since they were almost extinct in the Orc Empire. Therefore, an armor like this would definitely cost a fortune. You would rarely see any virgins in metal armor. Not only were they rare, they were also hard to maintain. Most importantly, wolf riders needed speed, and metal armor could limit their range of motion. Therefore, leather armors had become the perfect armor for wolf riders. Snow eagles were also very hard to obtain since you needed to domesticate them ever since birth. Even a young eagle was extremely expensive, let alone these snow eagles with snowy white feathers. Mount Wolf King needed no explanation. Only one could be born with every 100,000 Mount Wolves. Every wolf rider would go crazy for one. Sir, it's my honor to be your follower. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher jumped down from his Mount Wolf with his knee down and said wholeheartedly. A prideful wolf rider captain like Beecher would not normally surrender this easily, but this situation was different. He could only risk getting captured or staying with Abel. This might even increase his probability to becoming a head wolf rider captain. He probably originally had a 10% success rate to go, but now the table had turned with this head wolf rider captain. As far as he knew, only a few elite with the power of a head wolf rider captain who would join. After being struck by Abel's vigor and seeing how submissive Beecher had become, Wolf Rider Captain Carlo exchanged gaze with the other Wolf Rider captain and shook his head. He then did a bow and turned around on his Mount Wolf. "Get up, what's your name?" Abel lowered his voice. Seeing the 2 Wolf Rider captains who came to capture him had left, Beecher let out a breath of relief and said as he stood up, "Sir, my name is Beecher." Abel then signaled him to get back on his Mount Wolf and said, "Beecher, let's keep going as we talk." "Yes, sir." Wolf Rider Captain Beecher jumped back on his Mount Wolf. He also knew the best thing to do was to leave as soon as possible. Although he had become the man of this head Wolf Rider captain, he did not know what action his leader in the military would take. Maybe they would send even more men after him. "Beecher, I don't care who you were. You are now following me. No one will give us trouble," Abel said helplessly as he saw the worried look on Beecher's face. Of course, Abel was not bragging. If any head wolf rider captain appeared, he was more than capable of killing them. "Thank you, sir," said Wolf Rider Captain Beecher in excitement. He had almost forgotten what had just happened. He didn't even know what is the name of this head wolf rider captain. Or maybe Abel just had not introduced himself, so he did not want to bother him. "Tell me about the Orc God ceremony," said Abel, pretending he was getting bored. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher hesitantly gazed at Abel and explained, "The Orc God ceremony will take place once every 10 years in Nam Mountain. In the past, only head Wolf Rider Captain level orcs could join, but this time is different. Since all the head Wolf Rider captains were at war, it gives Wolf Rider captains like myself a rare chance." "War, how come I never heard about it?" said Abel, pretended to sound confused. Really, all the orcs in the Empire had been recruited. "We are about to unleash an ultimate war with the human." A suspicious look emerged on Wolf Rider Captain Beecher's face. If Abel did not look totally identical to a virgin, he would think he was a spy of the humans. "Oh, that's why my family told me to join the Orc God ceremony, or whatever." Abel shook his head with an irritated face. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher gazed at Abel's gear, then at that snow eagle, and at last at the Mount Wolf King again. He had become more confident in his idea that the head Wolf Rider captain was someone prestigious. They had a large sum of wealth from a big powerful family. Perhaps the family didn't want to lose the head Wolf Rider captain to war, so they tricked him into going to the Orc God ceremony. Easily, the Wolf Rider captain had convinced himself why Abel did not go to war. "Master, it's best not to join such a big battle anyway. The more orcs there are, the less war glory there will be." As an escaped soldier, Wolf Rider Captain Beecher was someone deeply patriotic heart for the Orc Empire anyway. He was worried that Abel would give up going to the Orc God ceremony in Nam Mountain and join the battle instead. Abel pretended to hesitate and then nodded. "No matter what, the Orc God ceremony is still very important. We have to join." "Yes, Master," Wolf Rider Beecher replied in excitement. "Yes, Beecher, what road were you initially going to take to get to the Orc Utopia?" Abel asked casually. "Master, I'm not going to lie. I was planning to enter the Desert of Death, then go through Fewer Swamp." But just as you said, my master, we can also go through the rocky ground. Although it's a little further, it is far safer than the desert of death and the fewer swamp, Wolf Rider Captain Beecher said with his head down. Abel suddenly felt his brain hurt. If he was a real Wolf Rider captain, going through the rocky ground wouldn't be a problem. But he was only an impersonator. Although he was not afraid when it came to his confidence, he still didn't have an actual identity. That was the problem. He still didn't want to turn on Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. He still wanted to get more information about the Orc God ceremony from him. Beecher, let's go through the rocky ground. However, Abel was not planning to actually go through the rocky ground. There were still 3 more days until they reached the rocky ground according to his map, so it would be enough time for him to get everything out of Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. Yes, master, Wolf Rider Captain Beecher said in excitement again. Going through the desert of death and fewer swamp was basically putting your life at stake. Abel and Wolf Rider Captain Beecher left speedily. The two did not talk much as they galloped through the grassland. Abel connected with White Cloud through the soul chain as he continued to gallop. He asked it to follow him while dragging Battle Fort No. 03 up above. After a few hours of non-stop galloping at full speed, they finally came to a halt as the night was growing near. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher found a puddle of water and got ready to spend his night near there. Master, you can eat first, said Wolf Rider Captain Beecher, tone full of honor as he took out some food and handed it to Abel. Abel gazed at the food and felt his stomach turning. It was a mush of black meat. It was lamb meat, raw lamb meat, he was sure. Ever since he transformed into a virgin, his sense of smell had increased dramatically. He could clearly sniff out the gamey smell of the lamb. Also, since it had not been preserved well, he could also smell the rot that mixed in with the food. The mixture of these two smells had almost turned into a nightmarish stink. It was torture, making a noble wizard who had been eating the best food the human could offer the world every day to eat this. Abel just couldn't bring himself to do it. You can eat it yourself. I have my own food. Abel, with a wave of a hand, declined Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. He then pulled open a leather bag on his mountain and pretended he was taking stuff out of it. But actually, he was taking out a piece of rough bread and a few strips of roast beef from his portal bracelet. These were actually food from the wolves he got from his spoils of war. He had prepared a lot of stuff from the wolves for this operation, and food was one of them. Rough bread and roast beef were extremely easy to preserve. Also, his portal bag could separate the temperature inside from the outside. So after Abel had added a few ice blocks inside it, it could preserve his food even longer. Shook look emerged on Wolf Rider Captain Beecher's face as he saw Abel take out these two types of food. At the same time, he was also further convinced of Abel's identity. You could only get rough bread and roast beef outside of the military as a head Wolf Rider captain. The Orc Empire always had a shortage of food. Although the wolves had taken over most of the grassland, they could only get just enough food to survive. Therefore, the distribution of food had always been extremely strict. The Orc Empire had killed almost any edible wild animal, so 80% of the orcs were living in extreme poverty. This was also why so many pecker orcs were sent straight to the Miracle Wall for suicide. They just couldn't feed them. The best soil in the Orc Empire could only be harvested one else a year at most. If I did not have a good harvest that year, most of the orcs would starve to death. Therefore, when Wolf Rider Captain Beecher saw these foods, he also got less worried. Not only that, but Abel then decided to give a part of his rough bread and roast meat to him. All of a sudden, he would share anything with Abel. Master, you will almost have no competition in this Orc God ceremony. As long as you can win, that portion of Orc God blood will boost your ability to the next level. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher's eyes lit up in passion when he said the word Orc God blood. I didn't hear any clear details on how the Orc God ceremony will go down, do you? Abel said while chewing. Of course, I have sacrificed 2 sheep heads for some information on this Orc God ceremony. I heard it would be hosted by 5 priests. You will enter the holy temple for an examination, and if you pass, a portion of Orc God blood will be awarded to you. Of course, you can also get more Orc God blood during the process of the examination. That's why everyone goes crazy for the ceremony. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher poured out everything he knew. It was a great glory to explain things to a head Wolf Rider captain. Is the ceremony dangerous? Abel asked again. Of course not, you will not be in danger as long as you are an orc. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher shook his head. Right, do you have an identity card? Abel asked, trying to sound casual. Yeah, here. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher took out a bone-made sign and said. Weird, how come I never seen anything like this in the orc battlefield? Abel mumbled to himself. Of course you won't see this in the orc battlefield. No orc can bring their identity onto the battlefield. Wolf Rider Captain Beecher suddenly stuttered and added with a shocked look on his face, Master, you've never seen an identity card. Yeah, how could I see an identity like this? I don't even remember how many orcs I had killed. In the orc battlefield, Abel said, laughing and shaking his head. He didn't have anything else to ask Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. He snatched the bone-made identity from the horrified Wolf Rider Captain's Beecher and took a closer look. He then nodded in satisfaction. There was an extremely detailed message on the bone-made identity as well as a strange pattern. There was a strand of death Kai within those patterns. It seemed like it was made by a priest. Abel didn't think a priest would help every Wolf Rider make an identity card like this, but at least they would make one for Wolf Rider captains, since these things were too hard to replicate. Most importantly, the face of a virgin appeared in his mind as he scanned this identity card with his power of the will. It was the face of Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. The technology used in this identity card was even harder to replicate than the ones humans used. Abel couldn't help but admire the research of the orc priests. Afterward, Abel smiled as his bones began to shape-shift. Under the horrified gaze of Wolf Rider Captain Beecher, Abel slowly transformed into a Wolf Rider captain that looked exactly like him. When Abel went back to battle Fort No. 03, he gained an extra Mount Wolf, an extremely ordinary Mount Wolf. If Flying Flame had not gotten used to hiding its dragon vigor, the Mount Wolf would get scared to death, following limply behind Abel. Everything Wolf Rider Captain Beecher had was preserved, but his body had turned into a pile of ash. Even the other two Wolf Rider captains that wanted to capture him could not escape. Abel had sent out white snow and killed them as well. Abel now had an identity that could be recognized by the Orc Empire. Although it was not someone with great status, a Wolf Rider captain was still quite rare. At the same time, he learned more about the Orc God ceremony. The information he had gotten was quite good considering that Wolf Rider Captain Beecher had only sacrificed 2 sheep. White Cloud, head to the rocky field. Abel yelled at White Cloud, who was resting at the time. Goo goo. White Cloud then began to flap its giant wings and head towards the rocky ground. Since he needed to examine the condition of the Orc Empire, he had to go to the place where most of the orcs gathered. It was the rocky ground located slightly north of east. After half a day of flying, Abel finally saw the rocky ground. There was a forest of thorns separating it from the wolf garden. Within the forest, there was a small passage guarded by wolf riders and around 10 taurens. Compared to the dried-up wolf garden, this place looked even more lifeless. There were only some tiny thin plants popping out from time to time. The rocky ground was a fitting name for the barren area. Abel stretched out his sight. The entire place was a patch of gray dirt, and there were all kinds of rocks, some big, some small. It was basically a desert. He didn't know how the orcs could survive in a place like this, but he soon discovered a patch of water that seemed to be the only source of water around here. Next to the water, there was an oasis. Some tauren were working hard on their crops. They were elders, and the young tauren were nowhere to be seen. Just like the wolves, the tauren were some of the hardest working orcs. Although there were not many things in the rocky ground, the entire place was ruled by tauren. The tauren were a rare breed of orcs who had a natural insanity attribute. They did not like battles normally, but once they heard the sound of war, their fighting spirit would shoot up by a few times. It was because of the tauren's normally peaceful nature. They could turn this vast rocky field into their domain. Abel took out a telescope and examined what kind of crops they were growing. It looked strange. Those crops were not tall, but they were extremely thick. He didn't even know what it was as a druid. Suddenly, a tauren that seemed to be starving plucked one of those crops from the ground and began eating it. As Abel gazed at this oasis, he thought to himself, how many tauren can these crops keep alive? As he continued to fly, he realized how strange their planting method was. Due to the lack of water, there were countless wells on the ground, and those core would often grow around the well between the gaps of the stones. The Tauren here were not willing to waste a single bit of water. White Cloud's speed was miraculous. After a few days of flying, Abel finally saw a city. According to the Orc Tooth map, this was the largest Tauren city, Scan City. The entire city was made out of the only endless resource here, rocks. From the sky, Abel saw two humongous yet grand-looking structures. There were a temple and a palace. Abel couldn't help but sigh. Even a dead piece of land could give birth to religion and feudalism. Humans were not the only species that went crazy for power. As Abel causally toured around the Orc Empire, a team of 10 humans had set off from the Miracle Wall. This team was made up of 5 head commanders and 5 intermediate wizards. The head commanders were not on their mounts, but those intermediate wizards were able to bring them along and move in a flash. An intermediate wizard could only move around 100 miles in a flash before they needed rest. If not, their fighting ability might be affected. This was not the problem of Monastor, but because casting spells were quite energy-draining. Still, moving in a flash was a lot faster than a mount. "Let's rest," Head Commander Donald said to intermediate wizard Hubert, who was by his side. And then to the rest of the team. "Okay, I'll set up the circle." Wizard Hubert stopped flashing and placed a magic circle board on the ground and ignited a barrier circle. The 10 men quickly stepped within the barrier circle and sat down on the ground. The wizards took out the water and distributed it to the others. "Weird, how come we never saw a single wolf rider along the way? This is the Wolf Garden," Head Commander Nelson said in confusion. "Maybe we are lucky," Head Commander Nashi said with a laugh. All the men began to laugh as well. They all expected this mission to be full of danger. Moving in a flash with wizards, instead of taking their mount for a speedier ride, was even riskier. However, it seemed like this idea was not bad at all. Although the ability of knights would be affected a little without a mount, all the men on the spot were head commanders. They could totally make it up with the brutal strength of their body. Although the roads they took were extremely dangerous, as long as the wizards kept their eyes out when moving in a flash, they should be fine, especially with this many head commanders. After this mission, I hope everyone can help avenge Wizard Amos. Head Commander Donald lowered his voice. Of course, Eddie, are you sure K-3516 is still doing operation alone in the Orc battlefield? Head Commander Nelson nodded and turned to Head Commander Eddie. K-3516 is very mysterious, and I don't really know how powerful he is. He had been on his own ever since the beginning of the Orc hunting mission, but his results seemed very scary. Head Commander Eddie suddenly remembered the extra war glory. How many orcs did one need to kill to get this much war glory? I don't care how powerful he is. With the 10 of us together, even elite wizards can't stop us, said Head Commander Donald with grand confidence. Nice, nice. Everyone began to laugh again. Everyone on the spot was extremely confident about their own ability. "Donald, did Amos have that book with him when he died?" Wizard Hubert suddenly added. "Most likely, there's no way he would let go of such an important thing," Head Commander Donald said in certainty. "Then do you think K-3516 will be on his way to the Orc god Blood as well?" Wizard Hubert asked again. "I don't think so. Amos and I had spent quite a long time on that thing. He shouldn't have that ability." Although Head Commander Donald didn't think Abel would, it didn't stop him from having doubts. But K-3516 has the battle drum. He can clear away the surveillance in the sky. He also has the Orc Tooth map, so he can take the shortest path. He had even gotten the last bit of information about the Orc god Blood from Amos. How would he let a good opportunity like this slip away? Wizard Hubert added in a low voice. K-3516 locked himself up for training. He locked himself up the day before we set off from Miracle City. Head Commander Eddie hesitated a little, but he still said what was in his mind. Although their orc hunting team had been dismissed, he could still hear a thing or two, especially with a big mouth like K-3308. He just wouldn't shut up, even when injured. Locked himself up for training, at this time, there's no way, he is definitely going for the same thing as us. It looks like we are in for a lot of fun this time. Head Commander Nelson said loudly. According to the plan, the team would first go through the tightest passage of the Wolf garden straight into the desert of death. After some rest, they continued forward under the flashes of intermediate wizards. Suddenly, a blue falcon appeared up above, making Head Commander Donald yell. "Careful, there's an orc sky eye." As Head Commander Donald yelled, he rubbed some powder on his body. The powder could hide a person's scent. This way, the wolves could not smell them. Although they had been spotted by the sky eye, as long as they used a barrier circle every time they stopped, they could very well escape the wolves' surveillance. All other men in the team began to rub the scent hiding powder on themselves as well. Afterward, the wizards further increased its flashing speed. However, soon Head Commander Donald realized something wrong. More and more blue falcons began to emerge from the sky. As they began to move faster, 5 blue falcons were already above them. After around 50 miles, 10 blue falcons were swirling in the sky. Of course, Head Commander Donald and his team would not have time to admire this rare beauty. But still, normally, every 10,000 wolf riders would only have one sky eye. So what did 10 blue falcons signify? Everyone in the team knew full well. Damn, are all the wolf riders in the wolf garden coming for us? Head Commander Donald mumbled to himself as he stared at the sky. Where should we go? Wizard Hubert lowered his voice. The 5 intermediate wizards didn't care how many wolf riders there were. They were still not too far from Miracle City. If they let go of their head commander and use a potion to fully unleash their power, they should be able to safely flash back to the Miracle Wall. This was the biggest difference between an intermediate wizard and a head commander. With the move in a flash, their survival rate was dramatically increased. They could still escape, even if they could not win. Straight, we still have around 10 miles until we reach the Desert of Death. As long as we speed through the Desert of Death, no wolf riders will come after us, no matter how many there are. Head Commander Donald's eyes began to sparkle. He knew that it was best to go as far from the miracle as possible this way. The intermediate wizards had to take them along for protection. Woo-oh, woo-oh. The sound of horns emerged. However, this sound seemed to be coming from all directions. All of a sudden, they knew they were surrounded. Still, Head Commander Donald and his team couldn't understand how this was possible. "That's not right, this is not the Horn of Worgen," Wizard Hubert yelled. He did quite a lot of research on the orcs. "Not wolf riders. We are in the wolf garden, so what else could it be?" Head Commander Donald interrupted. Actually, Head Commander Donald knew it was the Horn of Tauren, but at the moment they had to focus on breaking through, not investigate which species it was. Wizard Hubert exchanged gaze with the other intermediate wizards. Their power of the will was far more powerful than Head Commanders, so they could discuss among themselves through their power of the will. No matter how powerful a knight was in the Holy Continent, their status was behind wizards. As soon as a wizard reached an intermediate rank, they could totally disregard a head commander. Although those 5 head commanders were known as the most powerful force in Miracle City, they were nothing more than a giant shield for those 5 intermediate wizards. Normally, they would treat each other as equals, but the wizards could discuss among themselves if a real threat arose. Head Commander Donald's words would only be taken as a consideration. "It will take us 150 hours to get back to Miracle City and 50 more miles to the Desert of Death. Everyone vote." Wizard Hubert asked the 4 other wizards through the power of the will without speaking. "This situation doesn't look right. I have never seen this many sky eyes. I vote to go back," a wizard suggested. "No, if we get attacked on our way back, we will be done as soon as our power of the will and mana get used up. We still have 50 miles to the Desert of Death. We'll have mana even if we need to fight." Another wizard refused. "There's no time to discuss, just vote," Wizard Hubert said desperately, as he heard the sound of drums emerging alongside the horns. Soon the decision was made. 3 voted to continue towards the Desert of Death. "Let's increase our speed straight to the Desert of Death," Wizard Hubert yelled and drank down a recovery potion. Head Commander Donald let out a breath of relief. He knew the wizards had just discussed amongst themselves, but what could he do anyway? If those wizards really decided to leave them, they would die, even as the most powerful force of Miracle City. He really missed Wizard Relic. He was close with Wizard Relic and the dead wizard Amos. Originally, Wizard Relic was going to join them as well, but Wizard Relic had somehow gone insane the day before they departed. Actually, Head Commander Donald also had some speculation of why Wizard Hubert had gone insane. The day before, He had begged him to borrow the orc battle drum and orc tooth map from Abel. And he went insane the next day after he had a talk with Abel. Head Commander Donald knew Abel had definitely done something, but he could tell anyone. As much as he hated Abel, the others in the trading group didn't. If the others knew how powerful Abel's background was, there was no way they would even get close to him. So Head Commander Donald wanted to use this opportunity and get rid of Abel as soon as possible. It would have been so good if we had the orc battle drum, Head Commander Nashi sighed. He had sighed during the pause of their flash, so everyone could hear his words. It was true. They would be able to wipe out all of those sky eyes with a battle drum, and those orcs would not be able to stop them, no matter how many there were. At this moment, a roaring, galloping sound emerged in front of Head Commander Donald. It was a super large-scale team of at least 100,000 wolf riders. There were far more wolf riders than they had expected, and there were quite a lot of priests as well. The skeletons were even faster than the Mount Wolf. Turn left, Head Commander Donald yelled. A spark of hesitation flashed in Wizard Hubert's eyes. Those alluring orc god blood couldn't make him throw away the Head Commander Donald next to him, but in the face of real danger, Head Commander Donald would just be a drag. But still, he would listen to Head Commander Donald's instructions until the last moment, so he flashed left. But something was already behind them, a skeleton. The skeleton of a priest could function beyond their range. All they needed was to give them a clear target. Head Commander Donald and his team were the targets, and the skeletons would not stop attacking. Of course, it was not easy to catch up to Head Commander Donald. Move in a flash was almost beyond the law of nature. If they didn't need to redraw the spell pattern with every flash, there was no way those skeletons would be able to catch up. However, this team of humans seemed to run into another obstacle as they moved left in a flash. There was a huge team of wolf riders with a large number of skeletons rushing towards Head Commander Donald. Wizard Hubert's face dropped. Maybe the orcs were about to do something big, and they had just perfectly run into them. Just as he expected, the reason why they had been avoiding Orca was that the wolves had gathered their power in one spot. They even gathered the Tauren. How many were wolf riders out there? It was though their entire species came. Although not every virgin could become a wolf rider, due to the lack of Mount Wolves, the wolves had gathered all the Mount Wolves they could find and formed the biggest army in history. Those wolf riders were training when Head Commander Donald and his team appeared. Although this vast amount of wolf riders were given clear instructions on how they should react or structure themselves, there were still too many new wolf riders. They needed more training to grasp their skills. Head Commander Donald and his team were giving them an imitation battle. The head wolf rider captain in command was extremely happy. This could not only test out the ability of these wolf riders, but they would also stop those humans from returning to Miracle City. Therefore, Head Commander Donald's decision to keep heading towards the Desert of Death was a great decision, since the wolf rider captain had already sent a large number of wolf riders, blocking the way back to Miracle City. Wizard Hubert began to discuss with the other wizards again. Their only target was the orc god blood. Although wizards normally had a long lifespan, there were still way too many wizards dying during their bottleneck. If the orc god's blood could really increase one's lifespan for 100 years, then it would be more than enough for them to keep leveling up. The only thing left to discuss was how they could escape from their surroundings. They could not underestimate these wolf riders. As soon as they entered their range, they would be able to attack them. A few normal attacks could not do much to them. At most, it would just break their defense spell. However, there was a chance that a head wolf rider captain's attack could break their spell. Those normal attacks could also add up, with 100,000 wolf riders. As soon as their defense was broken, they would need to brutally counteract those attacks with their body. The only option left at that point was to flash away. If they stopped and did a spell, a large number of spears and arrows would most likely land on them. This was the case with a head wolf rider captain's ability to break the spell. As soon as their spell was broken, they would be dead meat. Wizard Hubert discussed this with the other wizards as they kept flashing. They were sure of one thing: they could no longer keep their head commanders with them. An extra head commander would just take up way too much energy, and it would affect their flashing speed. Not only that, but throwing away their head commanders could also distract the wolf riders. especially those annoying skeletons. Those skeletons were even scarier than wolf riders. They were not afraid of dying, and they would not get tired. The only thing on their mind was to kill. The attacks of skeletons were also filled with death that could hurt an intermediate wizard. They basically weakened head wolf rider captains with more stamina and viciousness. Only head commander Donald knew about the details of the orc god blood, so he had to stay with them. Wizards, get ready to throw your head commanders, but be careful of their attacks, Wizard Hubert said to the other wizards through the power of the will. Friendship meant nothing in the face of danger. The only thing mattered was profit, so head commander Donald was the only one who didn't get thrown away. Head commander Eddie, head commander Nashi, head commander Nelson, and head commander Nate suddenly felt the wizards next to them let go. Afterward, the white light next to them vanished along with the wizards. How could you do this? Head commander Eddie roared in agony, but by that time, the wizards were already a few hundred meters away. Then they flashed again and went another few hundred meters. Let's fight. Head commander Nashi did not have a mental breakdown after being thrown by the wizards. Before they set off, he also sensed a great danger through his intuition, but he still came along all because of a little ray of hope. Even without mounts, the 4 head commanders got into their formation and dashed forward like they had nothing to lose. With white combat kai flashing out of their shield and flaming red combat kai glowing out of their sword. No matter how corrupted, cunning, and flawed they were still knights. The most glorious way to die was to die while charging. In a flash, the ice combat kai and fire combat kai of the 4 head commanders turned into a beam of white light and a beam of red light as they speeded into the wolf riders. They no longer cared about saving their combat kai. All that was on their mind was to kill as many wolf riders as possible. Not long after, they charged into the army of wolf riders. The skeletons had tracked them down one by one and began to attack their white combat kai shield viciously. The formation of those knights could break out at any moment. As soon as it broke out, those skeletons would be blasted into pieces. Humble honesty, sympathy, bravery, justice, purpose, glory, spirit. I might die, but my beliefs will live on. Head commander Nashi roared in laughter. They all understood that death was unavoidable, but as the most powerful double attributed head commander of Miracle City, they still had their most powerful strike preserved. This strike was not confined by logic. And every double attributed head commander knew about this. Double attributed head commanders could often control both ice and fire combat kai, but those 2 attributes were naturally against each other. If their ability to control them was not strong enough, it could cause a vicious explosion. When a double attributed head commander first began to grasp their second combat kai, at most, their original combat kai would just take a little toll if they lost control, since their second combat kai was still in development. And as they got better at grasping both combat kai, their chances of them losing control would also be lower. Therefore, all double attributed head commanders knew that as long as they wanted to, they could unleash energy that was far greater than their own ability, but none had dared to try. In the face of death, with a few hundred skeletons and more than 100,000 wolf riders surrounding them, they had nothing to lose. It's worth it, head commander Nashi laughed as he slammed both of his combat kai together. The other 3 head commanders followed, and all the fire and ice combat kai collided. The 4 head commanders broke up their formation as they saw skeletons and wolf riders viciously dashed forward. Countless wolf riders also had their spears ready from afar. But suddenly, a beam of light erupted among those head commanders on the battlefield. The white beam of light sucked in all the surrounding sound, as everything had gone silent and almost deserted silent. Afterward, a roaring and massive energy blasted out from those head commanders onto the hundreds of skeletons and whipped everything 20 meters from them flat. A 20-square-meter patch of empty land opened up on the battlefield. All the skeletons and wolf riders within it had vanished. The only thing remaining was 4 beams of head commander combat kai smoke. Those wolf riders did not cheer and celebrate their victory. All species had a deep respect for bravery. The death of those head commanders had taken a big chunk of fighting power from at least 4 priests after bragging so many skeletons to hell with them. No, head commander Donald yelled in sorrow. He was surrounded by the 5 wizards. Those 5 wizards had basically merged into one by connecting their defense spells, fully blocking all of his surroundings. The intermediate wizards had their hands placed on his shoulder, dragging him along as they flash away. The charge and explosion of those 4 other head commanders had attracted the attention of wolf riders, which allowed these 6 men to flash away and successfully escaped quickly. If those wolf riders were skilled, the 5 wizards would still have difficulty escaping with head commander Donald. However, most of those wolf riders were newly recruited. They had only been training for a few days, though they could not follow the instruction of wolf rider captains perfectly yet. On the other hand, those 5 intermediate wizards were extremely experienced. They had fought countless battles, and they had a good understanding of wolf riders. They could see how strong a team of wolf riders was at a glance. Therefore, they were able to identify the weakest point of those wolf riders and quickly flash away to safety. Although those wolf riders did try to attack them, their method of moving was just way too hard to grasp for those virgins who had just become wolf riders. The defense circle, created by merging defense spells, had also further strengthened the defense of those wizards. That was why they could counteract so many spears and arrows without a single injury. Those wizards did not stop, even after they had escaped from that seemingly endless amount of wolf riders. They knew as long as there was a blue falcon above them, they would not be safe. They kept casting the move in a flash spell without a single break for 50 miles when the Desert of Death came into view. The Desert of Death is just up front. As long as we can get in, we will all be safe, Wizard Hubert yelled. He just couldn't help himself and get excited. Quick, those blue falcons are too annoying, Wizard Lasky said in frustration, looking back at those blue falcons. There were at least 10 blue falcons viciously gazing down at them, so they could not rest. They were in the largest camp of the wolves, so there might very well be more attacks incoming. They would only be safe of them once they entered the Desert of Death. At that moment, the dangerous Desert of Death was looking friendlier than ever before. As they stepped their foot on the desert, those blue falcons immediately slowed down. At last, only one blue falcon remained while all the other ones returned. Wizard Bunyan let out a long breath of relief and said with a laugh, "Ha ha, look at those sky eyes. They knew they couldn't catch us and gave up." Smile also emerged on Wizard Hubert's face. Let's go deeper and find a place to rest. Although they had lost 4 head commanders, they had escaped from death nevertheless. Most importantly, they still had head commander Donald, who was the only one who knew about the exact location of the orc god Blood. He wouldn't try to think about the other head commanders too much. The 5 intermediate wizards dragged head commander Donald for another 10 miles before stopping at a little hill of sand. Those wizards had been flashing for 100 miles without stopping right from the start. This was their limit for all of them. They needed to quickly replenish their will and mana. As soon as they stopped, head commander Donald lashed out furiously. "Hubert, Eddie, and the other 3 are your friends. How can you do that to your friends?" "Donald, we are not their guardians. They were in the Orc Empire, they knew the risks. If you are so smart, then what should we have done? Bring them along," Wizard Hubert said with a cold laugh. Head commander Donald knew as well. Those wizards would not be able to flash as fast if they had brought 4 extra head commanders along, and most likely, none of them would be able to escape. That was why those intermediate wizards had no choice. They had to let go of those head commanders. Head commander Donald was only able to escape because those wizards had carried him together, which distributed their spell-casting burden. They were all best brothers of mine. Head commander Donald let out a long sigh. "So can you tell us the details of the orc god Blood now?" Wizard Hubert lowered his voice and asked. "Bring me to Nam Mountain. I will put it together once we are close." Head commander Donald said bluntly. He didn't even need to think. He was not stupid. If he told those wizards everything he knew, his fate would probably just end up like the other 4 head commanders. Wizard Hubert exchanged glances with the other 4 wizards and nodded. "Okay, we'll bring you to Nam Mountain." "I'll have a rest first. I'm dying," Wizard Bunyan said lethargically as he took a seat on the sand. His ice armor was diffused just in time and directly melted onto the sand. He couldn't bother to recast the spell. The tiredness had almost made him want to lie down. Suddenly, he felt something twitching under him, and he let out a scream of agony. "What's happening?" Wizard Hubert asked as he quickly turned to Wizard Bunyan. "I've got bitten by a snake," said Wizard Bunyan with an ugly look on his face as he took out a bottle of poison antidote from his portal bag and poured it down his throat. However, it seemed like the poison antidote was not as effective as he had expected. Soon, black smog filled his gaze, and he lost the ability to focus. "I don't want to die. I said I would live for 100 years. However, that was the last thing Wizard Bunyan had said. His breathing stopped, followed by his heart. Wizard Bunyan had died right in front of Wizard Hubert just like that. He then turned to the others and said, "Everyone remember, may be sure to never let your guard down." A vicious snake, a strange feeling emerged within Head Commander Donald. A powerful intermediate wizard had been killed by an almost unnoticeable snake in an instant. Normally, the relationship between those intermediate wizards and head commanders was quite good. But in the face of danger, their friendship meant nothing. Head Commander Donald wasn't sure if he should feel happy or sad. He was happy that Wizard Bunyan had gotten his karma after leaving those head commanders behind. But at the same time, it was quite depressing to see such a powerful wizard die within a desert without a fight. "I'll take the portal bag. I'll bring it back to his family," Wizard Hubert said as a flash of white light emerged from his hand. The portal bag flew towards him under the telekinesis spell. As those four intermediate wizards and head commander, Donald were within the desert of death. Abel was casually flying above the rocky round with no rush. During the day, he would admire the beauty of the Orc Empire's scenery from the sky, and at night we would stop his battle Fort 03 in mid-air and enter the Dark World. With the help of Johnson, Flying Flame, and White Snow, cleaning up Lut Goleen became easy. The rocky waste and dry hills were both cleaned up quite well. His next destination was the far oasis. He was not planning to enter the caves outside the city yet. He wanted to clean up all the targets on the ground. First, Johnson, Flying Flame, and the new White Snow could not enter a cave, so those battles still depend on the Spirit Guardian Knights. Therefore, Abel had left the most challenging to the last. Most importantly, he just did not have the confidence to defeat those dark gold bosses from Hell with his current abilities. He had a plan. He would at least need to grasp the move in a flash before he picked a fight with those dark gold bosses from Hell. In other words, the main thing Abel needed to do was to become an intermediate wizard. He was already ranked 10. He would be able to reach the pinnacle of beginner wizard. With another level up, he could only become a real wizard after he had grasped the move in a flash. Every occupation in the Holy Continent knew about this. The main thing that made a wizard different was not their knowledge or their scary spells. It was their ability to move in a flash of light. This allowed a wizard to retreat or attack at will. Therefore, you would be able to see the shadow of wizards even in the most dangerous place. Another special thing about wizards was their lifespan. Their lifespan would shoot up dramatically once they reached an intermediate level. That was why the dwarfs and humans had accumulated so many intermediate wizards throughout the centuries. These intermediate wizards were the core power of the dwarfs and humans, not only in the Holy Continent but the Dark World as well. Especially fighting inside a cave. The countless turns and corners could dramatically reduce the potential of a wizard if they could not move in a flash. Without the ability to make long-distance attacks, Abel had to keep doing close-body combat with those hell creatures in confined spaces. Therefore, he had to learn to move in a flash. The reason why he could defeat these noticeably more powerful hell creatures in Goleen hell creatures was that he had powerful summons such as the Spirit Guardian Knights, but once he entered the cave, he would no longer have as much advantage. He only had one life, and he had gotten a lot more careful since his life was getting more and more exciting in the Holy Continent. Since his goal was set, he had gotten more time to do other things in the Dark World, like making iron balls for Johnson and practicing spells. He would go into his intermediate mana gathering circle with 4 fresh blue crystal cores for meditation every night. These were the best training resources he had. This would only be in the dream of wizards in the Holy Continent. Days passed by. Abel had gone over the rocky ground on his battle fort. Finally, he arrived at the Orc Utopia. The first thing he saw was a large patch of farmland. For a moment, Abel almost thought he had returned to the human world. The farmland had been neatly divided into acres, just like the way the humans did. This large patch of farmland was covered in barley shining in gold. You could tell this was the wealthiest part of the Orc Empire just by looking at this. Of course, Abel could still see some differences between this place and the human world. Although it was not as cold as Mount Budapest, it was not hot either. It was summer in the human world, but this place felt like the end of autumn with winter lurking around the corner. Because of this temperature, most of the crops here were barley. There was one major downside to barley: it could not be used to make good bread. All of the rough bread in Abel's portal bag was made from barley, and they basically tasted like rocks. Still, it was already one of the best foods in the Orc Empire. Every acre of land Battle Fort 03 had passed through was filled with barley. It seemed like no land had gone to waste. Although this place under Abel looked quite lively, his analytical sight had told him that there was something wrong. 03, scan those crops, he commanded the 03 spirit. Yes, master, scanning, please wait. After a minute, 03 gave out a result. The original Battle Fort 03 spirit did not have any information in regards to growing crops, but it had gotten this ability after Abel had connected it with Tower Spirit Flora. A stack of data about the Orc's barley had been transferred into Abel's mind. This life scenery in the Orc Empire could actually lead to great trouble. Master, comparing the data on this barley to the barley data in my inventory, the barley here is only 1/5 of the size of normal barley. According to my analysis, this was caused by climate change. The 03 spirit gave out an extremely professional explanation. Suddenly, an idea emerged in Abel's head. The Orc Empire is in for a disaster. Everything he saw along the way, including the lack of adult Wirgin and those hard-working Elder Tauren, reflected one thing: the full-grown fighting power of the wolves and Tauren in the Orc Empire had vanished. If the harvestable crops in the Orc Empire had really decreased by 4/5, then at least half of orcs would die, especially since they were already in a shortage of food. What would the Orc Empire do? If they were going to die anyway, why not unleash an ultimate attack on the Miracle Wall? Could the Miracle Wall handle it? Did the human know that the orcs were going through a famine? Was the Miracle Wall prepared? Questions began to emerge in Abel's heart, but up to this point, he was sure of one thing: a massive battle would soon be unleashed outside of the Miracle Wall. He didn't know when. Let's hope it doesn't happen before he gets back. Only Abel would brush this off so easily. If it was another wizard, they would definitely go back to the Miracle City and report as soon as they knew about this. Since the Orc Empire and the human world was separated by a natural barrier known as Mount Budapest, magic could not pass through. So, a normal message sent through magic would not even be able to reach that lifeless, deserted ground filled with Death Kai outside of the Miracle Wall. However, Abel was different. He and his steward Bardali were soul-chained. No matter how far away, he could connect with her. Bardali, help me find Teacher Morton. I need to tell him something very important, Abel said through the soul chain. The reason why he wanted to contact Wizard Morton was that Wizard Morton's teacher, Elite Wizard Dunn, was one of the very few rank 18 wizards in the human world. He had quite a lot of authority, and he seemed to have some connection with the Miracle City, at least from what Abel saw. Even the Battle of Orc mission Abel was on was organized by Wizard Dunn. Yes, Master Bardali would never reject Abel's command. So she quickly found Wizard Morton. Bardali unleashed her soul and directly transferred Abel's voice to the sound circle through Tower Spirit Flora. Teacher, long time so see, is everything all right? Abel's voice emerged from the circle, just like he was talking to Wizard Morton face to face. Abel, aren't you doing a mission in Miracle City? Why did you contact me this way? Has something happened? Wizard Morton was stunned by what he saw when he was called by Bardali. He suddenly realized that Bardali was actually Abel's contracted summon. Wizard Morton knew Abel quite well, and he knew Abel would never expose something like this unless something major happened. Having a contracted summon contact you like this was an insult to wizards, if not an insult to the entire human race. Both wizards and humans knew, according to principles, humans should not be contacted through a contracted summon. But of course, Wizard Morton would not give Abel a hard time due to how close they were, and how mysterious this intermediate wizard Bardali was. The words of Wizard Morton transferred through the soul chain of Bardali into the brain of Abel in the faraway Orc Utopia. Teacher, I'm in the Orc Utopia. Abel's voice emerged from the circle again, and Wizard Morton's heart immediately dropped. Abel, where are you? Wizard Morton yelled desperately. Teacher, don't worry. I'm safe, but I've discovered something very important. Abel's voice sounded casual since he was already there, but his last few words ended up sounding serious. Be careful in the Orc Empire. What did you find out? Wizard Morton knew how gutsy his disciple was, but Abel was never the impulsive type. The crops in the Orc Utopia have been dramatically reduced, and all the young and strong Wirgins and Tauren have disappeared. Abel lowered his voice. So, you are saying the Orc Empire is going to do something big to Miracle City? Wizard Morton felt his heart sink. He had also joined the battle of the Orcs' mission back in the days, so he knew the Orcs quite well. Most likely, Abel said with full confidence, he was certain of his idea. What are the crops like in the Orc Utopia? Are you sure? Wizard Morton asked again. He knew things were not as simple. If the information was correct, they would need to move an astronomical amount of resources and men power into Miracle City. If the information was wrong, even Wizard Done status as an elite wizard would be affected. I've been to a lot of places, and it seems like the Orc Empire is going through a climate change. Only 1/5 of their crops are harvestable. Abel already told Battle Fort 03 to scan the crops before he called Wizard Morton, so he knew the result. 1/5. A flash of horror sparkled in Wizard Morton's eyes. What could this signify? The Orc Empire would throw everything into Miracle City for survival. If he didn't do that, most of the Orcs would starve to death. Abel, don't worry, I'll let my teacher know. Make sure you be careful out there. Wizard Morton lowered his voice. After the conversation, Abel let out a sigh of relief. With Wizard Morton and Wizard Dunn's help, and his current status, the humans would surely strengthen Miracle Wall's defense. The Miracle Wall was the primary line for humans. If the Orc Empire took, the result would be disastrous. Although there were 2 more cities behind Miracle City, their defenses meant nothing to the Orc Empire. How would the endless number of Pecker Orcs develop if they had enough food? How many fearless Pecker Orcs were the human knights going to face on the battlefield? It would be a disaster that could dramatically reduce the power, or maybe even completely drive out the humans. Abel would leave it to Wizard Dunn. Abel had done his duty. Wizard Hubert looked horrible. Although he heard about how scary the Desert of Death was, as an intermediate wizard who could move in a flash, he knew about scary places quite well. As long as he had his ice armor on and enough food and water in his portal bag, he would be able to fully replenish his magic power and mana with a bit of rest. Normally, intermediate wizards were quite fearless, no matter where they were. But the moment they entered the Desert of Death, his fellow wizard had been poisoned to death by a snake. What followed was the extreme temperature changes during the night and day. The daytime was still tolerable since their ice armor could cool them down a little, but once the night arrived, the ice armor was like salt stinging on sore wounds. But no matter how cold it got, no wizard would take off their ice armor. Wizard Bunyan served as an example, and as they kept moving, one thing became clear. This place was filled with venomous snakes that would attack any target. Once the sun had set, the intermediate wizards would hold a fire spell on their hand to keep themselves warm. The only one who wasn't afraid of the cold was Head Commander Donald, but he still kept his eyes out. He had to minimize his combat Kai armor. Although he was a head commander, having a combat Kai armor out continuously was still very draining. One could say that these humans had entered the most dangerous place in the Holy Continent without experience. If the wizards could not move in such a mysterious way by flashing, the countless natural vicious traps in quicksand would destroy the team of 5 men. Suddenly Wizard Hubert saw a sandstorm, 10 meters high, roaring his way. Even with his ice armor and move in a flash, his face soured. Everyone, if we got lost, let's meet at Fewer Swamp. Wizard Hubert yelled at the others, who also had a look of horror on their faces. He placed his hand on Head Commander Donald. They needed him for information, so the wizards would not drop him until the last moment. Head Commander Donald also needed Wizard Hubert. If Wizard Hubert died, he too would not be able to survive in the Desert of Death. Even if he somehow made it through the Desert of Death, what awaited him would be even scarier than Fewer Swamp. The wizards nodded simultaneously, and soon they were engulfed by the sandstorm. The sparkles of white light shined in the sandstorm, but they did not last for long. Abel toured around casually as he made his way forward. He also had a good rest every night. Finally, he was 200 miles from Nam Mountain by early October. He did not plan to use Battle Fort 03 for the following distance. He needed to transform into Wolf Rider Captain Beecher and join the Orc God ceremony like a normal orc. Battle Fort 03 came to a halt, and Abel jumped on Wolf Rider Captain Beecher's original Mount Wolf. This mountain wolf was quite a good boy. Even though it was not connected with Abel's soul, it would still follow all his instructions. But that was expected anyway. Any Mount Wolf would behave themselves after being stunned by dragon vigor and seeing so many top-level spiritual beasts. Normal Mount Wolf was just normal vicious beasts. Even Mount Wolf Kings were only low-ranking spiritual beasts. Top-level spiritual beasts were so many leagues above them, so of course, they would behave. Abel put on his full leather armor. It was the one worn by Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. When he saw how dirty it was, he almost did not have enough courage to put it on his own body. Wasn't the Orc God ceremony exclusive to high-status orcs anyway? He held a hand spear in his hand. It was the most common weapon for wolf riders. As far as Abel could tell, this thing was basically just a long spear made with cheaper materials. Still, it was where most of a wolf rider's power stemmed from. Of course, White Snow was his secret weapon. White Slow had shrunk and was standing on Abel's shoulder at that moment. It looked just like a cute little snow eagle, but it had the power to kill an elite wizard. The rune word Long Distance Bo-Rifuk was strapped on. His back and 2 arrows were hanging by the side of his Mount Wolf. He adjusted his scent a little. Since Grand Duke Edwina had fully unleashed the features on transformation, its ability to hide scents had reached a maximum. He directly decreased his scent from a head commander to a normal head commander, which was similar to a Wolf Rider captain's power. Since Wolf Rider captains also used combat kai, all he needed to do was to be careful and not let anyone see his unique golden combat kai. His wizard scent was also perfectly hidden. And just like that, he had become a perfect Wolf Rider captain. Abel set off to Nam Mountain on his Mount Wolf at causal speed. He still had 10 days. He could reach that 200 miles in a day if he wanted, so he had more than enough time. Abel had already come across many orcs before he even made his way forward for a few miles. All of those orcs had the power of a head Wolf Rider captain, at least. There were Tauren, Wakat, Lion Man, and Bear Man. Those were some of the most powerful races of the Orc Empire. However, the powerful foxes were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Abel realized something. There was not a single priest. All the orcs were fighters, were only frontline fighters allowed to the Orc God ceremony. Abel didn't know why, but he was still very confident in his abilities. None of the orcs talked to each other as they made their way towards Nam Mountain. Abel felt a little confused. He thought the ceremony would take place 10 days later, so why were there so many orcs already? However, there was no one he could ask. The only thing he could do was to run along with the orcs. When they were 10 miles from Nam Mountain, a grand-looking structure emerged. It was an orc god temple. It was the largest temple he had ever seen since he entered the Orc Empire. People always thought the orcs were not good at architecture in the human world, since all of their buildings were made for practical use. Even their royal palace was simple. However, Abel began to question this perspective. The orc god temple in front of him was made entirely out of giant stones. It had a main temple, 6 sub-temples, and some other structures by the side. If this orc god temple was surrounded by walls, it would be a city. Every stone of the temple was etched with the orc god's legends, which added an extra layer of mystery. The tip of the main temple was made with stones as well. It was shimmering in the sunlight, and it attracted Abel's gaze. Gems. There were countless gems stuck to the tip of the temple. Those gems engulfed the temple in colorful rays, most of which were green-colored gems. Those green gems had formed the main line, while the other gems were scattered around the sides. Since the priests couldn't use the plentiful gems in the Orc Empire, these treasures in the human world had only become the orcs' decoration for their temple. Abel realized most of those gems were intermediate level. Just the tip of this temple was enough to move the hearts of any human he had ever known. There was a platform of a few hundred stairs connecting the ground to the main temple. Each flight of stairs was shimmering in sunlight after countless years of buffering and friction. One could tell thousands of orcs had visited. There were already around 100 orcs in the square of the main temple. Almost every single one of those orcs had a little tent, as they covered the entire square. Although 100 orcs were gathering in one spot, it wasn't that loud. Most of them looked as though they were deliberately speaking softly. This was rare to see, considering how natural loud-spoken orcs were. There were 10 orcs who arrived at the same time as Abel. They jumped down from their mounts and strapped their mounts on a horse pole in front of the temple. They then took out some water from their mount and began to wash their hands and face in great detail. Abel truly felt the power of God. Orcs rarely cared about the way they look, and most of them would hate to let water dampen their fur. Normally, they would use a towel to rub themselves. Abel began to look around the orcs carefully. He realized all the so-called details he had been told were totally useless. Still, he was quite lucky to run into a group of orcs on his way here, so all he needed to do was to copy them. He wouldn't make a major mistake if he did that. After they washed, they began to head towards the stairs. They took off their shoes and strapped it on their waists as they took their first step onto the stairs. Abel also did the same and followed behind them. He realized the orcs were walking extremely slow. They would pause for a few seconds with every step. At first, he had no idea what they were doing, but everything suddenly made sense when he took the first step. When he took his second step up the stairs, he felt a wave of death kai rushing upward. This wave of death kai was different from the ones he had encountered before. It was as it was impacting the soul. However, this impact was basically nothing to Abel. His soul was so powerful, it was miles above any normal wizard's. He didn't deliberately try to copy the orcs since he could just directly run to the top. Excitement emerged on the face of those orcs when they finally reached the top of those 100 stairs. Abel also finally realized the purpose of these stairs. It was not used to attack the soul of a person, but to assist them. It allowed them to cleanse their soul during the process and in some ways strengthen it. This effect was not too strong. Abel speculated it would get even weaker as you climbed these stairs more and more. It was unfortunate that Abel's soul was already too powerful. It had basically done nothing to him, but still, this was the work of a priest. A priest's knowledge of the soul was far greater than any wizard's. If their research on the soul had reached an elite level, wizards would only be beginners. What was the benefit of strengthening a soul? After a soul had been strengthened, a person's training and leveling up speed would increase, especially when it came to training. That was a pity, Abel thought to himself. If the priests had etched the formula for this death kai wave onto the stairs, maybe Abel would be able to learn how to make a magic circle out of it. Although these support circles might not do much to him, it could be very good for his family's knights and wizards. Of course, it might be useless to other wizards since it was made of death kai, but Abel could control death kai himself. On the top of the stairs was some black-cloaked priests. One said with a low voice, "Take out your identity card and register one by one." The orcs each took out their bone-made identity card and handed it to the priest for examination. Some other priests also examined the orcs in detail. Not a single word was spoken in the entire process. There were extreme details on the bone-made identity card. Although it seemed normal, Abel knew a person with a powerful power of the will could also see a card owner's photo by examining it. Soon, it was Abel's turn. He handed his bone-made identity card to the black cloak priests for examination. "Another virgin from the wolves, didn't your group already arrive?" the black-cloaked priest asked suddenly. Abel felt his heat drop, but he still kept his cool. "I got a late notice, so I did not go with the others." "Ah. All the wolves' tents are on the right of the square. You can go find them after you are done with signing up." The black-cloaked priest nodded his head under the hood and said gently. However, it was because of this little nod, Abel saw a dried-up wolf face under that dark hood. This priest was a virgin as well. Abel felt his heart lift again. He thought he did something wrong, but it was just a virgin priest showing his care for his fellow virgin. "Thank you, Sir Priest," Abel replied. The identity card examination went smoothly. Afterward, that black-cloaked priest led Abel and the 10 other orcs into the main temple. There was only one statue in the main palace. It had a curved bull horn, thin face, and muscles that seemed even more developed than humans. Abel focused on this giant statue. This statue of the orc god was the only thing in this temple. Anything else was not qualified to be placed here. The other orcs were already kneeling in front of the statue. Abel sighed in his heart, but he still followed and kneeled down. When he sensed the other orcs began to stand up again, he stood up too. But it was at that moment, a beam of green light suddenly shot out from the orc god statue, engulfing Abel and the 10 other orcs. He felt a creepy sense scanning his body, but it didn't stay for long. Soon it vanished. The Tauren next to him was suddenly blasted out by some kind of energy through the green light. Afterwards, 2 bearmen and a werecat were also blasted away. Soon, the green light retreated back to the statue like nothing had happened. If 3 orcs hadn't gotten blasted away, Abel would have thought it was just another normal scan. His gaze turned towards the ground and looked at those 3 orcs struggling to climb up. He was sure those orcs also had the power of a wolf rider captain. But after further examination, he realized they only had the power of a beginner wolf rider captain. Maybe that's why the green light blasted them out. The 3 orcs finally stood up again. The hit just then did not damage their body, but it was targeted towards their souls. Maybe those 3 orcs could no longer train for the next few years. They could only slowly recover. "Get out of the temple," the black cloak priest said in a raspy voice. The 3 orcs did not say anything. They helped each other stumble out of the gate. Nobody else would help them. Losers were not worth a pity in the orc empire. The black-cloaked priest then turned back to the other orcs and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the examination. You have achieved a first-step recognition by the orc god. You can now join the official orc god ceremony." He especially nodded at Abel again, seeming proud that a virgin passed the examination. They exited the temple, and Abel directly turned right to find the other virgins. Since that was what the black-cloaked priest had told him, he would attract unnecessary attention if he wandered around. His identity had been confirmed by the orc god anyway, so no one would question him. He was a little worried when he was first getting the scan. Even though his transformation necklace was a godly object by the goddess of the moon, and was supposed to be impossible to penetrate, he was facing a scan from an orc god. He had everything prepared. Once he was spotted, he would directly retreat back to Battle Fort 03. As long as he could track down the actual location of the orc priest, he could keep searching from the sky. But of course, this was only a plan B, since too much risk was involved. If there was a teleportation circle in the orc god ceremony, then he could no longer track them down. Luckily, the examination went smoothly. So all he needed to do now was to find an informed orc to ask about the details. The best candidates would be the virgins, of course. He arrived at the right of the square, and a wolf rider captain directly asked, "Which family are you from?" Abel lowered his voice and replied, "My name is Beecher. My family is not well known. It's okay if you don't want to say it." "No one here is from a normal family." That wolf rider captain lowered his voice as well. Abel suddenly realized the gear this wolf rider captain was wearing were not what normal wolf rider captains could afford. He was wearing a full leather armor with beautiful patterns etched onto it. His leather boots were also the same. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Not only this wolf rider captain, but all the other orcs were dressed in luxury too. You could tell there were no ordinary orcs at first glance. "My name is Bloom. My family has sacrificed a lot to give me this opportunity. If not, I would be training in the wolf rider army." That wolf rider captain named Bloom said with a smile, pretending to be close. "This really is a rare opportunity. We only have this chance because all the head wolf rider captains were recruited." Wolf rider Captain Bloom continued in an openly happy smile. Abel felt awkward looking at that strange smile on a wolf face. "Normal wolf rider captains are not allowed in this ceremony?" Abel asked. He suddenly remembered wolf rider Captain Beecher was blocked before he could even exit the wolf garden. "If you escape the army without a powerful background, the only thing waiting for you is death. I heard they were going through mass training involving many huge races. It is taken seriously, so if you are dared to leave, you will be dead," Wolf Rider Captain Bloom said helplessly. At that moment, Abel suddenly realized why there were so many Wolf Rider captains in luxurious clothes. All of these orcs were nobles. Maybe Wolf Rider Captain Bloom didn't understand, but this mass training he was talking about was actually not a mass training. It was a massive war. That was why all the noble orcs sent their most important offspring to join the orc god ceremony. There were way too many benefits about this. First was allowing the offspring to gain some reward from this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join the orc god ceremony without top-level forces. Secondly, it could allow their most potential offspring to avoid the war and preserve their life. Every noble orc in the known knew that this battle would be a disaster. I rushed here the moment I got the news, so I'm not sure what will come next. Can you tell me? Abel scratched his head and took out a bottle of orc fruit wine from his portal bracelet and handed it to Wolf Rider Captain Bloom. This wine was also his spoil of war from the orc battlefield. Beecher, you must be quite high status in your family. Such good stuff. But make sure you are careful when you take it out. Don't let the other orcs see it. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom snatched the fruit wine and looked around. It seems like Abel had underestimated the power of this fruit wine. Most of his spoil of war were gained from the bone made portal object of priests. With their status in the Orc Empire, these things still cost quite a lot, even though they were just normal commodities in the human empire. Making wine required a large amount of food. Although fruit wine was only made from fruits, fruits were food nevertheless. It was extremely valuable in an empire going through famine. To the orcs, wine was a luxury. It could only be attained by the prestigious. Even though Wolf Rider Captain Bloom was a noble himself, he still rarely had the chance to enjoy these things. We will have a few battles after this. 30 men will be picked out of these 100. Right, how are your fighting skills? Wolf Rider Captain Bloom asked. He was quite interested in how powerful Abel was. I'm stuck as a Wolf Rider Captain for now. I want to use this ceremony as a chance to break through and become a head Wolf Rider Captain. Of course, Abel would not be too humble. This way Wolf Rider Captain Bloom would respect him more. Amazing. If you are this confident, this means that we have another powerful force on our side. We wolves really need to help each other out in the ceremony, Wolf Rider Captain Beecher said excitedly. Are you really confident that you can pass? Abel doubted Wolf Rider Captain Bloom's confidence. Haha, didn't your family tell you? The ceremony this year is hosted by priests from the wolves, so our opponents will definitely be the weakest. If we can't pass even with that, why even stay here? Wolf Rider Captain Bloom began to laugh again and said to Abel gently as he stepped forward. After Wolf Rider Captain Bloom had introduced him to the rest of the Wolf Rider captains, Abel was easily accepted into this noble wolf circle. And he too also learned a thing or two about them. But of course, this also had to do with the full leather armor and snow eagle on Abel, and most importantly, his generosity. Abel was happy that he didn't put on that disgusting armor of Wolf Rider Captain Beecher. If not, he might not even pass the gate before being blocked by that black-cloaked priest. After a bit more thinking, maybe that black-cloaked priest was so nice to him not only because they were from the same race, but also because he thought he was a noble wolf. He also realized why so many orcs had come here. 10 days early. The actual orc god ceremony would take place in the middle of October, but the orcs needed to be selected before the ceremony. Abel almost wanted to bang his head on the wall. If he was unlucky, the information Wolf Rider Captain had sacrificed 2 sheep to attain could destroy his plan. It had been 2 days. It looked like no more orcs were arriving. There were already around 150 orcs in the square, and most of them were clearly from noble families. It was almost like this orc god ceremony was exclusive to noble orcs. Everyone joining the selection today, come with me. The black-cloaked priest from the other day emerged on the square again as he yelled. Afterward, he turned and walked towards the main temple. Soon, the 150 orcs picked up their weapons and dragged their mount towards that black-cloaked priest. They took a left turn and proceeded towards the back of the temple. Soon, they saw a mud stadium. The battle would not take place in hard concrete. One was to minimize unnecessary injury. The second was to avoid vicious attacks from damaging the ground. There were a white-cloaked priest and 8 skeletons by his side standing on the top of the stadium. The bones of these 8 skeletons were thicker than any skeletons Abel had ever seen. Abel could sense how powerful each of their flames of the soul was. He felt like he was about to face a head commander. Actually, maybe more intimidating than a head commander. At first, those 150 orcs were still chatting amongst themselves, but they immediately lowered their head as soon as they saw that white-cloaked priest. Even their mounts felt intimidating and humbly lowered their head as well. Elite priest. There is no need for explanation. You could tell this priest was far more powerful than any intermediate priest just by looking at those skeletons. He could not sense a single bit of death chi coming out of this priest. It was almost like he was a dead body, but his intuition told him that this priest in front of him was extremely dangerous. I am elite priest Dono. Most of the other priests in the Orc temple are busy, so I will be hosting this selection. Elite priest Dino's voice sounded so raspy, it was almost like sandpaper rubbing against each other, but his tone still sounded extremely amiable. Abel guessed it was because most of the orcs here were nobles. Although an elite priest might not care, a bit of respect was still reasonable. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom had said that every priest in this ceremony were virgins, but Abel could not see how this short priest could be a virgin. He quickly turned to Wolf Rider Captain Bloom. What he saw was a face of shock. Even Wolf Rider Captain Bloom did not expect elite priest Dono to host this selection. Maybe something had gone wrong. Since a team of humans had been spotted going into the depths of the Orc Empire, most of the priests from the Orc God Temple were sent out. Some were sent to strengthen the defense, and some were sent to track down that team of humans. Normally, the Orc God Temple was not responsible for these types of tasks, but since most of the fighting power had been recruited to the Wolf Garden, the defense within the Orc Empire itself had become very weak. Therefore, even the priests in the Orc God Temple were sent out. Of course, the Orc God Temple still kept quite a bit of fighting power to themselves, and this was the case for most of the places in the Orc Empire as well. Therefore, that little team of humans could not approach any important sites easily. The most powerful force of the Orc Empire, elite priests, had not been recruited. They remained in their original position. The only ones sent out were intermediate priests. The Orc Empire wanted to unleash an attack on the Miracle Wall, but no matter how important it was, they still would not send out elite priests. Once they did, this would no longer be a battle of the Miracle Wall, but an ultimate battle between two races. Of course, there were still some things Abel couldn't understand. The Miracle Wall and the Orc battlefield was not as simple as they seemed. There were some rules both the orcs and humans could not violate. So Dono, the 150 orcs simultaneously bowed down and said with a respected tone, "There are 8 battlegrounds, and 8 different fights will take place at once. And Lee organized them." The raspy voice of elite priest Dono emerged again. Beginner priest Enli was the black-cloaked priest that led the 150 orcs to the battleground. He was a virgin priest. Abel saw excitement emerged from Wolf Rider Captain Bloom and the other noble wolf riders again. It would be very favorable to those noble wolves to have beginner priest Enli as the organizer. Soon, beginner priest Enli had announced each team's opponent and their designated battleground. In the first round of the fight, Wolf Rider Captain Bloom was facing a bearman. That bearman was holding a shield and a battle axe, riding a gray bear. He had a classic defense-style fighter. That bearman looked very young, but all adult bearmen would have the power of a head commander anyway. Abel could tell this bearman was not a noble just by looking at his gears. The battle axe and the shield of that bearman looked quite normal. There were no markings on them, signifying that this bearman was from a noble family. He didn't even have armor on. He was wearing an orc leather suit. Although an orc leather suit was made with leather, it was not made with the most protective orc skin. It also did not have thickened layers on the most vulnerable areas since most of the time. Those layers were made with metal, bones, or extra orc skin. The orc leather suit could only regulate temperature, and it almost had no defense at all. Therefore, as a fighter representing a race skilled in defense, it truly showed how low status this bearman was when he didn't even have any armor on. Abel wouldn't believe it if someone told him that the beginner priest Enli was not biased. Abel also remembered what Wolf Rider Captain Bloom had said, of course, and he was facing a young bearman who didn't even have armor on. The biggest weakness of a bearman was their speed, but if these a wolf rider and a bearman fought, the bearman would have a massive advantage. By the time the 8 fights began, Abel had already gained an idea of how scary an elite priest was. There was a skeleton guarding by the side of each of these 8 fights. The fight between Wolf Rider Captain Bloom and the bearman did not last for long. Due to his dominance in speed and gears, as well as their difference in skills, the bearman fell back almost as soon as the fight began. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom kept striking with his long spear as he ran circles around the bearman on his Mount Wolf. Although the bearman tried his hardest to block, his gray bear could not catch up to the Mount Wolf. The bearman grew desperate as he saw long spears kept appearing by his side. His defense was on the edge of breaking, and his gray bear had also grown dizzy from the kept turning in circles. Suddenly, his gray bear wobbled a little. There was a weakness on his defense. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom quickly grabbed this opportunity and struck out his long spear, penetrating this bearman's defense. A second before the long spear plunged into his chest, a skeleton hand emerged between Wolf Rider Captain Bloom and the bearman. It grabbed the long spear and the fight ended. Abel watched the fight from the side. He was shocked when he saw how the skeleton had stopped their fight at the most important moment. His spirit guardian knights were similar to skeletons, and his resurrection spell had reached level 20. Skeletons. His skeleton support spell had also reached level 20, and considering how well they worked with their spirit wolves, Abel's spirit guardian knights were far superior to any normal skeletons. Not to mention their full set of rune word gears. Because of this, Abel's spirit guardian knights had the power of a head commander. However, Abel felt a difference in power when he stared at those skeletons from Elite Priest Dono. To stop a fight in the most crucial situation like that, the skeleton's intelligence needed to be extremely high, and its ability also needed to be superior to both of those fighters. Of course, Abel's spirit guardian knights were also more powerful than a Wolf Rider captain, but in regards to intelligence, only his spirit guardian knight captain could reach this level. This was only a small part of Elite Priest Dono's power, as well it made Abel a little self-conscious. Skeleton summoning was only one part of being a priest. They still had skeleton summoners, other summonses, as well as bone and poison spells. With all of these elements added up, it was no wonder Abel was worried. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom bowed towards Elite Priest Dono and happily returned to his team. The 8 fights had ended, but Abel realized one thing. None of those orcs had used combat kai. Was this a rule? But he could no longer ask the other virgins. Although Elite Priest Dono was resting by the side, Abel could tell that he had already sifted his power of the will onto all the land on the 8 battlefield and the near surroundings. If he said something suspicious, it would attract Elite Priest Dono's attention. Abel didn't want to ruin everything he had done so far. He was way too interested in the place in which the orc god ceremony would take place. It was his target. He had spent so much time reaching to the depths of the orc empire. He had even pretended to be a wolf rider in this dangerous place, all because he wanted to see that ancient site. The battles between orcs often ended quite fast. Although they had spent time training, most of their power was still coming from their natural body strength. In regards to skills, human knights were miles ahead of them. Therefore, most orcs were a lot better at attacking than defense. With this in mind, how could a fight with constant attacking last for long? Second round, get ready, beginner priest Enli yelled. He then said the names of the next 16 orcs. Abel's thoughts were confirmed again. The Wolf Rider captain called out was going to face an orc that was clearly less powerful and had a disadvantage against wolf riders. This was clearly cheating, but it had nothing to do with him after all. He was on the side that benefited anyway. After 6 rounds of fights had passed, the virgins had only lost once and failed a Wolf Rider captain. It was the highest performed race of the bunch. In the 7th round of battle, Abel heard the name Beecher being called. He was about to face a Tauren. As soon as he entered their battlefield, he knew this Tauren was noble. His gears were not bad, and his double-handed battle axe could be classified as high quality. However, this Tauren was obviously way too young. Of course, it was kinda ironic for Abel to call someone young, but the Wolf Rider Beecher he had transformed into had quite a lot of years in his belt. Abel thought that beginner priest Enli had picked a good opponent for him. Young meant less experience, and Taurens were often quite slow, especially if holding a double-handed axe. The Inferno Bull under him was also not known for their speed. Inferno Bulls were known for their charging power. When a group of Inferno Bulls was charging, there could be a big chance of breaking humans' defense formation. However, it clearly lacked in many aspects in the face of a Mount Wolf, including speed, dexterity, and explosive power. However, the Tauren didn't seem to think anything of it. He was deliberately provoking Abel totally. Disregarding him. Fight, As the words of beginner priest Enli landed, that Tauren dashed forward on his inferno bull, waving his battle axe with both his hands. Abel knew he was under the surveillance of an elite priest, so he could not use any human knight fighting skills. However, this was not a hard thing for him to do. With the world stone's analysis, he had more than enough time to react. Maybe he could even defeat this young Tauren without any special techniques. As the young Tauren dashed forward, Abel's Mount Wolf viciously jumped and speeded forward as well. Abel struck his long spear towards the chest of that young Tauren. It was a technique he got from Royal Wirgin, the special long spear technique 11. As he was struck his long spear out, he mumbled some strange spell. It was at that moment his Mount Wolf gracefully came to a halt. Although Abel held back his force to match those other Wolf Rider captains' power, he had used a Royal Wirgin technique. As his Mount Wolf gracefully came to a halt, all the momentum was concentrated on the tip of his spear. As he mumbled the spell, a strand of green energy wrapped around the tip of the spear. This not only boosted the power of the spear massively, but it also added a scary sense of vigor to it. That young Tauren was extremely confident in himself. When he saw Abel's long spear coming, he did not dodge. Instead, he aimed at the long spear and viciously struck down with his battle axe. Both parties were extremely fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The young Tauren was confident in the strength advantage of his race. Wirgins were not known for their strength, but Taurens were. In this situation, a Wolf Rider should dodge the charge of the same rank Tauren, and then strike back when he got the chance. So what Abel did had made the Tauren very happy. That was why he decided to face him head-on. The double-handed battle axe hit on the long spear. Normally, the battle axe would have an advantage, but at that moment, the Tauren felt like he was striking on a giant rock. The great rebound force then followed and weakened his hands. His battle axe was thrashed out, and it landed heavily on the ground behind the Tauren. On the other hand, the long spear just paused for a moment. Abel then quickly stabbed again, this time aiming at Tauren's throat. By that point, the Tauren was weaponless. Most importantly, his hand was still numb from the previous impact. Abel saw the hopelessness in the young Tauren's eye, but at that moment, a skeleton grabbed his long spear. The fight had ended. "Mister, this is not fair," he used combat Kai, that young Tauren yelled. Although the Tauren didn't know what that green energy on Abel's long spear was, he was sure that it had dramatically boosted the power of Abel's strike. It was beyond logic that a Wolf Rider could have the strength of a Tauren. However, as that young Tauren was yelling, the skeleton holding Abel's spear suddenly grabbed hold of that young Tauren and dragged him down his inferno bull. Afterward, the skeleton directly threw the Tauren away. It was not a normal throw. It sent him flying for 20 meters. Get out. Although elite priest Dono had his eyes, he knew every single thing that was happening during the fight. This Tauren just questioned his justice. It was an insult. Throwing him out was already a light punishment. The young Tauren was quite powerful. It stood up again after being thrown so far away and did a few tumbles on the ground. However, at that moment, he was shivering with a face full of horror. He seemed stunned by the words of elite priest Dono. This Wolf Rider used a Royal Wirgin secret technique, not combat Kai. It was the orc god who gave the spear power. Beginner priest Enli sneered. They then yelled, "You have questioned the justice of the master. Now I will confiscate your belongings. Get out of the temple." Suddenly, admiring gazes landed on Abel, especially the ones from the Wirgins. Wolf Rider Bloom was also filled with excitement. He was one of the first ones to connect with Abel, and he finally understood why Abel didn't want to disclose his identity. There was no need to explain. Abel definitely had some kind of connection with the Royal Wirgins. Everything could be faked, but not a royal technique. Soon, another round of fight had finished, and a large chunk of the orcs in the stadium had failed. Of course, even the failed ones did not intend to leave, other than that unlucky, careless young Tauren. The orcs were there to join the orc god ceremony. Besides getting rewards, they also wanted to avoid that mass training, so none of them were desperate to leave. Instead, they stayed by the side and watched. Elite priest Dono also understood this, so he didn't act cold and kick out the failed orcs. Under the conduct of beginner priest Enli, the leftover 75 orcs began to fight again. However, this time was even faster. All then fights had ended in 5 rounds. However, even after all the fights had finished, Abel realized his name had never been called. It seemed like he was the lucky one out of the 75 orcs that did not have an opponent. Beecher, you don't need to fight. Master said your skills and techniques could directly get you into the 30 candidates. Beginner Priest Enli said to Abel. Although the words of Beginner Priest Enli had made the 37 orcs who had just passed the second round of fight a little irritated, none of them complained too much. The ability Abel had shown was basically at the pinnacle of wolf riders. It was far superior to any orcs on the spot. If combat Kai was allowed in these fights, maybe these orcs could use it to make up for their lacking in ability. But everyone knew it could be stupid to fight against a secret orc technique with brutal body strength. Abel leisurely sat by the side and waited for the fight result. Finally, the 30 candidates were picked out. 10 of those candidates were Wurgen, but the Tauren, Bearman, Werecat, and Lion Man also had their fair share. Those were all the most powerful races in the Orc Empire. The Holy Lion family of the Lion Man had authority from the Orc Empire Royal. There were not many Lion Men in the first place, and they were very close to the Werecats. The Werecats had always been the guards for the Lions. But most importantly, the Lion Man had the full respect of the Behemoth, which was why they could maintain their authority in the Orc Empire for so long. The reasons were not any behemoth around here was entirely due to their special nature. The behemoths were the most powerful fighting force of the Orc Empire. They had the title of the #1 fighting race. Every behemoth could reach 4 meters tall as soon as they reached adulthood. The behemoth could use the heaviest weapons, so no orcs dare to fight a behemoth alone. Because of this, the behemoth had always lived alone in a wealthy mountain range in the Orc Utopia. They would rarely interact with anyone other than the lions. You could basically say they were basically a private army for the lions, the underlying force for their authority. Of course, there were other races in the Orc Empire and the fox, rabbits, dogs, and some other even weaker races. However, these weaker races were still quite important to the Orc Empire due to their different abilities. For example, the foxes were known for their intelligence, so most of the economic works were done by foxes. The foxes were also one of the rare races that could possess the power of the will, so there were also many fox priests. As Abel kept looking around, Elite Priest Dono should be a fox looking at how short he was. The foxes had always been quite good with wolves. They had an alliance, so maybe this was also why Wurgens filled 10 of those 30 candidates. The Orc God ceremony will take place in a few days. Make sure all the candidates rest well and join the ceremony in your best condition. Off you go, Elite Priest Dono said to the 30 orcs who had just passed the fight. Yes, sir, the 30 orcs said simultaneously. It was a miracle that those intermediate-level orcs could have an opportunity like this. If it was not because all the head wolf rider captains were recruited to the Wolf Garden, no way these orcs could have this opportunity. After they had gotten their confirmation from Elite Priest Dono, everyone bowed in excitement and left. Beecher, you stay for a bit, Elite Priest Dono said suddenly. Abel felt his heart drop. Did he do something wrong? Did he get exposed? He was scared, but he still had white snow on his shoulder. If something broke out, he should be able to escape even though he might not be able to win against this elite priest. But of course, how could a temple like this only have one elite priest? It was best not to get exposed at all. Sir, you need me. Abel stopped and bowed in respect. I like you the most out of all the orcs. You are the most powerful, and you also know how to do a royal wolf technique. You support the orc ceremony for longer, Elite Priest Dono said in an extremely amiable tone. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I will try my best, Abel said in gratitude. I asked you to stay to do something for me. If you can do it, I will turn you into a head wolf rider captain, said Elite Priest Dono. Although this offer might seem extremely appealing to Wolf Rider Captain Beecher, becoming a head wolf rider captain wouldn't mean much to Abel. But Abel still pretended to get excited and asked, Sir, please tell me. I want you to find some gems with a perfect skull shape. You will know it when you see it. Although most orcs who tried could get those gems, you needed to go a lot deeper this time. After many years, all the easy ones were picked out by priests. Elite Priest Dono lowered his voice. Abel's mind was a mess. Would the orc priest venture into someplace and fight? Were those gems with a perfect skull shape that Elite Priest Dono was talking about the perfect skull gems? All the ones Abel had gotten were flawed. The less flawed it was, the higher quality it would be, and the perfect skull gem was basically flawless. If Elite Priest Dono had found out that Abel already combined a few perfect skull gems in his bag, what would he do? "Yes, sir, I will try my best," Abel bowed. "Good, as long as you can do it, I will definitely turn you into a head wolf rider captain." Elite Priest Dono nodded. Originally, he thought the candidates in the Orc God ceremony this time would not be powerful enough to get any perfect skull gem. But Abel had given him a ray of hope. Although new perfect skull gems might be formed every 10 years, you still needed enough power to reach the place where they were formed. Although the strength Abel had shown was nothing too extraordinary, he was not expecting him to grasp a royal wolf technique. Only a small number of orcs only grasped these techniques. It was almost exclusively possessed by royal members. It seemed like Abel was the love child of some royal virgin. In the past, if an orc that knew how to do a special royal fighting technique, they would give a perfect skull gem to their family priest first. Perfect skull gems were just as important as top-quality magic gems to human wizards. Most large magic circles were solely operated on perfect skull gems. Only one perfect skull gem would be formed in the different death ground, or man-made death ground of the Orc Empire. Death grounds were made with large amounts of dead bodies, and they needed to be protected. Those pecker orcs in the Orc Empire were basically born to become an endless supply of dead bodies as long as they had enough food. Despite that, most death grounds could form some normal skulls with lumps of death kai. You could get some higher quality ones if you were lucky, but perfect skull gems was still extremely rare. That was why most giant magic circle in the Orc Empire were empty. On the other hand, only one type of gem was formed in the Orc God ceremony, the perfect skull gem. That was why the priest believed it was a gift from the Orc God, and it was also why the priests look forward to this once every 10 years ceremony so much. In the past Orc God ceremony, many elite priests would be waiting outside the Orc God ceremony dimension, hoping to get the perfect skull gem as soon as the orcs came out. However, due to the ultimate war preparation this year, only orcs with the rank of a wolf rider captain could join. This had made a lot of elite priests lose interest. Elite Priest Dono was only forcefully sent here. Due to the lack of an intermediate priest, he had to host the competition as well. At first, he thought this mission would be a complete waste of effort and time, but he somehow ran into someone with a special skill like Abel. After a few days, the 15th of October had rolled around. Beginner Priest Enli stood on the square of the Orc God Temple. The square was divided into two areas. One was for the 30 selected orcs, and the other one was for the failed orcs. The Orc God ceremony will begin soon. Every selected orc gather around. Beginner Priest Enli yelled. The selected 30 orcs had all taken a clean bath, which they rarely did. Their armor was also scrubbed clean. With a serious look on their face, they walked towards Beginner Priest Enli. Abel was the first in line. The others voted this position. The orcs had great respect for power. Abel was the most powerful, so of course, he would be first in line. "Everyone get on your mount and follow me," Beginner Priest Enli said, waving his hand. He was very satisfied with how immaculate those orcs were, especially that look of respect towards the Orc God on their faces. Beginner Priest Enli jumped on a Mount Wolf, and everyone followed. Afterward, they headed towards Nam Mountain. Nam Mountain looked quite normal, but as Abel kept walking, he discovered countless Death Kai circles scattering around the mountain. The amount of defense on this place had made Abel very happy. If he had not transformed into Wolf Rider Captain Beecher, he would have never reached Nam Mountain without being spotted, especially since he did not know how to move in a flash. After entering the Nam Mountain, all the orcs got off their mounts and led their mounts forward by foot. They were on a path made out of stones. There was a different etching on each stone. Some depicted beasts, fighting scenes, historical moments, and scenery of the Orc Empire. Although Abel was a human, as soon as they stepped on this path, all the orcs began to look like they were going on a pilgrimage. Every step they took a part of the orcs' history, the glory of the orcs. The team was completely silent as they slowly walked forward. Beginner Priest Enli was not in a rush either. By noon, they finally arrived in front of a giant stone wall. Elite Priest Dono already stood in front of the stone wall with his 8 skeletons. The stone wall was extremely smooth. It did not have any patterns on it, but there was an indent platform in front of the wall. Master, the 30 selected orcs are all here for the orc god ceremony. Beginner priest Enli said to elite priest Dono in the most respectful tone. Okay, let's begin. Elite priest Dono nodded. He was not satisfied with this year's orc god ceremony. There were not many orcs who actually attended, even the ones in the audience. But what could he do? The orc empire was in a life and death situation. Even an important event for the priest, such as the orc god ceremony, had to step aside. Bring the sacrifice, beginner priest Enli yelled. At his words, a team of 20 pecker knights came out from a path on the other side of the mount. Those pecker orcs were not on the pigs they were born with. Instead, the pigs they were born with were each carrying a spiritual beast. 20 spiritual beasts in total. Bring the sacrifice, beginner priest Enli yelled again. A pecker knight placed a spiritual beast on the indent platform. He then took out a knife and plunged straight into the neck of that spiritual beast. That spirit beast twitched in agony, but it was tightly tied up. There was nothing it could do. Fresh blood gushed out from its neck and absorbed into the stone platform. As more and more blood gushed out, a green light emerged from the stone platform. Afterward, that twitching spiritual beast was swallowed into the green light. In a few short seconds, the green light vanished with the spirit beast. The platform returned to its original clean surface as though nothing happened. Abel did not sense any mana wave or death kai wave. He couldn't understand the strange green energy. The sacrifice proceeded with no rush. Spiritual beasts were placed on the platform one by one and then vanished. Elite priest Dono felt a little heartbroken looking at so many spiritual beasts being cutthroat and sacrificed. He knew those were the gifts for the god, but if he had a choice, he would much rather take those 20 spiritual beasts for himself. Those were not just random spiritual beasts, they were all intermediate rank spiritual beasts in their prime time. The orc god temple had sent out countless men to capture these 20 spiritual beasts, and most of them had died in the process. The orc god ceremony could not be stopped since the head priest of the orc god temple had gotten a message from the orc god saying that he needed a ceremony once every 10 years, and the orc god would give out a corresponding amount of rewards. These sacrifices were important energy for the survival of the orc god. Therefore, even though they might not have a corresponding amount of rewards this year, they still needed to give out the same amount of sacrifice. Abel was shocked. Although he didn't know what kind of spiritual beasts those were, he could sense a powerful vigor coming from each of them. They had all reached the pinnacle of the intermediate rank. It was not that hard to kill an intermediate spiritual beast, but there were two challenges. One was to find them. Spiritual beasts had a strong connection with the land, and they would often live in deserted places such as mountains, forests, and swamps. You needed a lot of men just to find them in the first place. Secondly, they needed to capture them alive. Spiritual beasts would fight until they died, so even though killing them might not be too hard, capturing them alive would be very difficult. Many spiritual beasts would even directly self-destruct their crystal core when they knew they would be captured, so you could just imagine how hard it would be to capture an intermediate spiritual beast. There were 20 spiritual beasts being sacrificed. How many men had died for this? It was no wonder Abel was shocked. After the 20 spiritual beasts was sacrificed, the platform began to glow. But this time, it was like the entire thing had turned into a crystal. Green light beamed out from the platform and directly landed on that mirror like a giant wall. It was almost like the energy of those 20 sacrificed spiritual beasts were unleashed at once, and afterward, the platform returned to normal again. Although that wall had a mirror-like surface, not a single beam of green light was reflected. Instead, it defied common sense and absorbed the light. Afterward, a glowing green color door emerged on the wall. Nothing could be seen inside the door. The entire thing was like a green energy wave. Every candidate will need to stay inside for 3 whole days. If you run into danger, all you need to do is to step back, and you will be safe. Do your best. Beginner priest Enli yelled at the 30 orcs after seeing elite priest Dono nodding at him. The orcs began to enter according to their position in line. Abel was the first, so of course, he would be the first to go in. He jumped on his mount wolf and walked towards the green door. When most of his body had stepped in the door, he felt like an immensely powerful force sucked him. In a split second, his entire body was dragged inside the light. This feeling felt familiar. That glowing door was a portal, but before he even got the chance to feel dizzy, he saw the light next to him changing. After a second, he felt his feet touching the ground. He had landed on a square surrounded by a stone wall. It was not a big square. It could probably only hold 100 people at most. There was a sea of bones outside of the wall and countless scattered skeletons on the ground. He didn't know how many layers of bones there were, but the entire place was covered as white as snow. It was no wonder perfect skull gems could be formed in a place like this. At that moment, an orc appeared next to him. One by one, the other selected orcs would teleportation. Meanwhile, a white light flashed on the other side of the green glowing door. There were still a few orcs waiting to enter, but 4 intermediate human wizards and a head commander suddenly emerged from the white light. "Human!" An orc yelled as he unleashed a strike with his weapon. But before they could make contact, the 4 human wizards and the head commander jumped in the green glowing door and vanished from the spot. There were still 5 selected orcs, but they could no longer go inside the green glowing door. It had reached its maximum energy capacity and began to fade. At last, it vanished entirely. Everything had happened way too quickly, and beginner priest Enli didn't have time to react. He then turned to elite priest Dono and asked, "Master." Elite priest Dono was not angry. Instead, he began to laugh. "Interesting, this is too interesting." Beginner priest Enli also suddenly understood, so he began to laugh with his raspy voice as well. "Master, those humans came here without even knowing what was happening." Elite priest Dono continued to laugh. "If I am not mistaken, those were the Miracle City's intermediate wizards and head commander, the most powerful ones as well. Now that we can take a hit on the Miracle City's power. Seems like we did not just waste 20 spiritual beasts on the orc god ceremony." After all, the 5 leftover orcs and beginner priest Enli were not aware of how little faith elite priest Dono had for the orc god. But in reality, both human wizards and orc priests did not have too much respect for the orcs. This was because they also had god-like status in the common world. Both elite wizards and elite priests would be treated almost like a god, no matter if they were in the orc empire or the human world. In the human world, the status of god had shrunken a lot. Although there were still religions being passed along, the influence of wizardry and knight training had far exceeded the status of religion. Both wizardry and knight training were able to unleash the potential of the body. One was for the physical body, and the other was for the power of the will. Since both of these schools could obtain power through training, their practitioners rarely had any religious faith. Some knights might be Christians due to their family's honor, but wizards would have less and less faith as they progress with their rank. However, the situation was a lot stranger in the orc empire. Although the priests might not respect the orc god, they had shown immense faith to the others. They were an extremely manipulative group, using the orc god's name to gain large amounts of resources. Therefore, no matter how much poverty the orc empire was going through, the resource for these priests, the so-called servants of the orc god, had never lacked. Elite priest Dono suddenly realized maybe he had just got out of character a little, so he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Off you go now. Come back in 3 days." Those 5 orcs lowered their heads in disappointment and left the Nam Mountain under beginner priest Enli's guidance. Abel did not directly dive into the sea of bones. Instead, he waited for the 30 orcs. He was not familiar with this place, so it was best to go with a group. He would be staying in that place for 3 days anyway. Waiting for a few minutes wouldn't make a difference. As they were waiting for the last 5 orcs, 5 human shadows suddenly emerged at once. It was intermediate wizard Hubert, 4 other intermediate wizards, and the one head commander of the Miracle City, head commander Donald. Head commander Donald no longer had a glorious look on his face like he was in Miracle City. Instead, he looked extremely shameful. Even his left arm had disappeared. Wizard Hubert and the other 4 intermediate wizards were looking decent. They didn't seem to get any injuries. Although they were lucky enough to reunite in the Fewer Swamp after getting lost in the sandstorm, head commander Donald's left arm had been bit by an extremely venomous snake. If he didn't chop off his arm immediately, he would now be dead in the Fewer Swamp. After passing through countless obstacles, they finally arrived at Nam Mountain. There were many Death Kai circles surrounding Nam Mountain. This might be a disaster for other humans since it could trigger the Nam mountain guarding orcs as soon as they made a wrong move. However, those Death Kai circles were basically non-existent in the face of 4 intermediate wizards. Other than a few extremely special circles, nothing could stop a move in a flash. Just like that, Head Commander Donald and the intermediate wizards had entered Nam Mountain. After that, they patiently waited for the best opportunity. They were from Miracle City, so of course, they knew how scary an elite priest was. They only had one shot. Wizard Hubert had already decided if they were spotted by elite priest Dono, he would throw Head Commander Donald out to give them some time. Of course, he would not let Head Commander Donald know about this. By that point, they basically had no more use for Head Commander Donald. His left arm was gone. He would be useless even if he made it back to Miracle City alive. Therefore, as they flashed towards the green glowing door, the 4 intermediate wizards had acted causally and placed Head Commander Donald at the front. Head Commander knew what they were doing, but he couldn't do anything about it. Moving in a flash was completely controlled by the wizards. The wizards could place him anywhere they like. However, what elite priest Dono had done was totally beyond their expectations. During the entire process, elite priest Dono remained still. Even those 8 scary skeletons were silent. In this weird situation, those humans had just been attacked a little by the few leftover orcs. Soon, they had successfully entered this secret orc god ceremony dimension. Wizard Hubert was filled with excitement as he was being teleported. He knew the orc god blood would be right at reach after seeing 20 spiritual beasts being sacrificed. Wizard Hubert knew a thing or two about the gods. These sacrifices were basically a type of exchange. Although these 20 spiritual beasts might not mean much to the orc god on the other side, and the orc god might only repay them something ordinary, what was considered ordinary to the gods might be extremely precious to the common world. Therefore, according to this logic, Wizard Hubert knew that they would have a high chance of getting an orc god blood or other extremely valuable things. At the same time, he also knew orc priests were not stupid. They wouldn't continue to sacrifice 20 spiritual beasts every 10 years if they couldn't get any good out of it. Wizard Hubert was extremely excited. Even though half of the men in his team were dead, they had finally entered this orc god ceremony dimension. Now all they needed to do was to face 25 orcs, 25 head commander level orcs. Not mentioning the intermediate wizards, even Head Commander Donald could easily wipe out these 25 orcs. This was due to their differences in rank. The commander-level orcs could only be considered as intermediate-level orcs in the orc battle at best, but these 5 men were all elite fighting powers. During their teleportation, K-3516 suddenly popped into Wizard Hubert's mind again, and a suspicious look emerged on his face. K-3516 should be in the Orc Empire already, according to his speculation. But then he remembered all the challenges that he went through. He couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe K-3516 was already rotting in some corner of the Orc Empire, just like Wizard Bayard, who had died in the Desert of Death. Wizard Hubert quickly shook these thoughts away, because they soon had landed on the Orc God Ceremony dimension. The orcs were shocked by humans, and they quickly put on their battle pose. Head Commander Donald stood in front of the wizards. The atmosphere was very tense. A battle would soon be unleashed. At the same time, Abel jumped down from his Mount Wolf and patted the 2 orcs in front of him. The 2 orcs turned back to Abel. They knew Abel was asking them to step aside, so they quickly did. Abel gently walked towards Head Commander Donald. At first, the orcs were about to attack, but they all suddenly stopped their movements. Their attention shifted to Abel. As Abel slowly approaching Head Commander Donald, a spark of murder flashed in Head Commander Donald's eyes. He wanted to unleash his combat kai, but he suddenly realized it was not working. But at that moment, he no longer had time to think about why his combat kai was not working. Abel had already entered his attack range. Die, Head Commander Donald yelled. Although he did not use any combat kai, he still had his skills and body. Although a head commander's combat kai store was quite big most of the time, they still relied on their body strength and knight skills to fight. Their bodies were far stronger than any normal commander, and they could fully suppress them just by that. His strike was extremely powerful even without the strengthening of combat kai. He was a confident guy, even with one hand. Just his knight skills alone would be far superior to anything a wolf rider's captain could ever do. Abel gently waved his hand and grabbed Head Commander Donald's right hand. It looked so effortless, it was almost like he was just taking something out of a bag. Head Commander Donald always prided himself on his strength, but Abel had barely even used any force before he could snatch the knight's sword from his hand. Head Commander Donald felt his hand let loose. He suddenly realized something was wrong, so he quickly stepped back. But it seemed like this step back had gone a little too far. Head Commander Donald bumped into the wizards, and they landed on the ground. Wizard Hubert's face looked horrified. He was already trying to prepare a defense spell when Abel was approaching, but somehow he could not even move a single bit of magic power from his wizard core. This meant that he couldn't use a spell. An intermediate wizard without magic was basically a normal person. And he tried to open his portal bag, but he kept failing. This suggested that magic was surpassed in this orc god ceremony dimension. This suppression seemed to be strong as well. Even using a tiny bit of magic, such as opening a portal bag, could not be done. He then turned towards the other 3 intermediate wizards, who all started to turn white. They were also going through the same thing. "Donald, it seems like this knight's sword had returned to its original owner," Abel said with a human voice. Abel waved around the sword in his hand. He realized magic was banned in this dimension as soon as he got in, but this knight's sword was different. It was not a magic weapon. It drew its energy from skull gems. At first, Abel was also feeling quite irritated. Other than the Horadric cube on his left hand, he could not open any other portal objects. Fair enough, just the Horadric cube by itself was quite good. However, the space in that thing was extremely small. Not much could be put in it, so Abel normally stored his belongings in other places. There was also a personal storage box in the Horadric cube he could open, but there were not many things inside it either after cleaning it up so many times. The only thing inside was some damaged objects from the gods and super-exploding balls. Abel felt extremely vulnerable in this place. He could not use any spell. Even though he could press on the skill tree in his Horadric cube, his wizard core just wouldn't move a single bit of mana. It was like turning on a rice cooker without rice. He was immediately attracted to the knight's sword on Head Commander Donald's hand as soon as Head Commander Donald appeared. It was the perfect weapon in this situation. In this unknown dimension, who knew what dangers could emerge? It was a suitable weapon crucial for safety. After hearing Abel, Head Commander Donald's eyes sprang wide open. He knew who was the original owner of this double absorption knight's sword, so of course, he knew what Abel meant by returning it to its original owner. However, Head Commander Donald could not understand how K-3516 could transform into a wolf rider captain, as well as being selected as one of the 30 orcs in the orc god ceremony. "You are K-3516, Head Commander said with certainty. He was 100% sure this wolf rider captain in front of him was K-3516. Although the orcs couldn't understand human language, they could all sense something strange going on. How could an orc know the human language when there were 0 humans around the places they were raised? Abel sounded flawless without an accent. It was the most official language of the human. Only a human who had undergone official noble training could speak like this. Just through this, they knew there was something wrong with Abel's identity. "Welcome," an ugly smile emerged from Abel's wolf face. He kept walking forward. Head Commander Donald punched forward, and Abel totally disregarded him. It was true. A large chunk of a knight was from their weapon. Abel couldn't even bother to punch him back, even though he always wanted to kill this irritating head commander. He was in the Orc Empire. He didn't want to kill another human as long as they were not a threat to him. There were more than 20 bloodthirsty orcs behind them. Anyway, and Abel was not planning to save them. He was not that kind-hearted, so he would leave these things up to fate. But still, Abel needed to take some compensation from them for messing with him. He gently twisted with a smile and dodged Head Commander Donald's punch. Then, he casually pulled the sword cover off his body. Without the portal bracelet or portal bag, a sword cover might come in handy. Afterward, he jumped over Head Commander Donald and arrived in front of the wizards. "Help me, we are of the same race. Please help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die," Wizard Hubert was begging Abel. Even he himself could not believe what he had just said. Wizard Hubert always thought he was a strong wizard, but when he lost his magic, his dignity was lost as well. It was almost like he was naked, a total embarrassment. All he knew how to do was to beg in front of this human masked as a wolf rider. Abel shook his head and snatched his portal bag. Afterward, he did the same with the other 3 wizards, however they tried to fight back. They were so easy to push around, even a novice knight could hold them down, let alone Abel. Beecher, it seems like they know you. Wolf Rider Bloom began to question. He was close to Abel, and Wirgins were born with sensitive ears, so he heard everything they said. Yes, I have some grudges against them, Abel said with a blank face. By that point, he had wrapped the 4 portal bags on his waist and the knight's sword strapped on his back. He then stepped aside and said, I'll leave the rewards for killing them to you guys, but I'll take these things. Anyone have any questions? Although those orcs were not really happy that Abel had taken all the spoils of war, they all didn't want to mess with Abel too much. There were a lot of rewards for killing 4 intermediate wizards and a head commander anyway. Although this place was separated from the human world, as long as they had the other testimony and human skulls, they would definitely be rewarded with quite a lot of war glory. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom gazed at Abel. He had been questioning his identity ever since he had clearly just heard those humans say that they were the same race. However, it was still better to clear out those 5 humans first. If Abel really was a human, he would be the only one they needed to take care of later. If he decided to attack Abel now, maybe they would be fighting not only Abel but a head commander as well. Kill those humans, a lion man yelled. He was clever and he did not attack head commander Donald first. Instead, he struck his long axe towards Wizard Hubert. Wizard Hubert stepped back in horror and yelled, K3516, you heartless monster. However, Abel just stood still by the side when Hubert added, he is human, he is also human. His words did not even make the lion man budge. The war glory for killing an intermediate wizard was too high. Even he could not get anything from the orc god. Ceremony, just the skull of this intermediate wizard alone would make the whole thing worth it. All he needed to do was kill this wizard. Wizard Hubert let out a scream of agony as a long axe landed on his head. Seeing the lion man already kill 1 human, the other 20 orcs madly dashed forward. Since head commander Donald did not have any weapons, so all he could do was block a few strikes before a spear plunged into his heart. Afterward, his entire head was chopped off. However, in this strange dimension, head commander Donald couldn't even get the last bit of glory as a knight before he died. Due to the suppression in the atmosphere, his combat Kai core could not explode. There was no combat Kai smoke. Soon, the other 3 helpless intermediate wizards were also killed. If those orcs weren't competing to kill them, they might have died even faster. When all 5 heads was severed from their bodies, all 24 orcs turned towards Abel. Beecher, I don't know your real name, but I'm sure it's definitely not Beecher. And I'm also sure you were not expecting to be fully suppressed in the orc god ceremony dimension. Wolf Rider Bloom lowered his voice. Abel smirked, he did not reply. This place is a gift from the orc god. The orcs are the only rulers of this place. We have the perfect spirit as well as the most powerful body in here. You humans are cowards. We could joke without your combat Kai. Wolf Rider Bloom said with a lively expression. Abel kept smirking as he watched him perform. The other orcs did not make a move. They all knew the one who struck first would be taking the biggest hit from Abel. All of them knew how strong Abel was. All you need to do is to give us the Royal Wolf secret technique. We have 9 Wolf Rider captains here. I'm sure they will also let you live, said Wolf Rider Captain Bloom, looking down at Abel. He was sure Abel would become dead meat. In the face of 24 orcs of the same rank, killing him was just a matter of time, even if he was a little stronger. Just wanted to get the most out of Abel. He was so jealous of that Royal Virgin secret technique, his eyes almost went red. The other Wolf Riders thought the same as well. Even the non-virgin orcs were thinking about it. Bloom, to be honest, your words really moved me, Abel said with a smile. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom smirked. He fell for the trap. He could also tell from Abel's words that he still had other Royal Virgin techniques he had not used up, maybe even orc skills cards. As long as he could get those things off Abel, Abel would be useless. Then he could kill him. "But I'm afraid my friend won't let me," said Abel helplessly. "Who, you still have a friend?" Wolf Rider Captain Bloom looked around, and all the orcs did the same as well, trying to find this friend that Abel was talking about. "My friend is here," said Abel, gently patting that little snow eagle on his shoulder. "Haha, you're about to die. And you are still joking around." Wolf Rider Captain Bloom let out a big laugh, and the other orcs followed. "White Snow, they are laughing at you," Abel said gently to his shoulder. White Snow let out a high-pitched eagle whistle, and his body suddenly expanded. Just its speed alone was faster than any orcs on the spot, not to even mention the vigor of top-rank spiritual beasts. In an instant, all the orcs on the spot was suppressed. Although White Snow could not use the magic power it was born within this space as well, spiritual beasts were also known for their powerful body. Their bodies were unmatched, no matter orcs or humans. White Snow was a top-ranked spiritual beast, though its body was at the pinnacle of spiritual beasts. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom's face was filled with horror. He was unreconciled, but he still wanted to say what was on his mind. "Beecher, are you a human or an orc? Can you let us die without confusion?" "Bloom, you orcs are too weak. If you didn't mess with me, I wouldn't have bothered you. But for anyone who takes a fight against me, humans or orcs, I will only give them one option, death," Abel said blankly. "As for my identity, I'll let you die in the know. My name is Abel, a human blacksmith," Abel added. He had granted Wolf Rider Captain Bloom his last wish nevertheless. "Grandmaster Abel, you are Grandmaster Abel." Wolf Rider Captain Bloom was in disbelief. He never expected someone with great power such as a human Grandmaster Blacksmith to appear in the Orc Empire, let alone the Orc God ceremony. This was like a big joke, but at the same time, he had heard a lot of legends about this miracle, like human Grandmaster Blacksmith. Abel had killed multiple elite wizards, the most horrifying existence in the entire Holy Continent. This horrifying figure was standing right in front of him. Wolf Rider Captain Bloom let out a big laugh, filled with insanity. "The great Grandmaster Abel, it's my honor to die in your hand. We are not afraid to die." Hopelessness had faded from Wolf Rider Captain Bloom's face. As an orc, it was his nature to protect the dignity of orcs in the face of a powerful figure. "Orcs can die but never surrender, and never beg for mercy. Before I die, I want to become a falling leaf. Use my hands to bury my joy and cover the sorrow. So many leaves had fallen, it's laughable. Our laughter will lurk within the darkness. The only thing remaining is grief." Wolf Rider Captain Bloom began to sing a sad song. Soon, all the other orcs also escaped the suppression of White Snow and began to sing this ancient orc song as well. Under the beauty of this sad song, White Snow turned into a ray of white light dancing among the orcs. Fresh blood flew out like a fountain, and they gracefully died. Abel did not have any sympathy towards those 24 orcs, but he still respected their bravery. It was a night and day difference combat to the ugly soul of Wizard Hubert. By the time White Cloud returned, not a single orc was left standing. The only one remaining was Abel. White Snow turned into a normal snow eagle again and landed back on Abel's shoulder. It was hard to imagine how this innocent-looking thing had killed 24 orcs. Abel was too lazy to search what was on those orcs. With their rank, what good things could they have anyway? His gaze turned toward the sea of bones. The unknown was still waiting for him to explore. He plunged his long spear on the ground and held the knight's sword in his hand. He then snatched the magic shield from Head Commander Donald's back. Although that magic shield was nothing too amazing, it still functioned as a normal shield. The magic power of a magic shield was basically useless in magic forbidden places. Abel was just looking for something he could block with. Abel felt a little sad. There was not a single being left. If magic wasn't forbidden, he would be able to summon his spirit guardian knights, Johnson, or even Black Wind. Then he would be able to unleash his real power. He would feel safe even in the face of danger. He didn't expecting this place to forbid combat Kai and magic, but it was also not too hard to imagine. Ever since he realized combat Kai was banned in the orc competition, he had thought about this possibility. No wonder why elite priest Dono would not enter this place even if he knew perfect skull gems could be found. An elite priest like him would not be able to match up to a normal orc in a place like this. If Abel was only a wizard, he might be as dead as the others as well. "White snow, let's go take a look at that sea of bones," Abel said as he mounted his mount wolf, strode forward. He had full confidence in white snow. Although it could not do attributed attacks, it was still very strong. No wolf rider captain could do anything to it without combat kai. As soon as Abel stepped his the sea of bones, a strange energy wave emerged. There were scraping sounds from 10 places in the sea of bones outside of the 5 meters tall stone wall. They were from bones scraping against each other. It was chilling in a quiet place like this. The sound got louder and louder. And soon, 30 skeletons emerged from those 10 places. Abel suddenly realized why exactly 30 orcs was selected. The obstacle to entering the Sea of Bones was exactly the force of 30 orcs. However, he did not regret killing those orcs. White Snow was far greater than those 30 orcs combined. Still, he did not let White Snow fight. The skeletons were not strong, so he wanted to save White Snow's energy for later if more powerful enemies emerged. He didn't have much food on him since he couldn't open up any portal object. At most, they could only last him for 3 days. There were still some raw ingredients in his personal storage box, but those ingredients needed to be cooked. The orcs might have had some food on them, but he didn't know if he could turn around, and he didn't want to lose his chance to enter. It was too hard for him to stomach orc food anyway. Keeping White Snow in this tiny size would save him a lot of energy. Out of those 30 skeletons, there was not a single one with the power of an official knight, so they could do nothing to Abel. He waved his sword 30 times. Each time he struck upon the skull of a skeleton. In almost no time, those 30 skeletons had turned into piles of broken bones, merging with the sea of bones again. He realized there was no flame of soul on those skeletons. They were only supported by some strange energy, something similar to Death Kai. It was only his first step, and he had killed 30 skeletons. They weren't too strong, with only some animalistic instinct to attack. Their charges was suicidal, which even saved Abel some time to kill them. Abel took the second and third steps. When he was in 5 meters, another 30 skeletons emerged from the sea of bones and crazily dashed towards him. The skeletons were a little stronger than the last batch, but killing them was still quite easy. As Abel kept moving forward, every few meters, 30 skeletons would stand up from the sea of bones from time to time, and they were getting stronger and stronger. When Abel was 200 meters out, the skeletons had finally reached the power of a wolf rider captain. If the other orcs were still here, this is where they would have met their end. It was no wonder elite priest Dono had no hope for their batch. If those orcs were not nobles, even elite priest Dono would not let them go into the orc god ceremony dimension. It would be a waste of time. However, this was the perfect time for Abel to fully unleash his sword skills. He didn't even get the chance to use his shield yet. Every strike he made landed perfectly on a skeleton's most vulnerable neck or skull. Also, there were just too many flaws in those skeletons' swinging attacks. Abel was too lazy to block them. As Abel's sword plunged into the skull of the last skeleton, he suddenly realized the challenge of this passage for those 30 orcs originally. If 30 skeletons kept appearing up, as long as an orc died, another orc would need to face 2 skeletons at once. This would create a domino effect. If they kept going, more and more orcs would get killed by the ongoing amount of skeletons. Although the powerful might survive for longer, their pressure would also increase as well. Abel's Mount Wolf moved for another 10 meters. By that point, the energy wave had clearly become more intense. Afterward, 30-head Wolf Rider Captain-level skeletons stood up. Those were basically the most powerful physical combat force of the Holy Continent. In that place, Abel could not use combat kai or spell, but those skeletons were strengthened by Death Kai with each strike. If these skeletons struck him, it would be like taking a hit from a head Wolf Rider Captain. Abel finally looked serious. He gazed at the 30 skeletons charging towards him with his power of the will fully unleashed. Almost in an instant, the entire world slowed down. The sight and data analyzing ability of the piece of world stone had been ignited. The bony arm of the first skeleton was only a meter from him. He first struck down with his knight's sword, and then its sharp blade plunged into the spine of that skeleton from the side of its hand. With this gentle strike, the skeleton immediately shattered into pieces like a ceramic toy. Afterward, Abel swiftly twisted his body and dodged the second skeleton just in time. He struck his shield, and it landed on the skull of that skeleton. As the skeleton's vulnerable skull made contact with the iron shield, it directly cracked into two. The skeleton then immediately turned into a pile of scattered bones. Since those skeletons had emerged from different areas of the Sea of Bones, they were all at different distances and could not all attack Abel at once. That was why Abel could fight them off one by one. His attacks were effortless, especially with the sight and data analyzing ability of the World Stone. He could destroy a skeleton with every strike. Abel had no idea how the orcs had fought in here. Although they would not get into a battle formation like humans, they still coordinated with each other in battle quite well. That was why in the past orc god ceremonies, all head wolf rider captain level orcs would try to practice with each other for a few days after they had been selected. However, this time the orcs was so weak, even the priests did not organize a coordinate training for them. Not because they forgot, but because they thought it would be useless anyway. Abel was having quite a thrill. He felt like he was in full control of the battle, with his sight and analysis fully unleashed. Even in the Dark World, he would rarely have the chance to run into enemies with the same head commander rank. 20, 21, 22. Abel mumbled to himself as he coordinated his knight's sword and shield. No skeleton could escape their fate as soon as the second strike landed. This battle gave Abel a new perception of sword skills. Every strike of a knight was built up by countless years of human battle experience. It was exclusive to humans. These knight techniques were perfectly built for the human body, and they had slowly taken their shape. These techniques had not been changed for at least 1,000 years. Ever since Abel had gotten his sight and data analyzing ability to attack, he had not fought with a same rank enemy for this long. Also, with his mana and combat kai suppressed, he could only rely on his sword skills to kill those skeletons' perfect time for practice. He always thought striking his enemy in the most vulnerable spot was the result of his sight and data analyzing ability, not the knight skills. However, as he kept attacking, he realized one thing. The sword techniques of a knight were also trying to aim at those vulnerability spots, which saved Abel a lot of effort as he relied more and more on it. Every component, from his sword and shield wrist coordination, body movement, to his execution, was done perfectly to achieve maximum power with minimum effort. Abel always thought his sword and shield technique was quite good. Due to the soul potion, he could grasp knight techniques much faster than any normal knights, especially his favorite sword and shield technique. Slowly, he forgot that he was still fighting in the Sea of Bones, and his sight and data analyzing ability had also slowly drifted away. The only thing that was in his mind was how to kill those skeletons more efficiently. There were still 4 skeletons by his side. Suddenly, he took a big shift on his combat style. He was no longer trying to find their vulnerable spot and unleash a life-taking blow. He had subconsciously turned off his sight and data analyzing ability. He was fully relying on the knight skills to fight those skeletons. As a head commander without combat kai, the only difference between Abel and those skeletons was that they were enchanted by death kai. He had entered a strange state of consciousness. The only thing in his mind was to keep unleashing the sword and shield technique. It was a type of enlightenment yearned by countless knights. The skills of knights were developed through the persistence of training every day as well as battles. At last they would reach a pinnacle in their rank, but this was not the real pinnacle of knight skills. There was a legend among knights. When a knight had grasped a technique flawlessly, they would enter a state of enlightenment when their confidence reached a maximum level. This state could push a knight technique to a whole new level. A while ago, Abel had effortlessly killed a head commander in Miracle City with a lightweight, long sword. Although many were shocked, they did not doubt him. This was the reason why. They thought Abel had elevated his knight technique to a whole new level. The rank of a knight does not matter. There were quite a lot of extremely gifted knights in history who had elevated their knight skill to a whole new level from a young age. Abel kept striking his knight sword towards the skeletons. Every move was perfectly executed. Those skeletons could only block instinctively, but all Abel needed to do was gently twist his wrist so his knight sword could penetrate the skeleton's block. When the skeletons blocked, it would just further increase the momentum of Abel's sword. This was still purely a knight technique, but their death was inevitable. The sword penetrated the spine of the skeleton, and the skeleton had immediately turned into a pile of scattered bones. Afterwards, Abel did not even waste the rebound force. He did a turn, and this force was added onto his body as he unleashed a horizontal strike towards an skeleton. The second skeleton dashed towards Abel. It jumped up in mid-air and reached its hand forward to grab. However, with that turn, Abel perfectly avoided the grab and his knight's sword followed. The skeleton was sliced into two in mid-air. The third skeleton arrived just in time. He kept the momentum going and lashed out with his shield. The shield slammed towards the third skeleton. Although it did not kill it immediately, it had blasted outward and smashed onto the last skeleton. Abel took this opportunity and unleashed a horizontal slash with his turning momentum. The slash simultaneously landed on the spine of those two skeletons who had just smashed into each other. Their spine was chopped into two. They immediately turned into a pile of scattered bones. Abel's fighting style had taken a new shape. In the past, his combat style had relied on brutal strikes and powerful force while blocking with the shield. Now his combat style had turned into a recycle of energy. He had taken advantage of the different types of force in the battle and turned it into momentum for his attacks, which ultimately saved him a lot of effort. He had a feeling that if he could perfectly grasp this combat style, he could basically fight for a long time without using much effort. Abel was very lucky. He had reached this state all because his confidence had been maximized with his sight and data analyzing ability. This then allowed him to spot the flaws in his knight technique, thus pushing it to a whole new level. This state of enlightenment had become his biggest reward of this ceremony. His knight skills had taken a crucial step forward. Abel kept stepping forward even without enemies. He was still buried deep in his enlightenment. This state had stripped him off all his emotions. All he knew how to do was keep developing the new technique he had just grasped. After another 10 meters, another 30 skeletons stood up from the sea of bones. These skeletons were different from the previous ones. Although they were head commanders level, they had a weapon in their hand, such as a bone sword or bone spear. This time Abel did not wait for the skeletons to come to him. He did what a normal knight would do, dash forward on his mount wolf, with a shield on the left and sword on the right. After he unleashed his first strike, he began spinning with his body. The moment began to build. The power of his knight's sword and shield was strengthened with each slash and smash. At first Abel still needed to add some more force on each new strike. But as he spun after and faster, the force of the momentum had far exceeded the power his body could make. All he needed to do was keep this momentum going through this perfect knight technique. Then he would be able to stop this moment from hurting himself while unleashing a life-taking blow at a skeleton in the perfect moment. This technique kept perfecting itself. What power a knight technique could achieve this breakthrough? When a knight technique had reached this level, some knights had gotten the ability to concentrate every single force on their body with each strike, while some had achieved the strongest defense method. Some could also turn their strike into an extremely speedy stab that no enemy could avoid. These abilities were all depicted in history, but one thing was sure: any technique could dramatically increase the fighting ability of a knight when it reached this level. Abel had gotten used to fighting mass attacks. He could fight for a long time without using much effort. After killing 30 skeletons holding weapons, Abel kept spinning forward. Soon, another 30 skeletons stood up from the sea of bones. These 30 skeletons not only had weapons on their hands, but they also had armor on. It was a fully equipped skeleton. It looked a lot more powerful as well. Abel had no idea what was going on. He was carefully protected in a powerful spinning force. His battle instinct propelled him to spin towards those skeletons. They were smashed into pieces one by one. Their armor could block a strike from a head commander without combat kai, but it was just like a piece of paper under Abel's spinning force. It was almost as if Abel became a tornado, killing with his sword and shield. As soon as a skeleton had been caught inside, it would be crunched into pieces. White snow flew out from Abel's shoulder and swirled around in the sky. Birds were not good at balance, so it had to leave its owner's shoulder. The head commander-level skeletons were destroyed one by one, and soon all 30 of them had been caught inside the tornado and destroyed. Although Abel was spinning, he still had a clear sense of direction. He kept making his way deeper into the sea of bones. Just like before, another 30 skeletons stood up. This new batch of skeletons was even stronger. Not only were they fully equipped, but they also had a mount. It was a skeleton horse. Abel was still in his enlightenment state, and his spinning attack had reached a perfect level. The only thing he realized was that his Mount Wolf was starting to take a hit. His Mount Wolf was not particularly strong. Of course, it would start to feel dizzy after a long period of spinning. Still, it tried its best to resist. As a mount, it had to coordinate perfectly with the movement of its owner. Although it was not Abel's real mount, nor was it bound by the soul chain, it was still fully controlled by Abel's riding skill. However, it had never experienced any spinning attack like this before. It had never been trained to do anything like this. If a Mount Wolf was not born with immaculate speed, it would have dropped down long ago. The spinning kept going. The 30 skeletons charged forward on their skeleton horse, but their fate was no different. Abel's knight's sword and shield had turned into a giant tornado. A giant tornado roared through the skeletons in this magic forbidden place, crushing everything that made contact with it. This had defied the law of sword skills. His state of enlightenment had turned the recycling of energy into a strange combat style. On top of that, this attack kept strengthening itself as it ate up more and more enemies. Although Abel might have learned this combat style eventually, it would probably take him a long time to reach this level without this opportunity. However, the Mount Wolf under Abel suddenly lost control. Just like that, this extremely well-formed attack was broken. The tornado he had just formed took a turn outward. Abel abruptly woke up from his enlightenment with a shock. The skeletons were blasted away. But soon they began charging again. Abel's Mount Wolf could no longer stand straight. During this sudden change, a few bone spears had already arrived right in front of him before he could even react. He instinctively blocked with his shield. Bang! All the forces had landed on his shield. Abel muscle memory took control. As he absorbed the force, his body twisted off his Mount Wolf and landed on his feet. The giant force of the attack had transferred onto Abel's body from the shield. However, as he twisted, the force had transformed into momentum for his knight's sword. Just like that, the force of a few skeletons was unleashed with a slash. Abel had woken up from his enlightenment. He realized what had just happened. It had been a long time since he had entered a state of enlightenment due to his excessive use of soul potion. Now, he realized that those soul potions could actually not fully replace enlightenment. Although Abel was kept thinking about it, his body did not stop. A large amount of power began to cycle again, and soon the last few skeletons were killed as well. Abel came to a halt, but suddenly he realized a dark gold light flashed on the Horadric cube on his left arm. He quickly focused his power of the will onto it, and to his surprise, there was a new skill on the skill tree. Tornado damaged, a type of control energy. Add spinning force to attack to unleash a vicious tornado attack. Abel knew about the tornado ability. It was an advanced ability of the barbarians in the Dark World. This ability was just like a spell. It required mana to cast. However, Abel's tornado was damaged, meaning it could be unleashed through his body's strength and momentum of killing enemies. In other words, if there was no enemy, this ability could not be used. It was because of this. The power of Abel's tornado was nothing compared to the actual one, but at the same time, its damage attributed did not require any mana. Even normal knights could learn it. Perhaps his family knights had just gained a new powerful ability, but of course, this could only happen if the mount could take the burden. The legs of a normal warhorse would not be able to sustain such a vicious spin. Luckily, Abel would be able to give a batch of Mount Wolves for his family in a few years. Then they would be able to learn the tornado, damaged. Abel focused his power on the will onto the tornado. Damaged. This ability could not be leveled up. Its damage depended only on the skills and the strength of the person. Abel closed the skill tree and retrieved his power of the will from the Horadric cube. He then looked at his Mount Wolf on the ground. It had still not recovered. He felt sympathetic. If it was black wind, he would be able to spin for even longer. He gently patted the Mount Wolf, signaling it to stay on the ground as he kept moving forward. Suddenly, a gray beam of light flashed among the scattered bones. "What's that?" Abel thought to himself as he walked towards the bones. A perfect skull gem was right in front of him. There are still these things. Abel picked up the gem in surprise. It was the first time he saw a natural perfect skull gem. During his enlightened state, all that was on his mind was attacking. He didn't even pay attention to the stuff that was dropped. He unleashed his power of will to find more of those perfect skull gems. It was too bad. Other than the one on his hand, he didn't find any other. He then turned to look at the depth of the orc god ceremony dimension. Perhaps there would be more perfect skull gems. Of course, Abel wasn't trying to please elite priest Dono or get any rewards from him. The source of these perfect skull gem was too uncertain. He might not find another one once he left the battle of the orc mission. If he had more of these skull gems, he would be able to make some even more powerful weapons for his family, as well as making more super Death Kai bombs. White snow landed on Abel's shoulder again and began screeching. It was telling him what had just happened. Abel laughed and stroked White Snow's feather to comfort it. However, as they moved for another 10 meters, another 30 skeletons on skeleton horses emerged. As they charged forward, White Snow helplessly flew away again. Just as expected, Abel began spinning again. This time, he had unleashed the tornado damage at will in a conscious state. Maybe it was because his skill tree had fully absorbed the skill, but a giant tornado had soon emerged and crushed every skeleton that stepped in its radius. Afterward, 30 skeletons would emerge from the sea of bones, very 20 meters. Their strength did not increase, but they had perfected their fighting techniques and coordination. Abel had just learned to do the tornado, so he still needed some time to fully grasp the skill. This was a great chance for him to practice. With the sight and data analysis of the world stone, he needed to spot an enemy's weakness and then unleash the most effective strike. This required an extremely calm mind. Like an assassin, he had to perfectly grasp an opportunity as soon as his enemy made a mistake. However, the tornado was a totally different attack style. It felt more like the attack of a real knight through a crazy recycle of energy, crushing every enemy in the surrounding to death. One was calm and one was vicious. Both of them had their pros and cons, but as a knight, Abel preferred this tornado-style attack. It was violent, explosive, and unstoppable. As he moved deeper into the sea of bones, he discovered a pattern in which those perfect skull gems would emerge. They would appear in every 30-head commander-level skeleton. In regards to that so-called orc god blood, he still had not came across any. Perhaps he still needed to go deeper. Since he didn't know the rule, he was afraid to turn back. He kept fighting his way forward while mastering his tornado. Along the way, he did not even waste much energy. When he was around 1 mile in, another 30 skeletons emerged from the sea of bones. However, this time, he realized that was one skeleton that was completely different from the rest. It was blood red. While the skeletons looked gruesome, to begin with, the blood red made it look even scarier. It dashed towards Abel as soon as it emerged. Even the ones closer to Abel could not match up to its speed. Abel sensed that this skeleton had the speed of a charging head commander. He placed his shield forward, ready to counteract this massive impact from the skeleton. One side had a mount, and one side didn't. One side was charging, and one side remained still. Bang! The blood-red skeleton's long spear landed on Abel's shield. The massive impact sent a shockwave through the sea of bones. Abel always thought he was quite strong. When it came to attributes, his strength had actually broken the limit of humans. However, since he did not have a mount to absorb part of the impact, he had taken the hit straight on, 100%. He also did not have combat kai or mana to protect himself. He could hear the chilling sound of his bones grinding against each other. His knight instinct began to push this massive force downward. In a moment, his legs would directly plunged into the sea of bones with this massive force. However, the momentum of that blood-red skeleton had also been transferred into the ground. The long spear of that red skeleton had turned into a pile of scattered bones after the impact, but the skeleton then immediately pulled a rib from his skeleton horse and turned it into a long blade. When Abel's leg was stuck in the sea of bones, its second round of attack was ready. A red glow emerged from the long blade, and it struck Abel. By that point, the other skeletons still had not arrived, and Abel could no recycle his energy through the tornado. Abel was stuck. He could not move as he watched the long blade struck down. It was the perfect combination of speed and power that had made this strike almost unavoidable. Abel ignited his sight ability again, and the whole world began to slow down. He could clearly see the body of that long blade, but even with this, the strike was only slowed to a normal speed. It was the first time he saw a strike of this speed. This would not be a problem if he was on Black Wind. But at that moment, he could not move in a flash. He could only block this almost elusive long blade with his sword and shield. Abel could not pull his legs out of the sea of bones. Instead, he kept sinking deeper due to the relentless attacks. After a while, he sank to his knees. Those other 29 skeletons riding skeletons' horses had also arrived, ready to join the attack. "White snow, kill them," Abel yelled. He knew the situation was getting tense. If he kept going like this, he would be buried alive in this sea of bones. White snow suddenly expanded and swooped down. Although its claw was no longer protected by magic, they were still as sharp as blades. Those skeletons were all focused on Abel, so they were unaware of the threat from the sky. This made Snow White's first round of attack a lot easier. Its claw brushed against the spine of 4 skeletons, which immediately turned into a pile of scattered bones. It viciously expended its wings. The knife-sharp feather flung outward and detonated 3 more skeletons into pieces. Those skeletons became aware of White Snow, so all of them, except the blood-red one, turned towards it. White Snow's attacks was straightforward. Its swooping momentum was already extremely strong in the first place. On top of its own physical strength, it did not need to dodge the attack of those 20 skeletons. Instead, it charged forward as well. Their bone spears landed on White Snow's feathers. It was almost like they were striking against an iron armor. Dong dong! Their strikes were completely neutralized. White Snow did not stop. The power of those skeletons was no match against a top-level spiritual beast. White Snow couldn't care less. It smashed those skeletons. It immediately shattered the spine of those skeletons and turned them into piles of bones. The blood-red skeleton did not stop its attack on Abel. Abel did not have a mount, and he was so submerged in the sea of bones, he could not even move. He couldn't attack a skeleton on a skeleton horse. The only thing he could do was block. However, this would plunge him further and further into the sea of bones. When his entire thigh was submerged, White Snow was already charging towards that blood-red skeleton after killing 29 skeletons. The blood-red skeleton was a lot faster than the others. As White Snow was charging towards it, it changed directly almost at the same time and waved its blade towards White Snow. The blade clashed against White Snow's claw. White Snow paused for a bit in mid-air, but then it began flapping its wings again and continued to charge towards the skeleton. On the other hand, the skeleton horse of that skeleton was knocked backward for 3 steps after the clash. At the same time, Abel slammed his shield and sword towards the ground, and his body immediately flew out of the sea of bones. He was not looking good just then, so he had to be extra careful. Ever since he had gotten the sight and data analyzing ability, he had never ran into anything that gave him a hard time. This blood-red skeleton had just taught him a good lesson. If he had ignited his sight and data analyzing ability sooner, he wouldn't have been attacked by that skeleton like this. White Snow reached its claw towards the blood-red skeleton again. That blood-red skeleton had just stabilized itself, and its blade was clashing against White Snow's claw again. Abel suddenly realized that for some reason, this blood-red skeleton was a few times stronger and faster than the normal ones. In this magic and combat, forbidden place, its fighting power had a big advantage. If Abel did not bring White Snow along with him, he would have been in big trouble. White Snow was a snow eagle. It was born with enchanted speed. With this immense speed, its claws could keep clashing against the blade of that blood-red skeleton continuously. Abel was concentrated on the battle between the blood-red skeleton and White Snow. White Snow was fully dominating the blood-red skeleton, just like how it was dominating Abel. When White Snow's claw made contact with the long blade of the blood-red skeleton again, the skeleton warhorse under the skeleton fell back again. At that moment, Abel made a move. He dashed towards the back of the skeleton horse and slashed with his knight's sword. The blood-red skeleton suddenly reached one of its hands backward and blocked Abel. When they made contact, the only thing that happened to its hand was a long mark. A flash of doubt emerged from his eyes. This blood-red skeleton was so perfect when it came to its body or fighting ability. Abel could not believe it. Abel already had his sight, and data analyzing ability was fully ignited. It could predict the most accurate move at immaculate speed. On top of that, this blood-red skeleton was not fighting Abel alone. All this time, White Snow did not stop its claw attack. Abel continued his attack and kept finding different ways to strike the skeleton from the back. However, what it did had made Abel's jaw drop. Although it was kept knocked back by white snow, it could still perfectly counteract every strike by Abel. Abel no longer felt like he was battling with a skeleton, but an extremely skilled and experienced knight. If this blood-red skeleton was an actual knight, he would be more powerful than any knight in Miracle City. Even a powerful top-rank spiritual beasts like white snow, with the help of Abel, could not do anything to this skeleton in a short period of time. The fight continued for another 100 seconds, but the blood-red skeleton suddenly slowed down. A perfect opportunity was opened up to Abel. His knight's sword viciously struck out and plunged into the spine of the blood-red skeleton. White snow also landed its sharp claws on its skull, and that blood-red skeleton immediately turned into a pile of scattered bones. Abel watched as the blood-red skeleton died in front of him and let out a breath of relief. He was not aware of how prepared the past orcs were in the past ceremonies. Unlike the orcs this time, they had more than enough heavy weapons, and they would slowly push through these battles with coordination. After countless years of orc god ceremony, the orcs had developed a set of skills to battle in the orc god ceremony dimension. Those skeletons on skeleton horses had their weakness, and the orcs had methods to deal with it. This orc god ceremony was special, so Abel did not have a chance to see all the preparation the orcs had done to reap the most benefits from the orc god ceremony. When Abel felt like a huge rock was lifted off him after killing a powerful enemy, the red color on that pile of scattered bones began to concentrate as those bones slowly turned white. Soon an eerie red blood-colored liquid emerged on the remaining bones. Abel gazed at it and thought to himself, "It's a drop of blood. The orc god blood." He wrapped the orc god blood with his power of the will. He sensed that the orc god blood was sucking energy from the surroundings, making its energy waves stronger. He suddenly understood why the blood-red skeleton had slowed down so abruptly. The attack from white snow and himself was too exhausting for the orc god blood to sustain. Abel took out a little bottle from his bag and carefully poured the orc god blood into it. He didn't care what kind of blood this actually was, but looking at how powerful its life force was, the legend of extending lifespan for 100 years wouldn't be too far-fetched. He was still young, or he could only keep these life-extending substances as a collectible for now. From what he saw through his power of the will, you must need a strong vitality before you ingested these orc god blood. If not, your body might explode from this vast amount of energy. Therefore, these orc god blood were only suitable for head commanders. If those intermediate human wizards from Miracle City had found out about this earlier, what would they think? Abel put the orc god blood in his pocket and kept moving forward. At first, he hesitated a little, but then his gaze grew certain again. "White snow, let's go," he yelled and dashed deeper. Another 30 skeletons on a skeleton horse emerged, but this time, there was no blood-red skeleton. With the help of white snow, Abel's speed had dramatically increased, especially without those crazy movements of the blood-red skeleton. After a few miles, a hill emerged from the endless sea of bones. Abel had undergone quite a few battles and gained quite a few perfect skull gems. Finally, he arrived in front of the hill. The hill was quite high, and it was made entirely out of bones. Abel stepped on the staircase, which was also made out of bones. A disgusting cracking sound emerged, adding to the even more eerie atmosphere in the sea of bones. After a while of walking, he successfully reached the top of the hill. What he saw was a gray-white platform. In the center of this platform, there was a drop of orc god blood floating in mid-air. It seemed like this platform was made for rewarding a successful challenger, so Abel just went straight for it and bottled up the orc god blood. He then put the bottle back in his pocket. This hill was around 20 meters tall, but it looked massive in the middle of this sea of bones. Abel spread out his gaze. There looked to be no end to this sea of bones. He could see quite far, but the edge was nowhere to be found. White snow landed on his shoulder, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wasn't white snow a flying mount? Could he just fly further without a battle? Abel told white snow what he was thinking through the soul chain, and white snow let out a gentle screech. It then lowered its body, allowing Abel to climb on top. Afterward, it spread its wings and flew straight upward. The sky in this place was quite strange. Something was binding white snow from flying too high. Every time it tried to fly above 100 meters, it would bounce back. After a few miles of flying, it was blocked by an energy wall. White snow land, Abel commanded. As soon as Abel jumped down, another 30 skeletons on a skeleton horse emerged. However, Abel no longer had any interest in fighting them. He couldn't wait to see what was up with this energy wall. White snow, kill them, Abel commanded again. Afterward, he began examining the energy wall. He struck it a few times with his knight sword, but it was completely useless. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the orc god ceremony dimension turned red, and a powerful, transparent force began to suppress his body. Afterward, he vanished from the orc god ceremony dimension in a flash. White snow let out a sad screech. It quickly forgot about the skeletons and flew towards the place where Abel had vanished. However, its owner was nowhere to be found. Abel also didn't know what was happening. The powerful force suppressed him. He couldn't breathe. If his power of the will wasn't so strong, perhaps even his thoughts would be suppressed. Everything swirled around him, and soon he landed from mid-air. He heard a cracking noise the moment he made contact with the ground, like he had crushed something. He frantically began to inhale. The suppression just then was too painful. Luckily, it didn't last too long and cause any injuries to his body. However, this could only apply to Abel. His body and power of the will were extremely strong. If a normal orc had been suppressed like this, its power of the will would definitely get damaged or directly crushed to death, even if its body could sustain it. Abel reached his hand out. He couldn't see anything, but through his power of the will, he could tell he was in some kind of dumping ground. There were all kinds of useless weapons, armors, and rotting bodies. These dead bodies included Head Commander Donald and the 4 intermediate wizards who had attacked him, and the 24 orcs and their mounts. Abel soon realized maybe he could use magic again. In this place, a magic pattern flashed on his palm, and a little firebolt emerged, illuminating his surroundings. As soon as he saw what was in his surroundings, his previous thoughts had been confirmed. He really was in some kind of dumping ground, and he had been thrown here just like rubbish. Abel tried to recall how this happened. He had just struck the energy wall a few times before a massive force suppressed him. Afterwards, he ended up here. It seemed like that energy wall could not be struck for fun. However, the main thing he needed to do now was to find a way out. He looked around. There was no exit. The entire place, including the ceiling, was stacked with rocks. All the rubbish was directly teleported here, but what would happen if this place was full? A chilly breeze suddenly swept against Abel's heart. There were many methods to take care of rubbish, burning, decomposing, but nothing single gentle method. White snow, Abel suddenly remembered, so he quickly connected with it through the soul chain. Afterwards, he got the message that white snow was still in the orc god ceremony dimension. After Abel calmed white snow down and told it not to worry, he began to find a way out. Abel was not worried about getting hungry. Other than the food in his portal objects, he could also enter the dark world. There would be more than enough blue howling rabbits to provide food for him there. If that didn't work, he could also plant some crops with the seeds in his portal bag. However, dwelling here was not a solution. He had to find a way out. Anyone? Abel yelled. Just as expected, no one. However, Abel knew that there had to be something governing this place. Maybe it was the orc god those orcs were talking about, or maybe. An idea suddenly struck Abel. He always had that ancient headmaster identity card in his portal bracelet. He just never had the chance to take it out since the orc god ceremony dimension was magic forbidden. A while ago, Battle Fort 03 Spirit realized he had the headmaster identity card after taking it out of his portal bracelet. This meant that an ancient site spirit could not spot an identity card when it was in portal objects. His intuition told him that the power of orcs alone could not control this mysterious place. All he needed to do was to take out that headmaster identity card. If the orc god governed this place, then he had come to the wrong place. As soon as Abel took that ordinary-looking headmaster identity card, it began to glow and soon began flashing. After 2 seconds, a massive force gently grabbed his body, and he vanished from the dumping ground in a flash of white light. This teleportation was night and day compared to the previous one. This massive force had treated him so gently, it was almost like it was horrified at the idea of hurting Abel. There was not a single sense of suppression like the previous one. Abel landed once again. He was in an office, an extremely strange-looking office. Its style was completely different from anything in the Holy Continent. It had a touch of primitive simplicity to it. The prestigious headmaster, "Please forgive me. I had almost killed you, your majesty." A crispy female voice emerged, but Abel could not tell where it was coming from as it was coming from all directions at once. The voice had just spoken in an ancient, elite elven language. Abel was one of the very few who could understand this language. Abel knew he had won the gamble as soon as he heard the voice call him headmaster. This was the ancient side, and the spirit had recognized his identity. "It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. What's your name?" Abel felt his heart lifted and casually replied in the ancient elite elf language. "I am the Battle Fort Commander Spirit. This is alternate base No. 7, the crispy female voice replied. The Battle Fort Commander Spirit, the commander of all ancient spirits, it was Abel's target all along. Is the orc god here? Abel suddenly remembered that he was still in the orc god's place. How come it had become an ancient site? The orc god is only a powerful orc. It injured itself badly while trying to break through to a higher level. It was in base No. 7. A long time ago, the energy in the base was about to be used up, so I took the opportunity and captured it to provide energy for the base. Due to that capture, the base had used up most of the puppets, and all other remaining ones had stopped working due to the lack of resources. Abel didn't expect the orc god to be actually real, but that thing was quite an embarrassment as a god. It had been captured as an energy source. It seemed like a powerful being like that should be quite a good battery. Is the orc god still alive? Abel continued. The orc god had provided energy for the base for 1,200 years and died. The commander spirit replied. What about the orc god blood? Abel asked again. Even though the energy of the orc god's body had disintegrated, its life force still remained in its blood. Therefore, I distributed it in the challenger ground and used the name of the orc god to lure energy for the base. The commander spirit replied again. Things became clear to Abel. This base No. 7 was running out of energy, so it had captured the orc god. After it had used up all of its energy, it had used its remains as bait. It had used the orc god name to create the orc god ceremony. Every 10 years it could give out some useless condensed death kai, the so-called perfect gem, for bait to attract the orc to sacrifice. Abel had a feeling that this battle fort commander spirit was a lot more intelligent than those so-called intelligent beings such as humans. It had set up such an immaculate show, tricking the orcs to sacrifice for thousands of years. My contracted beast is still in the challenge ground. Bring it back to me. Abel suddenly remembered white snow. Yes, headmaster, the battle fort spirit replied. White light then flashed next to Abel. As the light faded, white snow emerged. Luckily, this office was quite big, it could contain it. White snow rubbed its head against Abel in excitement and began chirping to express its worry. Abel gently patted its neck to comfort it. Commander Spirit, is there any useful stuff in this base? Abel asked. This was the reason he wanted to find the ancient site in the first place. Headmaster Majesty, this is an alternate base. All the usable puppets had been damaged. There are 21 drops of orc god blood. And the Death Kai operating challenge ground could form 50 top-level Death Kai crystals. Every 10 years, Commander Spirit told Abel the condition of base No. 7. Abel was disappointed. He thought this place would at least have some gears for the battle fort so he could be fully equipped, but it seemed like his dream had been broken. Still, he had now connected with the Commander Spirit. Finding more ancient sites should be a lot easier from now on. Headmaster Majesty, the most valuable thing is this base itself. Although it is an alternate base, it was the newest one. Also, it had never stopped operation. So it might be the most well-preserved base out there. The Commander Spirit sensed Abel's disappointment, so it replied. What would happen if the energy stopped? The base will disappear, Abel asked in confusion. Headmaster Majesty, all base are made by grasping the fragments of dimension. Once it loses its energy, the magic circle in the base will stop working. Then, the base will be swallowed up by a chaotic dimensional force, Commander Spirit explained. Abel could basically understand what it was saying. However, it was stunned by how powerful the ancient people were. They could control the fragments of dimension to make a base, and the wizard nowadays couldn't even grasp a dimensional force, let alone control a fragment of it. Can this base move? Abel asked in excitement. Headmaster Majesty, that is unnecessary. All you need to do is to use a portal and you can directly teleport here. Where is the portal door for the base? Abel asked desperately. Headmaster, that is located in the stone wall you had entered from Inam Mountain. All you need to do is to break that stone platform to see it, the commander spirit replied. Abel remembered that stone platform. Those orcs had sacrificed 20 spiritual beasts on that thing. The portal door to the base was just inside. However, an elite priest was guarding that place. Abel was not sure if elite priest Dono was still there, but Nam Mountain was one of the most highly guarded places of the orcs. He was not an intermediate wizard. He could not move in a flash. Oh, no way he could disregard those protection circles. Perhaps he needed to wait for another 3 days for the orc god ceremony to finish. This way, elite priest Dono would think they had all died. After that, Abel would be able to exit without anyone noticing. Abel began to tour around the base. In this base, the commander spirit could connect with him no matter where he was. This base was made entirely out of the fragments of dimension. There were 3 levels in this place. The first was the control area where Abel was. It was also where the most important member had lived, and where the operating rooms for the magic circles and energy stores were. Abel already had the highest authority in base No. 7, so every place was open to him. The living space for this place was quite similar to those of humans. With some small alterations, the place would be perfect. Headmaster Majesty, here is the food inventory. The commander spirit guided Abel. It introduced him to all the areas and opened doors for him. Abel was quite interested in this place. He wanted to know what kind of food the ancients ate. He entered the inventory. Rolls of bread were stacked on the shelf. He picked one up. It was so old it had almost turned into stones. It was as hard as iron. No one could eat anything like this. Although the bread had turned into a rock, Abel could still sense some life force within the other food. Through his speculation, these foods would have been quite nutritious when they were still edible, but it was all in the past now. Commander Spirit, what are these made out of? Abel asked as though he was talking to himself. Headmaster Majesty, this food is perfect for replenishing energy. Every piece can guarantee the energy needed for a knight's entire day of battle. It was made with the fruit of the cloud tree, the commander spirit replied. Are those cloud trees still around? Abel quickly asked. The cloud trees are grown in a mana-dense environment. Due to the base's energy shortage, we had stopped the mana environment for the cloud trees a few thousand years ago. All the cloud trees had died. The commander spirit followed. A sense of pity emerged in Abel. Those cloud tree fruit could be one of the few successful cases of turning mana into life force. This success probably took 10 of thousands, or maybe even hundreds of thousands of years of trial and error. Still, destroying seemed a simple task. I still have the seed for the cloud trees, but if the energy of the base continues to decrease, the next thing I need to get rid of will be the seed inventory. As the commander spirit continued, Abel grew excited. He was extremely interested in the seed inventory the commander spirit was talking about. What kind of crops were the ancients growing? They exited the food inventory and continued their tour. The commander spirit led Abel to another inventory and explained, this is the puppet inventory, but all the puppets in here had been damaged. Due to the lack of resources, I can no longer control the puppets to fix themselves. The gate automatically swung open, and rows of neatly placed puppets emerged, all almost though he had entered a dwarf's inventory. Those puppets' faces looked different from the ones the dwarfs made, but overall they were quite similar. Abel had a thought, maybe the unique puppet-making technique of the orcs was derived from the ancient site. This was not hard to imagine, although the dwarfs' knowledge of metallurgy was quite high. Their skills alone were definitely not enough to make a puppet. If they weren't assisted by the technology passed down from the ancients, making a puppet would be impossible. As he gazed at those puppets, he got an idea. He took out a labor puppet from his Kong spirit portal bag and placed it on the floor. Headmaster Majesty, this is amazing. I haven't been able to have a body for thousands of years. Can I control this puppet? The commander spirit asked joyfully. Abel could imagine an intelligent spirit being trapped in this base without a body, without the ability to move around. It was basically like being locked up. Commander Spirit, I'll give this puppet to you. Just tell me the resources you need, and I'll get you some after I get back, Abel said with a smile. After hearing Abel's words, the labor puppet suddenly twitched and stood up. It then stretched its arms and legs. It twisted its body, enjoying the freedom of movement. Afterward, it loyally bowed at Abel. Headmaster, I'll lead the way for you. This is the garden. Originally, we had 12 kinds of vegetables and cloud trees growing here. But to preserve energy for the base, I had turned off all the magic circles here. It's deserted now. The labor puppet opened a door and explained. The place was pitch black. Through the little raspy of light coming from the open door, Abel could see some dried-up soil. If this garden returned to operation, how many crops can it grow each day? Abel asked. It seemed like this garden was around 10 acres. The 12 kinds of vegetables the base had picked were all altered. It can grow 1,000 portions per day. If the cloud tree was full, we could get a batch every month, enough to sustain 1,000 nights for a month. The commander spirit explained. Abel finally came across the seed inventory of the garden. The seed for the cloud tree and the 12 kinds of vegetables were perfectly kept. Now the only problem was resources and the puppet. Without resources, this base could only remain in a low-energy state. Also, there were no workers in this base. Everything needed to be done by puppets, but all the puppets were damaged. Therefore, he also needed a large number of resources to fix them. The last part of the first floor was the energy storage room. It was where the core of this base was located. As soon as Abel stepped inside the energy storage room, he saw an empty shell of a dead body. It was a tauren. It was placed in the center of the room, with a white glowing aura of energy surrounding it through a magic circle. Commander Spirit, what is this? Abel asked, pointing at the dead tauren. Headmaster Majesty, this is the orc god. The words of the Commander Spirit made Abel's jaw drop. According to the legend, the orc god had the face of a lion and extremely sharp claws. The only things that matched the definition in this tauren were the strong horns and long hooves. But this made sense. If the orc god just looked like a normal tauren, how many races would loyally sacrifice themselves for him? The face of a lion signified the bloodline of a royal orc, and sharp claws signified power for the wolves. It seemed like the image of the orc god was compromised to fit the perception of every race. Maybe the orcs needed a god like this, not a tauren. After all the energy of the orc god had been used up, all the puppets in the base had stopped working. That's why the dead body is still here, Commander Spirit explained. Abel spread his gaze on the orc god. It was a powerful orc, but it had slowly died in an unknown base. This was all because this base was running out of energy. But the base had sacrificed large amounts of puppets to hold down this orc god anyway. Commander Spirit, what energy does this thing use? Abel said as he gazed at the magic circle in the center. The best magic circles here are powered by gems with full energy, the Commander Spirit replied. See if this is enough, Abel said as he took out a perfect red gem from his portal bracelet. Of course, this is perfectly preserved energy, but a single gem is still too weak to power the base. The Commander Spirit was excited when it saw the gem, but it still told Abel the truth. I'll place the gem here, is that it? Abel asked. Yes, all you need to do is to place it in the center of the circle. The circle can absorb energy from the gem by itself. The Commander Spirit controlled the puppet to point towards the middle of the circle. Abel began to throw perfect gems towards it. A glow began to intensify in the magic circle. Ever since Abel realized that the battle fort used perfect gems as an energy source, he had always brought along many of them with him. These things came in handy just in time. He had only stopped after using 5,000 pieces. Headmaster Majesty, the base had now returned to normal operations. After examination, a big rebuild needs to happen until it can be used properly again, the Commander Spirit said happily. Did not expect this headmaster to have this much energy. With him, this amount of energy was enough for the base to run hundreds of years. Let's head to the next level. Abel waved his hand. He wanted to see how useful this base actually was. The energy had come into effect immediately. A beam of white light wrapped around Abel and the labor puppet beside him. Afterward, they disappeared from the first floor and reappeared on the second floor. The first thing he saw was a huge open space. A sky was replicated with a magic circle. There was not a single building in that space other than a few barracks. Headmaster, this is the training ground. Since the energy was replenished, this training ground can replicate any terrain and conditions. This can allow a person to train in the most challenging conditions, the commander spirit explained. Abel couldn't help but show respect towards the ancients' training ground. No matter which period of time, training in different environments was not easy. To bring a full team into a truly challenging environment, just the distance alone would be unrealistic. This was why there were people who said the elves are good at jungle fighting, the dwarfs are good at mountain fighting, the humans are good at city defense, and the orcs are good at plain fighting. This training ground could make up for humans' weakness, allowing them to adapt to different environments. This could dramatically increase their fighting power. However, Abel would not expose this place in the near future. Besides a few core family knights, Abel was not planning to let anyone even come close to this place. Commander Spirit, replicate a jungle. Abel wanted to see it with his own eyes. Yes, Headmaster. As the words of Commander Spirit landed, beams of white light shot up from the ground, forming a web reaching towards the sky. Soon, it had turned into a white wall, dividing the training ground into countless little sections. There were energy waves in each section, and soon giant trees began to emerge from it. The white walls vanished, and a jungle emerged in front of Abel. Under his gaze, those trees were just like actual trees. Perhaps the only thing lacking was life. Abel couldn't help but step up to touch a tree. The sensation told him this tree was physically, but it did not have an actual tree's life force. Since Abel was a druid as well, so he had a good understanding of life force. These trees were all created by a strange magic circle. Commander Spirit, how were these trees made? Abel asked curiously. They are energy-replicated objects, the result of tens of thousands of years of research. Unfortunately, it can only replicate the looks of an object, not the internal. This is all I know. Base 07 and I lost contact with the outer wood tens of thousands of years ago until you showed up today, the Commander Spirit explained. Amazing, Abel sighed as he looked at those trees. They looked and felt just like the real thing. Replicating real-life objects was basically the work of God. But the ancients had already reached that level. If the ancients had continued their research, maybe they could truly replicate something from in to out. It was too bad the ancients had vanished from this world. According to the words of the Commander Spirit, base 7 might be the last remaining base if the energy of the other ones had been drained after tens of thousands of years. Are these energy-replicating objects very draining? Abel asked again. Yes, they take up a lot of energy, but most of them can be recycled. The actual energy this replication had used was only 2 perfect gems. The Commander Spirit replied. Abel couldn't care less about those perfect gems. His perfect gems could not be used publicly anyway. He could only use it on himself. It didn't matter how many gems this base needed. At most, it would just take him a little more time. Abel then arrived on the 3rd floor. It was that seemingly endless sea of bones he was in when he first entered the base. Headmaster, this is the examination ground. It replicated the skills of a person with a corresponding skeleton. This is also the only place in the base that could be operated by Deathkai. That's why it became the most important place for the base to derive energy, the Commander Spirit explained. Abel gazed at the sea of bones. He knew those ancients were definitely not a kind-hearted bunch. With this many skeletons, how many innocent lives had been lost? But this made sense when looking at their weapons. With a battle fort, it would be a killing machine if it was fully equipped. You could imagine the tempers of these people who made these killing machines. Especially base 7. Everything here was all used for battle or security. Commander Spirit. Why did I get thrown away after I attacked that energy wall? Isn't this an examination ground? Abel recalled what had happened to him and asked. Headmaster Majesty, at that time you had not exposed your identity. That energy wall you attacked is not made by Deathkai, so as soon as you attacked it, the base would see you as an enemy. Commander Spirit explained. Abel was speechless. He already expected ground where magic was forbidden, Yet he still had his headmaster identity in his portal object. He could understand why anyone who wasted the energy of this base would be seen as an enemy. The commander's spirit had been trying to preserve this place's energy for tens of thousands of years, but his attack had taken an unexpected amount of energy from it. Of course, he would be seen as trying to destroy this base. That was why he had been thrown into that completely sealed dumping ground. After touring the third floor, Abel teleported back to the first floor again. He needed to stay here for 3 days and then ignite the teleportation station in Nam Mountain. The base could not help him during this entire process. Although the energy of this base had been replenished, most of the puppets were still damaged. Countless magic circles needed to be fixed. After tens of thousands of years of an energy shortage, this base had really taken a big hit. Although the base could help Abel on his next task, the commander spirit still raised a request. Since the energy of the base had now replenished, it decided to contact the base spirit, base No. 7. This base spirit had been shut off ever since a few thousand years ago. It was only a normal, intelligent spirit, so it wouldn't make much difference if it were gone. However, the commander spirit was different. It was a highly intelligent spirit, and its intelligence would be lost once it got shut down. Even if it were reactivated again in the future, intelligence would be downgraded to a normal standard. At the end of the day, this commander spirit was searching for energy for its own survival, and it had succeeded. Abel agreed to its request. Although the base spirit would drain more energy from the base, according to the commander spirit, it was the only thing that could perfectly control this base, and the commander spirit was more useful in battles. It had been 3 days. Normally, the orcs would start to worry about the selected orcs not returning from the orc god ceremony. But this time, 4 intermediate wizards and a head commander had also entered the dimension with them. So Abel thought, maybe the orcs had already started to believe humans killed those selected orcs. Commander Spirit, can you scan the Nam Mountain? Abel asked. He really wanted to know the condition of Nam Mountain. Were there any orcs still guarding it? Sorry, Headmaster. The external surveillance circle had been damaged a long time ago, and we lack puppets to fix it, the Commander Spirit replied. Abel understood. This base could not do much in its current condition. He would need many resources to fix it, and he could only meet up to this demand once he returned to his domain. Headmaster Majesty, I am no longer a necessary spirit in this base. If you want, I can transfer to your headmaster's identity card. Then, I can assist you at any time, the commander spirit suggested. Abel took out his headmaster's identity card. The material that thing was made out of was extraordinary. He had no idea how a spirit could fit into it. A super-intelligent spirit like the commander spirit would need a large amount of energy, which meant it also needed storage space. Could it be that the headmaster identity card was a portal object as well? How can you get in this headmaster's identity card? Abel asked. With your permission, I can transfer to the headmaster's identity card at any time. You need to keep replenishing its energy to meet up to my demand, Commander Spirit explained. Energy was not a problem to Abel, but he didn't know what benefit carrying a spirit with him could bring. It might be nice, but his sight and data analyzing ability were not much worse than a spirit anyway. Headmaster Majesty, my scanning range is 10 miles, and I can control battle puppets to fight. I have mastered many kinds of battle techniques and formations, unleashing the power of battle puppets to the max. The commander spirit introduced itself proudly. That's right. Are you the one who controlled that blood-red skeleton? Abel suddenly remembered that skeleton from the other day. Yeah, because we are running out of orc god blood, I can only increase the difficulty, making the orcs less likely to get them, the commander spirit replied. Abel had become certain of the commander spirit's power. Although that blood-red skeleton might be strengthened by orc god blood, that perfect defense and powerful attack had definitely ignited the full potential of that skeleton. Even after being surrounded by white snow and Abel, it could still counteract both their attacks perfectly. If its energy were not drained, maybe they would still be fighting. Abel knew what to do with the commander's spirit in his heart. He would unleash all those little war puppets from his battle Fort No. 3 and let the commander spirit control them. He was not expecting them to have the power of that blood-red skeleton. As long as it could fully unleash their potential, then they would be unstoppable. Abel had 200 of those little war puppets. was effortless for the commander spirit to enter Abel's headmaster's identity card. All it needed to do was to send Abel a request, and the hidden space of the headmaster identity card was directly reflected. The identity card opened up into two. Inside was a dimension stone. The body of the commander spirit was a magic circle board. After it was put inside the dimensional stone, granting it the ability to examine the external world, the commander spirit had successfully transferred into the headmaster identity card. Abel then threw a bunch of perfect gems into the dimensional stone to give it energy. From the words of commander spirit, Abel also realized that the headmaster identity card needed energy as well. If he stopped supplying energy for the headmaster identity card, it would self-destruct. That little box it was in originally had an energy gathering circle on top of it. Due to how strong that little box was, the headmaster identity card was preserved in good condition after all these years. Abel waited for another day and he had enough. The operation began. He carefully scanned the gears on his body and put away his original Mount Wolf. He then summoned Black Wind. He would only feel safe in the dangerous Nam Mountain with Black Wind by his side. With Black Wind, White Snow, and the commander spirit, Abel teleported out of Base No. 7 under the control of the base spirit. Their destination was in front of that mirror-like wall. Next to that intruding platform, white light flashed. As soon as Abel saw the back of that platform, he looked around. There were no more orcs. He then took out a massive 700-pound hammer from his port bracelet and violently struck down upon the platform. A huge sound erupted, and the platform was blasted into pieces. Among the scattered rocks, Abel saw a green ball. This was the teleportation door controller to the base. He shoved the ball in his portal bracelet. Suddenly, sounds of footsteps began to emerge. Just when Abel patted the neck of Black Wind to leave, a white light flashed. Elite Priest Dono emerged with 8 skeletons not far from Abel. Abel suddenly remembered. Although a priest could not move in a flash, they could still achieve a similar effect in the magic circle-filled Nam Mountain. However, the last thing Abel wanted was running into Elite Priest Dono. The scariest thing about an elite priest was how well-rounded they were. They could make close-range attacks through the skeletons, weaken their enemy with curses, and directly impact and control their enemy with bone spells. Therefore, elite priests were basically the most well-rounded spellcasters. Their fighting power could go neck to neck with an elite wizard. Black Wind, run, Abel commanded through the soul chain. By this point, he still kept his virgin appearance. He knew he would be in even bigger trouble if he had exposed his human self. He had just done something that would have driven the entire Orc Empire crazy, destroying the Orc God Ceremony's secret object. Be sure you've damaged a holy object. You can't escape. I will track you down even at the edge of the universe. I will turn you into my skeleton and make your soul suffer till the end of time. Elite Priest Dono saw what Abel did to the stone platform entirely. Although he didn't have much respect for the gods, this once every 10 years Orc God Ceremony was his source of perfect skull gems. It was vital to him. On the other hand, the priests actually did not care too much about those lifespan expending Orc God blood. Only a top-level fighter with a powerful body could tolerate those things. If a priest had taken one, their body would explode. He was outraged that the platform was destroyed. This stone platform had been around for countless years. It was the only bridge the orcs had with the orc god. Abel's little strike did not just destroy a stone platform, but also took a big hit on the orcs' religion. All this time, Elite Priest Dono still did not doubt Abel's identity. Abel's body constitution was transformed perfectly, and Elite Priest Dono could not spot anything even with his power of will. Maybe this would not be the case if his transformation necklace was still in its original form, but all the constraints by the orcs had now been broken by Grand Duke Edwina. It had truly become a godly object from the elves. Black Wind was fast. No time, it was already running on that stone path with all kinds of engravings. Suddenly a cold chill emerged above Abel's head. Something glowing red emerged. Afterward, raindrops of the curse began to pour down and landed on him and Black Wind. Both he and Black Wind had been recognized as one being by this curse. Afterward, a grayish-white glow emerged above him. Suddenly, he felt like his life force was being drained. His body could only operate half as well as he could. Black Wind was also in the same situation. Its speed had decreased, and those 8 especially strong skeletons were quickly catching up from behind. If Abel was not caught destroying the orc god's holy object on the spot, maybe he could use some special method to escape. But now he could no longer do that. If he exposed his identity, the Orc Empire would send out all of their forces to capture him. Therefore, Abel could not do anything too flashy. His domain had just been established. He could not afford to take ruthless revenge from the orcs. Abel quickly turned on his sight and data analyzing ability and examined the curse on his body. This curse was unique to elite priests. It was named Feeble, but no matter what, the source of energy was still Death Kai. Through his power of the will, he could clearly see that this feeble curse was burning Death Kai to continue its damage. Therefore, he wanted to ignite his druid soul to absorb the Death Kai, breaking this curse's core. However, the Death Kai used in this feeble curse was a lot more tightly bound than he had expected. The speed of absorption would be slower than the casting spell. This could not work. On top of that, this curse was used to target the soul. As long as he kept his soul in operation, this curse could not be broken until it faded automatically. Suddenly, Abel had an idea. What if he just directly swapped out his soul? Others couldn't, but that didn't mean Abel couldn't. In a split moment, Abel let his druid soul take control. The curse suddenly vanished like magic, and Black Wind had also regained its speed. As long as Black Wind could reach full speed again, there was no way elite priest Dono could catch him. Suddenly, a skeleton was approaching, so Abel quickly stabbed towards the back with his spear. A green glow was carried over. It was the Royal Wolf secret technique. The skeleton violently blocked with his knight sword a perfect knight move. Abel couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Real human head commander was fighting with an orc's secret technique, and a skeleton summoned by an elite priest was fighting with the perfect knight technique. This skeleton seemed like a human head commander in the past. Dong, a wave of death rushed towards Abel's body. This was why an elite priest skeleton was a lot scarier than the ones by intermediate or beginner priests. Abel was quite experienced with Death Kai. Before the Death Kai even made contact with him, he had already opened up a pathway from his arm to his secondary soul. All the Death Kai was absorbed, and it soon turned into colorless energy for his soul. Since Abel was fighting with his secondary soul, he basically felt no emotion. With a strike, he had stunned that skeleton motionless for half a second. Although it was only half a second, Black Wind had already dragged out a great distance with its immense speed. Abel felt like the skeletons were falling behind. A sound of something penetrating through the air erupted. Abel spread out his power of the will, scanning everything in the range of 240 meters. Soon he spotted a bone spear entering his range, sending a shockwave through the atmosphere. If he didn't have his sight and data analyzing ability ignited, it would be tough to dodge a spear of this speed. The bone spear was the most powerful direct attack spell of a priest. Its penetrating ability and speed was horrifying, and due to its range, it could be used to attack faraway targets. Abel gently twisted, and that bone spear had swooped past a few centimeters beside him like he was invisible. It was a perfect dodge. Elite priest Dono was stunned for a moment. How could he miss him? He cast a curse as well as throwing out a long-distance attack. He then drew with his hand in mid-air, and an ironstone monster emerged by his side. This thing looked quite strange. Not only was it fully made out of iron, but there was also a chair on its back. That iron monster was not that tall, so elite priest Dono climbed on top of it and sat on the chair. That iron monster then viciously dashed forward. Its speed was scary. Although it was still no match to Black Wind at full speed, it was far more powerful than any other mounts. As Black Wind kept running, the 8 skeletons had soon fallen behind far away. Even that iron monster elite priest Dono was riding could not catch up. It was too late. He watched as the shadow of Black Wind faded into the horizon. Abel had memorized all the paths of this place. He knew there was a protection circle up front. White snow break that protection circle. Abel could no longer wait. He needed to penetrate that protection circle immediately to escape from Nam Mountain. White snow flew up from his shoulder, and its body immediately expended. A chilling wind rushed out from its beak, and that protection circle was helplessly torn apart. There were around 10 Pecker Knights riding boars guarding outside, and they were ready to stop Abel as soon as the circle was broken. However, Those Pecker Knights did not expect an elite spiritual beast, White Snow. Those Pecker Knights had reached the level of a head wolf rider captain. They were basically 1 in 100,000, an extremely rare occurrence. To make artificial death ground to harvest skull gems, most priests would breed Pecker orcs. These Pecker Knights would just the odd ones out. However, in the face of something even scarier than an elite wizard, an elite spiritual beast, those Pecker Knights didn't even get the chance to charge before a wave of chill struck them. In a flash, all 10 of them had been frozen. They were then smashed into frozen pieces of meat, as White Snow directly bumped into them. Black Wind kept running as it trembled on the scattered pieces of frozen meat. White Snow kept opening up the path, while Black Wind followed behind. Soon all the protection circles along the way were destroyed. White Snow was flying extremely low. In this tightly guarded place, the sky was not safe. As far as Abel knew, the Orc Empire had already grasped the technique of making crossbows. Although they were not as powerful as those from the dwarfs, locking down a mountain was still possible. That was why he did not let White Snow fly too high. And White Snow listened to his command. Even a powerful pseudo-dragon, like Flying Flame, had almost died in defense of a dwarf city, so you could imagine how scary crossbows were. Abel did not want to risk too much. Breaking through on the ground was the safest method. With White Snow up front and the speed of Black Wind closely following behind, Abel finally had the chance to shift his attention towards his headmaster identity card to connect with the Commander Spirit. Commander Spirit scanned the environment, he commanded. Soon, gentle energy like the power of the will shot out from the headmaster identity card towards all directions. Afterward, the Commander Spirit reflected the condition of everything 10 miles from Abel into his power of the will. From the scan, there were not many orcs in the biggest orc god temple, and most of them did not know how to stop him. He just needed to break through 3 more barriers, and he would be out of the Nam Mountain. As soon as he was out, he could jump of White Snow and fly towards the sky. Then, he would be able to truly say he had escaped from the orcs. Abel sensed 3 powerful auras. Elite Priest Dono and 2 other elite priests. Elite Priest Dono was fast. Even though Black Wind was still a little faster, they couldn't fully escape from him. Still, there was another elite priest even faster than Elite Priest Dono. He was so fast that Abel thought he was flying instead of running. Black Wind faster, Abel yelled. Black Wind listened to the instructions and unleashed its full force. An air-penetrating sound erupted, and White Snow had also accelerated. The 3 barriers did not hassle Abel. With White Snow's powerful impact, all defense circles and orcs exploded away with one strike. The last barrier had been broken, and Abel finally saw the scenery outside. However, as soon as White Snow was out of Nam Mountain, a bone spear speeded towards it. Although White Snow's speed was scary, that spear caught it off guard. At that time, it was just starting to relax after completing Abel's instruction. The time was just right. White Snow could not dodge. White Snow let out a screech of agony, and the bone spear penetrated its body. Although White Snow's feather could block arrows, it could not block a bone spear from an elite priest. White Snow, Abel was also out of the Nam Mountain, and he was just in time to see all of this take place. It was too bad Abel could not use a full recovery potion on White Snow immediately. If he did that, the orcs would definitely tell the Orc Empire that he had something that could heal all injuries in a flash. White Snow was hurt quite badly, but it could still fly as long as they could go a little further. He could help White Snow treat its wounds. Abel spotted some eagles in the sky. On top of it was an elite priest. It was he who just attacked White Snow. The Pace Eagle was a giant eagle, the fastest flying mount of the Orc Empire. Due to complications when breeding them, they had always been scarce. Only a small number of orcs had them. With a Pace Eagle like this, Abel might not be able to escape from the orcs even if he started flying. White Snow had taken a big hit in its fighting ability. Also, it was out of its most familiar frozen landscapes. Therefore, there were a lot of fighting techniques it could not use. White Snow, come back, Abel called through the soul chain. The injured White Snow wanted to seek revenge, but it immediately flew back as soon as it heard Abel's command. Abel took out a green bottle from his portal. Bracelet, it was a poison combined through his Horadric cube. White Snow began to shrink as it arrived back at Abel's side. Afterward, It landed on Abel's shoulder. Abel then violently threw the bottle of poison towards the sky and took out his rune bow, Rip Hook. An arrow speeded out. The arrow made contact with the bottle, and all the Horadric cube combined poison was blasted out, forming a green poison cloud. Abel threw the bottle precisely. It directly blocked the path where the Pace Eagle was heading, while at the same time locking down the exit of Nam Mountain. In normal circumstances, all that Pace Eagle needed to do was take a bigger turn to avoid the poison cloud and keep chasing after Abel. However, this elite priest was one of the very few elite priests who specialized in making poison. Its research made him almost immune to all poison, so he decided to speed through the cloud to chase after Abel. Soon he began to regret his decision as his entire body began to feel numb. He had been poisoned. He quickly gulped down an antidote, but it was useless. The numbness intensified. Although a Pace Eagle's body was a little stronger than an elite priest, it too was breathing in way too much poisonous gas. It could no longer move its wings. In a screech of agony, it fell straight towards the ground. Luckily, they weren't flying too high. The impact did not hurt them too badly, it just made them look quite bad. However, the poison effect was still intensifying. Meanwhile, elite priest Dono was almost out of the Nam Mountain. Soon, he would punt straight into the poisonous cloud as well. However, the moment he saw that elite priest on the Pace Eagle cashed towards the ground, he cunningly stopped his stone iron monster. Although it was going at an immense speed, it had somehow violated the law of physics and came to a halt when it got the message. Elite priest Dono was only around 1 meters from the poison cloud. If he were just a split second late, he would be poisoned as well. He commanded a skeleton to enter the cloud. Although it was extremely quick at first, it got slower with each step after it picked up the other elite priest from within. Bastard, which elite priest had helped this bastard? This poison is deformed, elite priest Dono said furiously. It was extremely rare for a poison to affect skeletons. Only priests that specialized in poison had things like this. Normal poisons were quite specific when it came to their damage. Just like blood solidifying poison, for example. It could solidify the blood of a being, killing them. Or poisons that target muscles that could make a being's muscle lose mobility. There were also many more poison that could suffocate a being. However, a skeleton did not have muscle, blood, and it didn't need any oxygen. Most poisons in the Holy Continent were useless towards them. However, a poison made by a priest that specialized in poison could make something that targets the elements. Poison elemental attacks were unavoidable, and skeletons were no exception. Elite priest Dono would not believe any other race could make something like this other than a priest that specialized in poison. Like the human wizards or the elven druids, their skills had only reached their level after countless years of inheritance. Poison making was no exception. You could not increase the strength of poison just by some simple research. You needed an entire specialized school of people. Even the orc priests themselves could not learn poison making any time they wanted, let alone other races. Therefore, elite priest Dono was sure another orc priest had contributed to this. Of course, this was all because he never doubted Abel's identity as a virgin. And that skeleton was only around 5 meters from the edge of the poison cloud. It suddenly dropped into a pile of scattered bones. Elite priest Dono's heart was torn. Tears began to roll down. Every one of his skeletons had a long history. It took him tens of years to produce a single one with the power of a human head commander. This loss was basically tearing tens of years of effort from him. His fighting power had taken a big hit. However, saving that other elite priest was a must. The sooner he got him out of the poison cloud, the less damage the poison would have on the body. The chance of surviving would also increase. Therefore, he picked out another skeleton to enter the cloud to drag the elite priest out. He gazed at his poisoned skeleton, the other elite priest, as well as that pile of scattered bones. He helplessly yelled, "Beecher, I don't care where you go, I will capture you even in the edge of the universe and wipe out your entire family." Abel did not expect to poison an elite priest just by a careless throw like that, but he no longer had time to turn and look. He had already memorized everything 10 miles out. It was at that moment he spotted large amounts of orcs entering his range. He needed to get out as soon as possible and find an unnoticeable place to treat White Snow's wound. Elite priest Dono handed the poisoned priest to the orcs behind him who had just arrived. There would be other experienced priests specialized in poison to help him diffuse the poison. Black Wind was on full speed now. They were about less than 100 miles before they could get to Battle 03. Abel didn't want to get back up yet. However, the Orc Empire had a power vacuum. There weren't a lot of orcs that could really stop him. With Black Wind speed, the 03 spirit scanning ability, and the Beast Fang map, even the most ordinary methods could help Abel get out of the Orc Empire. The only thing he had to worry about, so it seemed, was to show as little of his true strength as possible. White Cloud was already spotted. There was no way that he would use it with his identity as Abel again. If he wanted to use White Cloud as Abel, he would have to be a whole lot stronger than he was now. He needed more land. He needed his own army of knights and wizards. Once he got those, he would have the proper strength to defend against the orcs coming for revenge. He really needed those. What he just did was more than enough to shatter the very interests of the most powerful figures within the Orc Empire. It was very risky for him to do so, but then again, he was very willing to do something so crazy if it was for his own family's interest. The beastly bod Utopia was in a frenzy when Black Wind was running at full speed. Wirgin just stole a sacred artifact from the beastly god sanctuary. The news was enough for the whole nation to go wild. When Abel was about 50 miles away from Mountain Nam, there was already a blue falcon appearing in the sky. Also, from what the 03 spirit detected, several defensive lines were laid at the Fure Swamp, a location that was closest to Nam Mountain. Needless to say, there ought to be a lot more things waiting for Abel outside this 10-mile detection range. The orcs were trying to prevent him from getting inside the Fure Swamp, because if he did, it'd be impossible for him to do a mass area search for him. It wasn't like they could send small units after him. Either one bad move and the resources they invested might all just be gone. There was also another spot that the orcs had taken precautions of, the City of Fury. It was where the royal family resided. While most of the troops were deployed elsewhere, what remained was still enough to surround Abel. Now to Abel, he never had the intention to escape from Fure Swamp because he didn't know a lot about that place. Instead of immediately choosing a direction, he took out a golden quality healing potion and used it on White Cloud. Of course, the Blue Falcon saw this. The scout that shared its vision saw this too, and he immediately reported to his senior orc priest. After that, the orc priest sent the news to all the advanced priests joining the search. Elite priest Dono was there to hear about this. When he did, the first thing he thought of was the possibility of a traitor. A traitor, in elite priest Dono's mind, that traitor could only be Beecher. Whether that made sense or not, he was more concerned with who Beecher was siding with: humans, dwarves, elves. It wasn't clear who the betrayal was meant to serve. But golden quality potions were supposed to be very hard to come by. Whoever was behind all this, the water must have been very deep. Thus, a conspiracy theory was formed. Due to the very random attack that Abel initiated, elite priest Dono came up with all sorts of weird possibilities that could lead to this. His explanation went like this: some foreign race was siding with a traitor, and that traitor was a priest that knew a lot about poison spells. There was no way that an enemy nation could have the poison that they possessed. In the same way, there was no way that the Orc Empire would have a golden quality healing potion. By this logic, the enemy could only operate if there was help from both inside and outside. It made more and more sense the more elite priest Dono thought about it, but that was just what Abel wanted the poor man to think. He was hitting two birds with one stone. The healing potion wasn't just supposed to heal White Cloud back to health. It also served as a disinformation tool that might just let the enemies fight amongst themselves. "Kill that Blue Falcon now," Abel said, seeing that White Cloud was already recovering. White Cloud was very glad to hear this. It didn't think that it would have the chance for revenge. So hearing that was making it very thrilled for some blood. It started flying towards the Blue Falcon. The Blue Falcon noticed it, of course, and it tried to fly away, but the frost that was growing on its body was starting to slow it down. White Cloud became a lot faster after its body got back to usual. It did not let go of the Blue Falcon which, despite being able to reject the imposing pressure of an advanced spiritual beast, had no immunity whatsoever against the chilling Kai emitting from White Cloud's body. The Blue Falcon wasn't even a spiritual beast. It had no choice but to let White Cloud tear its body in half. At the spot far away, an orc scout died along with the Blue Falcon that it shared souls with. He was being supervised by a black-hooded priest, who was not very happy to see this happen. Report, the black-hooded priest called through the contact circle that Wirgin's snow eagle just recovered. One of our scouts was taken down. The only enemies of a flying mount is another flying amount. That was a common saying on the Holy Continent. Of course, elite priest Dono knew about this saying. It just felt very disgruntling to watch a criminal escape like this. All right, elite priest Dono said solemnly, here's a command to all our scouts. Keep a watch on that Wirgin. Do not fail at any cost. It was a very risky decision, given how few scouts there were within the Orc Empire. Still, if that Wirgin managed to escape, no one on the Holy Continent would respect the Orc priests anymore. The beastly god sanctuary was supposed to be of the highest security. For someone to make it alive out was utterly unacceptable in every conceivable way. After putting Black Wind back into his portal beast, Abel jumped and sat on White Cloud's back. There wasn't any seat though, so it wasn't a very comfortable ride. He took out the map of the Beast Fang to have a look. He drew a straight line from his current location to where the Orc battlefield was drawn. It'd be his current route now. Meanwhile, he used his soul chain to make a call. It was to White Cloud, and he told it to drag the battle fort 03 towards the outer edge of the Orc battleground. Even in this situation, he must be careful not to violate the rules of the Orc battlefield, which stated that forces equivalent to advanced wizards and priests must not make any appearance. By the same logic that the battle fort 03 and White Cloud were not allowed inside the Orc battlefield, once Abel managed to make his way there, the advanced priests that were after him would have had no right to make further pursuits. Still, the advanced priests could do all they want to have the scouts keeping a close watch on him. Even now, there was a blue falcon that was tailing white snow from behind. There was quite a distance, however. Whoever was controlling it, he must have been monitoring everything very carefully. At the same time, elite priest Dono just received the latest update. The Wirgin Escapi had managed to heal his snow eagle mount, and he was flying towards Wirgin Plain. Another command was sent: send all of your flying mounts after him, have the scouts connect to them. Do not, I repeat, do not let that Wirgin be out of our sight. And hear me out, fellow advanced priests. That Wirgin is flying towards the Wirgin Plain, but if I'm not wrong, he's probably trying to make ways inside the Orc battlefield. Given how strong he is, this might be our last chance to stop. I repeat, this might be our last chance to stop him. Do all that you can, men. Don't worry if you can't get him, because I'll be the last line of defense that he has to break. I'll wait at the outer edge before all of you. The order got the whole Orc Empire going. Soldiers started blocking Abel on all sides. Elite priest Dono got himself on a pace eagle, the fastest kind that he could find. Unlike Abel's White Cloud, he could change his pace eagle at the many stops that were on his way, which just showed the difference between the power of one man and the power of an entire nation. Unbeknownst to Abel, a very powerful priest was coming right towards him, and he was coming faster than he could escape. It started a few days ago. Things felt different at Miracle City. A lot of supplies were sent into the gate on carriages. Knights were sent over from all three of the human kingdoms. Many of them didn't even have their own military tags. It wasn't just the knights. Most of the middle-low-tier wizards at Lion City were also sent here. They were forced to come through the only teleportation circle that was open to the outside world. Once they arrived, they were divided into teams, leading by at least one experienced intermediate battle wizard. Meanwhile, the orcs assembled all their forces at the orc battlefield. Even the equipment they were hiding was now out in the open. It had been a day since they all came to fight, and as soon as they did, the Miracle City immediately sent a command to tell all the humans to withdraw. Because of this, the humans had more than a few days to make full preparation. On the morning of October the 20th, a loud chain of drum rolls was heard over the distance. Thousands of footsteps could be heard from the orc battlefield. It was the orcs. Most of them had come on foot. At the front were the Pecker orcs. There were so many of them, the whole 50-mile area of the orc battlefield wasn't enough to contain them. The Pecker orcs were very strange. They weren't intelligent and quite very weak in terms of their combat ability. The only thing that prolonged their existence as a species was their ability to breed in vast numbers. Yes, they could breed a lot. This worked very well with the orc priests since the number of dead bodies they could provide were very suitable for conjuring necromancy spells. That is if they died, of course, and it seemed that there were plenty of them that were going to die today. Back to Miracle City, all the knights were now divided into 12 units. Each of them was supposed to take turns to defend the Miracle City for 2 hours. No matter which squad it was sent out, once they were sent out, their orders were that they must not make any retreat. Yes, even if all of them were eliminated within 2 hours. Wizard Calder screamed on top of his lungs, "Hear me out, all of you magnificent knights and wizards. If the orcs take the Miracle Wall, all of your homes will be destroyed, do you understand that? This, what we are doing today, is a very important battle for humans." Thousands of men screamed on top of their lungs in response. This is about race. We fight for our kind. We fight for humans, and their lives depend on us. For our kind. For humans. Under a flash of white light, the first unit of knights was sent over to the Miracle Wall. The second unit was told to wait underneath the Miracle Wall, whereas the other 10 units rested at an army camp nearby. There were about 1,000 men in each unit, which, for a wall that was only about 3,000 in width, formed a very compact line of defense. What waited for the first unit was an appalling stench. They were teleported next to large pots of human and animal feces. The pots were boiling as the fire continued the burn. Underneath, some of them already started vomiting, but no one was in the mood to make fun of another. The concoction of excrements was called gold juice. It's meant to be mixed with various types of poison that would cause severe injury when poured towards the orcs. That wasn't the scariest part, though. The gold juice was not supposed to kill orcs instantly. Instead, they were meant to infect the target at where their wounds were. Most poison could not be used as a cure. The pots weren't the most eye-catching things that the knights saw. In front of them was a super big catapult. With a look towards the side, they could see other catapults that were standing about 50 meters away from each other. All of them had giant boulders that were ready to be loaded, and each of them was about half a meter in circumference. There were also ballistas standing next to each other. They were about 10 meters apart. The knights were the ones that were supposed to maneuver them. If the enemies were too far to be hit with the gold juice, these would be used for an effective long-ranged finish. Instead of running in fear away from these deadly machines, the Pecker Knights continued to maintain the discipline very simply. They abusively screamed at the Pecker Orcs, and the Pecker Orcs had no choice but to follow. They were all riding on pigs, and when once they reached the Miracle Wall, they were ordered to die with boulder pieces that they carried from the rocky land. Meanwhile, gray clouds started appearing in the sky. This was quite rare, as the orc battleground hadn't had rain in years. The tension was getting unbearable. Both the orcs and the humans knew something. Whatever the outcome of this fight might be, it would have tremendous influence over the power balance between them for the next century. 2 orc war drums were rolled. All the knights that heard it was attacked with a curse. Some of them were already lying on the ground, their hands placing on top of their own chests in agony. To make up for defense, a soundproof barrier was set up over the Miracle Wall. It was effective, but everyone was getting tense at how early the first casualties took place. While riding amongst the Pecker Orcs, the Pecker Knights threw packs of red powders in all directions. Their eyes became bloodshot, and their muscles started getting many sizes bigger than before. Even the pigs they rode looked like they were injected with steroids. Go, the Pecker Knights screamed, and so did the Pecker Orcs. They didn't have any instructions on how to go. They didn't have any formation either. Their objective was simple: go to the Miracle Wall and die there. Wizard Calder was watching from the control room inside the Miracle Wall. Since the orc priests weren't out yet, his role was to send command away from the front line. There was a screen in front of where he was standing. It showed what the Pecker Orcs were doing outside the Miracle Wall. Ignite. As Wizard Calder said to the voice command circle, a wall of fire instantly appeared, burning the Pecker Orcs. This wasn't any spell, by the way. It was something done by the intermediate wizards yesterday night. They poured heavy fire oil all over the edges of the Miracle Wall, and the plan was to ignite the oil when the enemies decided to get too close. Now the fire-heavy oil was a very thick substance. It was known for its ability to make flames burn at high temperature over a long period of time. In other words, it was a very volatile substance that would only be used for extreme cases. As intimidating as the flame was to ordinary humans, the Pecker Orcs were not very intelligent. When the first batch catching flame, they just laid flat and let the fire consume their bodies. The second batch did the same thing. They died by lying on top of each other. Eventually, the firewall that the wizard spent a whole night on started losing its purpose. Very scary, I see. Wizard Calder didn't just say that out loud sarcastically. He was watching the whole thing through his screen. The Pecker orcs had a straightforward train of thought. When they were told to do something, they would do it without considering anything else. Yes, even if it meant something crazy like sacrificing thousands of their own kind. The firewall was pretty much extinguished after a few minutes. Still, some of the heavy fire oil remained. Wizard Calder knew that there was something that he could do with it. He was a calm man. After having fought at the Miracle Wall for about a century, he had a deep understanding of how the orcs fought their walls. To him, it was only a matter of preparation for the Miracle Wall to be defended. Even as the Pecker orcs continued to charge forward, the knights did not bother to waste their ballistas and gold juice. They could kill these horrifying creatures very easily, but it was the same as in chess. Most of the time, there was just no point in sacrificing a bishop for a pawn. They wanted to save the better weapons for the stronger troops. About 500 meters away from the Pecker orcs, the knights took out their arrows and launched a long-ranged attack. Shoot at your will. After the commanding knight gave his command, many of the knights on the Miracle Wall all started looking for their own target. It wasn't like they had to be very precise. They had the high ground. All it took was an aim downward to hit the Pecker orcs that were all cramping next to each other. Not that it mattered for the Pecker orcs. They didn't have the same goal as the knights. Their goal was to go to the Miracle Wall and die there. One of them had an arrow through its neck, but the red light glistening from its eyes showed nothing but bliss. It would die very soon, but it was just very happy to have completed the only mission in all of its life. And a second one through its skull. It was about a meter away from the Miracle Wall, and that led it to die in a very unsatisfied manner. It wasn't too upset, though. Soon, its comrades would go over its body and finish the same job. Once they were all dead, their corpses would only go higher and higher, and that was going to make the Miracle Wall more brittle than it was before. It was the same for the pigs that they were riding. It was the same for the boulders that they were carrying. The way they died might be too easy, but it was not for nothing. Thousands of knights continued to shoot their arrows at these Pecker orcs. Normally, an archer would be too tired after the 30th shots, but since they all received proper training, they could use their combat kai to produce 10 times the output. Not that it was enough for the incoming Pecker orcs. There was just way too many of them to be taken down by manually shooting at them. Wizard Calder's eyes were dead cold. He could see what was displayed on the screen. About a tenth of the energy used to set up the Miracle City's defense was already gone. These Pecker orcs were just too persistent. If the barrier were broken through, it would take at least 10 minutes for all the expended mana gemstones to be replaced. The humans didn't have 10 minutes. Even a minute was enough to change the whole situation. Close down the defensive circle. It was a weird decision, but the instruction Wizard Calder gave was implemented immediately. The Pecker orcs didn't stop at all when this happened. Still, their desperate attempts were nowhere near enough to do anything to the barrier that was already there. It was the same for the Miracle Wall itself. As every brick contained many spell runes, it was very difficult to lay even a single chip at it. When the barrier was taken off, the entire Miracle Wall was dyed in red. The blood of the Pecker orcs turned the entire bottom red. The Pecker orcs still didn't stop. The humans already took 10 rounds to switch their unit, but they just kept coming and coming. It was enough to make anyone sick. After a while, the pile of corpses and boulders became even taller. The 500-meter difference in altitude became 200, and that number was still falling. The human knights could smell the blood that was coming up from below. They were getting more and more scared of what's coming at them. As the barrier was taken off, some of them started to fall at the sound of the orc war drum. Dragon horns. As Wizard Calder sent his command, a loud horn could be heard at the top of the Miracle Wall. It was the dragon horn. Due to how rare its main ingredient, the hyoid bone of a giant dragon, was, there was only one at Miracle City. Upon hearing the horn, the knights that were affected by curses quickly got up from the ground. They all started to feel a lot better. Then they picked up their bows to continue shooting at the Pecker orcs. There were about 80 meters of difference in their altitude to the Pecker orcs. Things were starting to get dangerous. Now that the number of deaths had gone up so high, the question why just had to be asked. In fact, the Orc Empire had been plotting this tactic for years now. It all happened several years ago, when one of their historians discovered a terrifying truth from the documents he had been researching. And what was that truth? After compiling all the climatic records he could find over the last few millennia, the Orc Empire historian discovered their nation's weather cycle. Every once in 1,000 years, the temperature would get so cold that it would be impossible to have a sufficient amount of products to feed the whole population. This was why the Orc Empire decided to do something crazy. They deliberately saved up a huge fraction of their products, which was then used to start an explosion in the Pecker Orc population over a very short period of time. To prevent the humans from knowing about this, they would still send some of the Pecker Orcs to die at the Miracle Wall. This way, the humans would not prepare the massive incoming troop that was supposed to flood them all at once. Wizard Calder instructed, "I want 2 sharpshooters up." Under a flash of white light, 2 old men appeared on the Miracle Wall. They were the last 2 sharpshooters left at Miracle City. After receiving bows from every knight within their view, they readied themselves for what might have been the biggest fight they would ever be in. One of the commanding knights screamed, "You. Yes, you. The 4 ice element knight commanders. If it is what fate tells you, you will die here today, but do not let anything harm these 2. Without saying anything, the 4 ice element knight commanders all nodded in resolution. They were knights meant to defend. While their attacking ability was nowhere near as good as the fire element knights, they could protect a target many times better. Reopen the barrier. Given that the number of Pecker Orcs had decreased, Wizard Calder decided to reopen the Miracle Wall's defense. The Orcs would definitely go with the corpse explosion. They were planning to detonate the piles of the dead Pecker Orcs' bodies to do that, which were exactly why the 2 sharpshooters went up. Soon, 20 black-hooded Orc priests came closer with their mounts. They didn't even wait for all of the Pecker Orcs to die. They were planning to use the corpse explosion even when some was still trying to make it to the Miracle Wall. On the other hand, the 2 sharpshooters were standing next to 2 giant war machines. Each of them was accompanied by 2 ice element knight commanders, who were supposed to keep a close watch in case the enemies attacked. The sharpshooter Hector called towards the sharpshooter Manuel, "Hey, you up for another competition today? Let's see who gets more heads." Manuel laughed out loudly. "You old idiot, Hector. When's the last time you've ever beat me? Fine, I'll bet a bottle of good wine on this one." When the covers were taken off, 2 giant war ballistas were revealed on top of the Miracle City wall. They were many times bigger than normal ballistas. Hector continued to laugh. "Good to see you again there." It was not a sunny day today. The clouds were up all day and night, and that was how long this battle had taken so far. The only bright thing was the lightning circles that were placed on the Miracle Walls. While the Orcs found it hard to look at it directly, it gave them a very good sense of direction. No, the 2 sharpshooters weren't going to be reloading the arrows. They were too old for that. Instead, each of them had 2 very strong knights to do the loading. Hector was ready. He was standing behind his own giant ballista. The arrows were loaded. The gears were turned so that the string was right in front of him. His eyes were just as sharp as him during his younger days, if not sharper. With his hands full of warts, he grabbed onto the handle and placed his foot on the activation pedal. And there, a quick, deafening streak went piercing towards the enemy. It wasn't from Hector, though. It was from Manuel. He decided to take the first shot. Hector wasn't too distracted by that. His aim was still steady, and so were his hands. 2 shots flew, one after the other. They weren't all that visible whilst midair. The lighting circle was directly in the Orcs' face, making it hard for them to defend against the incoming wave. One black-hooded priest was just about to get closer to the Miracle City with his mount. If he was about 200 meters close, so he thought, it'd be possible for him to take full advantage of his corpse explosion spell. One of the arrows went through his heart, however. He only realized as he felt his hair standing on his skin. Before he fell, he saw another of his comrades being hit by the same arrow. His life ended then. Hector was not very affected when he saw this. He was like a machine, neither gladdened nor sad to see 2 soldiers being stopped by his shooting. Soon 2 strong knights loaded the arrows for Hector again. There were about 10 or more black-hooded priests that were getting closer to the Miracle Wall. There were about 4 that were killed by the sharpshooters. However, there was only one that was killed by other knights that were using the city ballista. These Orc priests were really something. Not only were they experienced, but the speed of their mounts also made it extremely hard to snipe them from afar. Still, even after knowing about the sharpshooters' existence, the remaining black-hooded priests marched on. The command they received told them to do so. In a war of this magnitude, even the highest-ranked soldiers must put their lives on the line. They could return if they wanted to, but that would be a betrayal of the army, and the punishment would be execution. There was even a more devastating fact than that. All the orcs heard about it before they participated in this war. If they failed to seize Miracle City this time, most of them and their families would starve due to a lack of food. There was literally no turning back for them. They were the most combative race on the Holy Continent. But the humans had all of the luscious pieces of land. If Miracle City was taken, they would finally be able to take control of this desperate situation. Which was why the black-hooded priests didn't stop using corpse explosion spells. The more that it was triggered, the more the giant miracle wall began to shake. The sharpshooters were all that affected by this, though. The ground below them started to tremble, but they continued to fire at the black-hooded priests that were making this happen. One by one, they went for the heads of the black-hooded priests that were in their sight. 2 minutes passed in total. After that, the miracle wall went from being deafeningly loud to dead silent. All of the black-hooded priests were taken down. The sharpshooters managed to do it when the barrier was still barely on. Unfortunately, though, the quietness lasted shorter than they wanted it to be. Countless carts started to appear on the orc battlefield. They all looked very simple in their design. Some of them looked like they could barely be pulled. The purpose was very simple. Once these carts were about 250 meters away from the miracle wall, they would drop the rocks they were carrying and return to the back. Meanwhile, about 400 meters away from the miracle wall, tens of black-hooded priests would prepare themselves to cast even more corpse explosions. Of course, Wizard Calder knew exactly what it was that the orcs were trying to do. He couldn't do much about it, however. The orcs were simply too far away. The ones pulling the carts were just regular orcs. It wasn't worth it to shoot them with the ballistas. Worse yet, if they decided to waste the arrows on these orcs, there might be a chance that the enemy would be able to use them back. No, it wasn't like the intermediate wizards could go attack them. There were just too many black-hooded priests to risk, making them go on the front. Even one intermediate wizard was enough to sacrifice thousands of the regular orcs in the orcs' mind. It was this same reason that they would use a strategy like this one. While the orcs were about 250 meters away from the miracle wall, they began to pile up a tower with the rocks that they brought. They were trying to build a siege tower, which was supposed to be about the same height as the miracle wall itself. There had to be an endless supply of backups that would come and carry the needed materials for it to work. The orcs didn't lack that, and as a result, they managed to build a whole building right in front of the humans' eyes. It wasn't like the humans couldn't do anything about it. They did have an advantage in their military technology. Once the war machines were turned on, they were pretty confident that they could destroy whatever buildings that the orcs could build within seconds. Wizard Calder commanded, "Don't let them do this too easily. Use catapults. I want 5 rounds thrown towards them, or else they will continue to damage our morale. All the catapults, men. I want 5 rounds. 5 rounds, make it precise." The commanding knights screamed as hastily as they could. If it was up to them, they would have never gone with this decision. Every stone they launched took time to be carved into the right shape. It was rather wasteful to use them on regular orcs, but an order was still an order. The catapult team became quite busy. Needless to say, the first round was always the quickest because all the ammunition was already loaded beforehand. All it took was a little aim for the shots to be fired. Soon, multiple voices could be heard from the sky. The regular orcs didn't know what they were. Their job was to carry rocks to the battleground, not to understand how catapults were supposed to sound. The black-hooded priests were different, though. They wanted to flee the battleground as soon as they realized what was being thrown at them, but the orders they received were absolute. The stones that were shot were about 50 centimeters in diameter. Once they landed, they would roll for a bit and squash whatever that was in their way. Yes, everything, orcs, carts, anything that was in their way. If one was looking from the top of the miracle wall, they could see that 60 trails of blood were going outward. That 60 stones that were thrown at the oblivious orcs. The orcs were terrified with this, obviously. Many of them panicked. Some of them tried to shout. Some of them tried to run, but when the priests conjured the skeletons to slay the more rowdy ones, most of them were forced to calm down and face their fate. Once the orcs accepted their fate, they prayed to the beastly god and continued to carry the rocks. This was when the second round of the catapults hit. Again, 60 more trails of blood. Miracle City Knights got a boost of morales once more. They cheered and cheered, only to show their disdain of the orcs that attempted, then failed to invade their territory. In the middle of the orc battleground, there was a white tent that served as the commanding headquarters of the orcs. Inside were many leading figures of the Orc Empire. There was Gerald, the leading commander of all of the Orc Empire's army and the little brother of the reigning emperor himself. As a member of the Holy Lion race, the most royal of all within the Orc Empire, he was wearing a full set of golden armor and a very solemn look on his face. Right now, Gerald was looking at the other leading figures that were sitting in front of him. There was Grote, the Wirgin, Carol the Tauren, Emery the Werecat, and Clarence the Vulpera. They were all supposed to be representatives of their own kind. The first to speak was Clarence, the Vulpera. As the possessor of the Orc Empire's largest information network, it was his obligation to provide all sorts of high-level intel and strategies. General, Clarence spoke to Gerald. It seems that the humans knew about our operation a few days early. As of now, we don't know where the information was leaked. But from what we have found when it happened, the humans used everything they could to send reinforcements to Miracle City. From that alone, Clarence added, whoever was early enough to tell them about us, he must be someone very crucial. General Gerald seemed quite confident, however. Rest assured, Clarence. Within a few days, we'll guarantee the success that we have prepared for so long. The humans might have known about us a little early, but so what? We have years of dedication to this war, and what do they have? The time they've bought isn't going to help them in the very least, and that's that. Despite being one of the royal kins, Gerald preferred being called a general. Ever since he was young, he had been an avid researcher of war. While his noble blood got him to become a general at a fairly young age, the number of experiences he compiled did shape him into a fitting leading commander of the Orc Empire. It was because of this that he was entrusted to lead this entire operation. It was his first time to have ever used this much firepower at once, but still, he was very confident about turning Miracle City into the Orcs' Miracle City. General Gerald spoke to Carol the Tauren. It'll be the Tauren's job once the stone platforms are done. I'll leave all of our long-distance weapons to you, Carol. You have my word, General, Carol responded with a very deep voice. The Taurens will fight till the very end. As earnest as Carol appeared to be, he was actually pained to receive an order like this. The Taurens were the most oppressed group out of all of the Orc Empire's combative races. Not only were they forced to live at rocky ground, which was the most barren and poor region, but they almost always had to fight in the most dangerous positions whenever there was a major conflict. Just like now, the Taurens were told to climb on the stone platforms to fight against humans. They were told to face directly against the war machines that the humans had. The casualty was guaranteed, and unlike the Pecker Orcs, every Tauren here was supposed to be a real warrior. All of them took years of hardship to learn how to fight. All of them took years of nurturing to get to where they were. Worse yet, the number of Taurens was never close to how many Wirgins there were. Most of it had to do with land. Since the Wirgins were free to use the Wolf Garden, they became the race with the most abundant food source. On the other hand, the rocky ground barely provided any land for agriculture, making it hard to increase the number of hands that could be used to grow food, and in turn, a shrinking population became a real threat to the Taurens. Now Carol was a smart Tauren. He knew why this happened. After all, the beastly god himself too was rumored to be a Tauren. Many of his kind supported this belief. As a matter of fact, there were more stories about the beastly god among the Taurens than within the temple of the beastly god. The other races didn't want a new beastly god. They were oppressing the Taurens on purpose. They were trying to erase the fact that the beastly god was a Tauren. To be specific, it was the Wirgins, the Werecats, and even the Behemoths. Even now, Grote, the Wirgin, and Emery, the Werecat, were gladdened with General Gerald's command. Not Clarence, though. He was sighing with the discrimination that was going on here. Even as he thought of his own kind, the Vulperas. There was no telling of how much power the Orc Empire would have if it had itself a new beastly God, it was true that exploiting the Taurens would serve the Vulpras, but that was not really all there was to it. The day was still out. The clouds were still up high. The regular orcs were quickly at building the stone platforms. Soon, after the humans finished their 5 rounds of attacks, the orcs would have lost all resistance that was supposed to interrupt them from getting the building finished. When the platform got just about as the miracle wall itself, many of the regular orcs finally began to leave. The platform was a tall wall that was facing the southern face of the miracle wall. At its back, there was a slope that was supposed to be used to transport the war machines. Soon, the quiet battleground was filled with noises of stuff rolling over the distance. About several thousand Taurens were pushing 20 giant catapults towards the top of the stone platforms. To prevent the catapults from being attacked, there was a group at the front carrying a giant shield. How did the orcs learn to do this? Wizard Calder did not like to see this. He was very angry, in fact, because the orcs could only learn this if a human decided to make a deal with them. Of course, Wizard Dunn and Wizard Lorenzo were also very angry to learn about this. The wizards have always dedicated themselves to investigate human betrayal of humans, but this kind of stuff just never stopped happening. Things did seem different this time, however. The catapults were top secret to the humans. There were only a handful of families that had access to the blueprints. Wizard Dunn slammed his table. "I want a full investigation, you hear? Full investigation. If we don't figure out who sold us out, the humans will end, we will end." Wizard Lorenzo had the same fire in his eyes. "Don't you worry, Master Dunn. I have told Lion City to use everything it has to look it up. I don't care how influential this traitor is. I'll make him and his whole family pay. I'll swear it with my life." At the same time, everything that was happening on the orc battlefield was on live broadcast in Lion City. Every advanced wizard that was concerned was watching through the large screen. It's not like they all could take part in this. But if they wanted to, they could always go out to kill any orcs that were within the 50-mile radius of the human world. It was an agreement the humans had signed with the orcs. If one party was within a certain range of another's territory, anything could be done to them with no consequences whatsoever. P Alphandalpha, Nanua 1 SOM. Everyone in the catapult team began to adjust the angle of the catapults they were handling. They were all professionals at this. They did practice every day, making them more flexible at controlling the catapults than their own bodies. In just 30 seconds in total, all 60 catapults were reloaded and ready for another round. They were using the same type of ammunition as before, large round stones of 50 centimeters in diameter. As these deadly stones drew an arc in the sky, they fell on the stone platform they were meant to target. Some went straight towards the platform. Some went towards an empty spot and then rolled towards the slope placed behind the stone platforms. The shielded Taurens didn't take a single step back. They only screamed in fury as they tried to block the incoming hits. With every Tauren that went down, 2 more would come close as a replacement. One rolling stone would kill about 10 shielded Taurens before it was completely stopped. Worse yet, if the Taurens got hit from a bad angle, they would be turned into a mush of blood and flesh on the spot. Eventually, and not very long, the Taurens realized that they couldn't really defend their own catapults. Some of the supporting wooden pillars snapped because of the rolling stones. Some of the catapults were already starting to tremble. Maintenance, maintenance. Vulpra at the back was screaming to call for backup. Soon, about 20 Vulpras rushed in with wooden boards and iron nails. Wherever the catapults were damaged, they would try to fix them as quickly as possible. Of course, they would have the protection of the shielded Taurens. The Taurens had one job, and it was to defend the Vulpras so that the catapults could be properly used. Yes, they had to defend them at all costs. To put it simply, the Orc Empire had a shortage of catapults. The timber used to make them was hard to come by. Some parts had to be extra durable, whereas some of the other parts had to be extremely bendable. Not only that, only pieces with the right size could be used to make a catapult of the appropriate size. In terms of geography, the Orc Empire had very little opportunity to collect timber from super large trees. They had been logging at the very dangerous parts of the Budapest mountain range, where almost all of the local middle-high-tier spiritual beasts resided. But no, the supply was still very far from what was needed. In their desperation to end the timber shortage, they decided to take apart all the wooden housings within a few of their own cities and towns. And yet, it was still not enough to get the catapults to have the same shooting range as the humans. This was why they had to place them at a dangerously close distance of 250 meters. "No," General Gerald called out to Carol, "our catapults will be destroyed. Hurry up and use the ballistas. Also, light up the smokes. We can't let them take any easy shots on us." "Yes, General," Carol replied. In a very short while, smoke started rising to where the platform was. The humans had already gotten 6 catapults total, but their precision started to get far worse after this happened. Almost all of the following shots were based on luck. At the same time, the Taurans were charging towards the stone platform whilst carrying the ballistas. They were trained to do this. Even with the smoke around them, they were able to tell where their exact position was. For one ballista, all it took was 4 strong Taurans to carry them. It was not a hard job for them. Soon, the front row on top of the stone platform was filled with 40 ballistas in total. The orcs finally got their turn to return fire. A commanding knight shouted, "Watch out, men, it's their turn now." The ballistas were fired at a very right timing. It was when the smoke had just vanished, and the miracle wall didn't have the proper defense for the incoming shots. In total, 5 city-sized ballistas were damaged, 2 catapults were slightly damaged, and about 10-something knights were injured because of this. Still, the orcs suffered way heavier casualties than the humans did. When the humans returned fire, about 100 Taurans were shot to death in an instant. About 10 ballistas were also destroyed in retaliation. The orcs still had 10 catapults ready after this. While the Vulpras were fixing the damaged catapults, the ones that were fine were quickly launched towards the miracle wall. Catapults weren't all that precise at all. Fighting catapults with catapults was the same. It was a game of luck, with each side was hoped to somehow fluke into hitting the jackpot. This was where the war was at its most dangerous moment. The Taurans never stopped supplying the ballistas. Whenever one of them died, or when one of their ballistas got destroyed, they would also reload more from behind. While the stones they had were not as pretty as what the humans carved, they could actually do more damage to whatever was hit. And the Tauran elitists sacrificed themselves against the bunch of very well-equipped humans. A red fireball shot in the air from the middle of the orc battleground. That's when the signal was sent. Soon, tens of thousands of Pecker Knights rushing from both sides of the stone platform. They were carrying ladders, and they were doing everything they could to get those towards the miracle wall. With their more elite members, as the private soldiers of the advanced priests, they served as an expendable fighting force that was just a little bit better than the regular Pecker orcs. Anyways, the Pecker Knights were the main fighting force of the second attack. Both sides had yet to use their most powerful fighting power. The Orc Empire was very patient. Even now, they were using these Pecker Knights to test the real strength of the human side. If they could force the wizards to come out, that was when they knew the humans were getting close to their limit. The commanding knight shouted, "Caution!" The orcs wanted to close in. "Ready your arrows, men." Soon, arrows started pouring down on the incoming Pecker Knights. A lot of them died, but most managed to set up the ladders to the miracle wall. From there, they just sacked their mounts and started climbing towards the top. It was too much trouble for the Miracle City Knights. They were all official knights, and also, since each of them only had to defend for 2 hours in total, so there really wasn't a need for them to save up their combat kai. When the knights started flashing their combat kai, that's when the arrows started getting fired faster. Not one Pecker Knight could climb the ladder halfway without getting killed. They just kept climbing though. When the human knights tried to look down to aim, many of them were killed because they gave the enemy camp a chance to take aim. By now, the 2 human sharpshooters both had an exhausted look on their faces. They didn't have to load the arrows, but every shot had to be done with a lot of mental calculations. They were old. They could deal more damage to the orc ballistas than everybody else combined, but their feet already started to shake as they had stepped on the power pedals way too many times. The commanding knights knew what was going on. But he didn't let the 2 sharpshooters rest, because if he was going to do that, there would be no one else that could suffice as a replacement. Without the sharpshooters, more shots would come out of the stone platform in front of them. The miracle wall would have to sustain even more damage. Underneath the stone platform, 4 bearmen carried giant shields at the front. They were trying to protect the gray-hooded priest behind them. They managed to slip by the humans' attention. Because of this, the gray-hooded priest was able to come to the top of the platform very safely. "Raise your shields," As soon as they came to the top of the platform, all 4 bearmen started shouting at once. They then dug the base of their shields into the pile of rocks they were standing on. There were 2 shields at both the front and back. This way, there were a total of 2 protections for the gray-hooded priests. Not only that, the bearmen also used their own bodies as another layer of defense. It was already too late when Wizard Calder took notice. He only saw the gray-hooded priest when the spell rune in his hands was activated. Activate the defensive circle. Again, it was already too late. By this point, about 100 corpses of the Pecker Knights were added to the miracle wall. This gave the gray-hooded priest a perfect environment to use the corpse explosion spell. The commanding knight knew this. In fact, there was a bloating corpse that was just about 20 meters away from him. It even looked like there was a red light that was sparkling from its inside. Corpse explosion, throw the bodies down the wall. Still, sounds of explosion could be heard on the miracle wall. Many knights were killed before they even had the time to react. Some did live, but they screamed in agony as the skin on their faces started getting burned off. The experienced ones were quick enough, of course. They managed to throw the corpses away before the explosion got to them. After 5 corpse explosions were cast, the miracle wall began to raise its defensive barrier once more. It did manage to stop the following explosions, but the humans had already paid too much price for their slow reaction. 3 head knight commanders were lost. They couldn't allow any more sacrifices. Raising the barrier was a forced choice. There were still many Pecker orc corpses down at the bottom, and the gray-hooded priest wouldn't hesitate to bash the barrier with his explosive spells. It was only a matter of time before the defense would be forcibly opened. Wizard Calder's eyes were cold. He couldn't allow the explosion to keep damaging the miracle wall, but there was simply not any easy solution to fix this. A cold decision came after. Switch the catapults with fire shots. I want that stone platform turned into a torch. Instead of the regular stone rocks, the catapult team switched to a very precious giant stone type. These were made with a very special type of wood. The inside was filled with heavy fire oil, and when ignited, they would lit up an entire area into a sea of fire. When tens of the fireballs were thrown towards the top of the platform, many Taurens had no choice but to jump down to their death. It was much better to fall to one's death than to be incinerated alive. The wooden ballistas were immediately destroyed. Some of the catapults were still all right, though. Some of the Taurens were doing everything they could to suffocate the flames with mud. In the end, apart from the 2 catapults that were hit directly, no further damage was inflicted on the orcs' war machines. The gray-hooded priest had a claystone guard up as protection. He also had 8 more skeletons beside him, which were all covering his body with iron shields. Even if the flames did heat up the shields, the skeletons would have no problem as they couldn't feel the heat. About 2 of the 4 bearmen were dead. They got burned alive. The other 2 didn't move a single step away from where they were supposed to be. With nothing but their sheer dedication to the Empire, they ignored the sizzling sound on their shoulders and the scorching pain on their skin and flesh. Even now, the gray-hooded priest was not interrupted, and he casting the corpse explosion spell. The spell runes in his hands continued to flash, and the corpses within his sight continued to be detonated. As the only one would do the job currently, his objective was very simply break through the Miracle City's defensive barrier and kill off the knights that were guarding there. The stone platform was completely engulfed in flames. The Taurens that were on top did everything they could to extinguish the flames with mud. They weren't even bothered with themselves. They just wanted to make sure that the orcs could continue to attack the humans. At the wishes of the orcs, a sound of shattered glass started to appear. The defensive barrier finally vanished in midair. There were still more corpses available. There was even a huge supply of death kai, so the orc priest had no worries about losing any energy supply. The 2 sharpshooters hid themselves behind the 4 ice element knights' head commanders. These head commanders tried to maintain the ice walls that they've created with their shields. Because of how strong the incoming hits were, blood started pouring out of their cheeks. It kind of showed how wide this gray-hooded priest's attack could spread. About 1,000 knights had already fallen. That was about half of them that went down. Area attacks were just too efficient against knights. The orcs were very pleased to see this. About 8 human head knights commanders were dead, but none of their matching warriors had even gone down. Still, it seemed that the gray-hooded priest couldn't hold any longer. The remaining 2 bearmen collapsed. The iron shields his 8 skeletons were holding were also starting to glow red. With no air to breathe, he dropped his bone staff with a painful smile on his face. Wizard Clater asked with a concerned look, "How long before we charge the defensive circle back?" A red-cloaked wizard replied, 9 minutes, sir. I repeat, 9 minutes. 9 minutes? They'll be on the miracle wall after 9 minutes. Call the second night squad. I want the backup equipment teleported to the front line. Get them from the warehouse we have. With a flash of white light, 1,000 more knights were teleported to the miracle wall in advance. They cleared off the war machines that were destroyed, and after that, they replaced them with new ones that were ready to be used. Things were really dangerous now. The miracle wall had lost its defensive barrier. The orcs could attack in however ways they wanted. Meanwhile, General Gerald was speaking to Groat the Wirgin. I'll leave the rest to you now. Remember, the Wirgins are the blades of the Empire. I hope you can break through this line of defense. Groat said with a vicious smile, Yes, General. For the first time over the last few millennium, the Wirgins will be the first one to tread on the miracle wall. Very well, I will trust you then. Groat knew something very clearly. The humans had yet to use their strongest fighting force, so sending the Wirgins now would definitely not be beneficial to their own cause. Still, an order was an order. There was no way that he was sending the elitists to the front, but he did manage to get a lot of new recruits just recently. Carol was actually satisfied to see this. After seeing many of his fellow Taurens dead on the battleground, he thought that it was finally time for the Wirgins to get their turn. It was a different story for Emery the Werecat. He didn't really trust Groat's pretty words because the look that he saw on Groat's face suggested otherwise. Clarence the Vulpera was the only one that was saddened by the atmosphere of the tent. Even at a time like this, there was just so little that the different races could do to settle their differences. The orcs finally unleashed the Wirgins, who were supposed to be the main fighting unit used in most of their wars. As of now, there were about several 10,000 of them that were running towards the miracle wall with their large-sized ladders. After losing so many on their side, the Taurens finally seized control of the fire on the stone platform. More ballistas went towards them. The counter-attack was imminent, and the humans had no choice but to guard against it. Like the orcs, the humans had replaced plenty of their own soldiers and war machines. They readied themselves to attack the stone platform once more. One after another, they traded arrows, stones, and the lives of their own soldiers with the enemy unit. Both sides were suffering severe casualties. More Taurens were killed. On the way to transporting the catapults, many Taurens and catapults were lost before they managed to do anything. Despite that, 5 catapults were eventually sent to the top of the stone platform. 20 black-hooded intermediate priests were also escorted to the same area with the protection of their own skeletons. The orcs weren't even using stones as ammunition for their catapults. By now, they were loading the catapults with the corpses of their comrades. There were dead bodies everywhere. 5 dead Taurens could be counted as one shot. Once they were thrown into the miracle wall, the black-hooded priests would all cast corpse explosion at once. It was an attack method lethal enough to kill a dozen knights instantly. However, since the corpses were flying at high speed, it was hard for the black-hooded priests to detonate all the corpses correctly. Not that mattered. It was still quite effective when the defensive barrier was down. Hector was laughing out loudly. Hey, Manuel. How about we see who kills more black-hooded skeletons? Black-hooded skeleton was a derogatory term that the humans used to describe orc priests. It was meant to make fun of their appearances, which were much corrupted by the death kai they constantly drowned themselves in. Manuel laughed back, You serious? Ha, look at your hands, they're shaking, you think you can win. Says you with your shaking foot. Hector said as he unleashed another shot, Too much talking, I'll take the lead from here. The arrow went through the 2 defending skeletons. After that, it penetrated the black-hooded priest's skull and smashed it into pieces. You're not the faster one here, Manuel said, meanwhile headshotting another black-hooded priest. In front of the miracle wall, the wolf riders were constantly attacked by the raining arrows. The ones at the front would most likely be killed, but before they dropped their ladders, another would always be another one that caught it. At the cost of thousands of wolf riders, they finally managed to set up the ladders at the miracle wall. Some of them didn't even bother to get down their Mount Wolves. They just jumped from the Mount Wolves back and started climbing the ladder. Scarily enough, Some of the mount wolves could even climb the ladders. What was impossible for horses was like child's play to them. This was when the humans dropped their gold juice. Now, the gold juice might be a very deadly concoction, but it didn't have the ability to kill immediately. The wolf riders had tough bodies. Even if the gold juice made them fall from a height of 50-something meters, it wasn't going to kill them instantly. Yes, not instantly. After they fell to the ground, right on top of the mountain of corpses down below, that's where the gold juice started to take effect. It wasn't just the wolf riders, but all of the mount wolves also got their entire bodies poured over. As the ones below howled in agony to their slow but certain death, more gold juice came from the top. The gold juice was already heated in advance. The humans had years to prepare the necessary ingredients. After spending the last couple of days moving them to the Miracle City, there was now enough supplies for thousands and thousands of enemies. The wolf riders, unlike the pecker orcs, knew what fear was like. They had already sent tens of squads to climb the ladders, but none managed to climb to the very top. Their only chance was to rely on wolf rider captains. But Groat's idea was not to send any of his elites to the front. He was only sending recruits, and that selfish move made the recruits want to abandon their mission. When the tens of thousands of wolf riders tried to flee, the orc priest executed them with countless corpse explosion spells. Yes, these spells weren't directed towards the humans, but to the traitors who thought their own lives were more important than their obligations to priests. There wasn't even a need to think about showing these recruits any mercy. General Gerald watched in anger as he realized that there wasn't even one head wolf rider captain in the scene. The Wirgins had brought shame to the Orc Empire. It was not just that, though. The Orc Empire had already sacrificed so much to set up this wave of attack, but Groat's selfishness wasted the sacrifices. Groat, General Gerald growled as his lion mane stood on its own. Is this how you'll be the first orc to step on the miracle wall? You've disgraced us. Groat lowered his head. The Wirgins will make up for this shame, General. You have my word. I'll request another attack. But no, none of the head wolf rider captains wanted to heed to Groat's call. Straightforward, actually. Groat just asked countless new recruits to kill themselves. The elites were smart enough to know this. The veterans knew the consequences of fighting the strongest defender in all of the Holy Continent. General Gerald said coldly, "There are 2 minutes before that defensive barrier goes up. If you don't show us more generosity, Groat, I'll make sure that the miracle wall is filled with the corpses of your own kind. Do you understand?" Soon, the second wave of wolf riders charged towards the front. They used the same type of ladders. They had the exact same formation as before. Something was different, though. The overall quality of the soldiers was much better than before. In this unit of 20,000 wolf riders, there was a ridiculously high concentration of them in the head wolf rider captain rank. About 100, to be specific. To prevent the arrows from shooting through them, they formed combat Kai armors that were gray. The humans didn't expect the Wirgins to commit this much. When they finally took notice, the head wolf rider captains were already down at the miracle wall. The ladders were starting to be set up again. A red-cloaked wizard advised Wizard Calder, "Sir, should the wizards come help? There's too much pressure going at us." Wizard Calder shook his head. "It's too early. The Wirgins aren't the strongest race in the Orc Empire. We must wait till the Orcs launch their main attack. Use the heavy fire oil instead." While riding on their mount wolves, the head wolf rider captains were already about 80 meters on the ladder. It was about less than 10 steps for the mount wolves. When they were starting to howl in joy, they saw that a pile of dark fire oil was being dropped on them. It came from a line of small holes that were on the miracle wall. Combined with the fire arrows, it was enough to create a massive swarm of flame that was meant to swallow them whole. The head wolf rider captains wanted to push through. However, the heavy fire oil was meant to stick to everything it came into contact with. Once it stuck on something, it'd be tough to extinguish the flame that was lit. The combat Kai armor would fend against it, but only for a very short amount of time. The head wolf rider captains tried to be as fast as they could. They wanted to make it to the top before their combat Kai armor disappeared. Some of them did manage to do so, but as soon as they'd lost their protection, the knights had already pointed the arrows towards their flesh. They didn't even have the chance to block their vital spots with their arms. With all being lost, these elitists thought about bringing as many human knights down with them as they faced death. However, What awaited them were guardian knights that had dedicated the majority of their lives for this very moment. Soon the arrows went through their bodies, and hundreds of combat kai smoke started to rise at exactly where they were. To think that they have more tricks. The humans are wicked, there's no doubt about it. That being said, General Gerald wasn't really concerned with having 100 head Wolfrider captains dying just then. It was a war that would decide their entire empire's future. As long as he could bring out his enemy's real strength, even if it was just a bit more, he was happy to pay the price for it. Besides, he's learned something here. The heavy fire oil tactic might be deadly, but it's not something that the humans could afford to bring out early in the battle. He wasn't sure what it took to harvest and manufacture the heavy fire oil, but judging from the way the humans were saving it up till now, it was easy to tell that it was meant for times of extreme emergency. Unlike General Gerald, Grote was in great pain as he saw many of his virgin elites dying in front of him. It was 100-head Wolfrider captain. That was about a third of his entire unit. His entire plan revolved around avoiding using them as much as possible, but due to blunders he made with the first wave of offense, he had no choice but to go in the opposite way of that train of thought. There was one crucial mistake that Grote made. He underestimated humans. He didn't know about the heavy fire oil and the mechanisms on the miracle wall. The Virgins suffered greatly because of his arrogance and lack of knowledge. The Virgins are brave. It was Carol the Tauren that said that. He made it sound like he was trying to praise the Virgins, but when they all saw the streaks of combat kai smoke that were rising in the distance, to be honest, it sounded more like some sarcastic remark. Meanwhile, Emery, the werecat, was trying to think with a straight head. It was the werecats that were going up next. He had to figure out what the humans had left. The humans were much less serious now. They were all celebrating the fact that they've killed so many of the Virgins. Wizard Calder was different. He was an experienced commander. Killing 100-head Wolfrider captains might damage the Orc Empire's morale, but it wouldn't do much to influence their overall firepower. Also, keep in mind that the Orc Empire was going with everything they had. The following attack would only be more aggressive, and not the other way round. The real fight was supposed to be a full-on encounter between the wizards and the Orc priests, with more dead bodies piled up at the miracle wall. The Orc priests would gain a massive advantage in the final showdown. One red-cloaked wizard reported, "We have restored the energy supply for the defensive circle." Humans and orcs were still going at each other with their catapults and ballistas. Screams could be heard on both sides. The two sharpshooters finally couldn't take it anymore. After using their power of the will for so long, the others had to carry them away as they collapsed. Because of this, the orcs could finally continue throwing dead bodies at them with their catapults. Once again, 20 black-hooded priests made their way to the stone platform. They had bodyguards to protect them with their lives. As they were bombing the miracle wall with corpse explosion spells, many knights were lost in a very short period of time. Looked like both sides were trading blows evenly on the surface, but the commanders of both sides knew something crucial. The Virgins did suffer heavily just then, and that was going to ruin a lot of the orcs' motivation to keep fighting. The orcs needed time to regain their will to continue. There was a problem with that, however. There wasn't a lot of time before the real war began. Shame, General Gerald sighed. Looks like the wizards won't come out before the final round. Can any one of you tell me who's leading the humans this time? Clarence the Vulpera explained. Over our intense study of the humans over the past few years, we've managed to come closer to them in terms of the finesse of our war machine technology. Still, finesse isn't everything. The humans had support from the dwarves so that they can make newer and better machinery within a lesser time frame. And it's not just that. Due to lack of resources on our side, we cannot match them in terms of our total amount of stock. General Gerald agreed. The Orc Empire has far more elite fighters than the humans, but the humans can easily overcome that by having much better gear. Clarence continued. I did some further examination just then, General. All the defending knights were of official ranks. They had just a little over 10,000 men taking turns to guard us, but the advantage they had in terms of geography is enough to match all the numbers we can gather. I'm not waiting anymore. General Gerald clenched his fist, then slammed it on the table, launched the main attack. We've never been this close to victory. I'm going to use all of the 10,000 elites to do this. From this day on, I'll turn the miracle wall into the Orc Empire's miracle wall. Victory to the Empire. The other ones all stood up and shouted. Abel was sitting on White Snow's back. He was shooting down a scouting bird with his harmonious wind bow. He's had to do this multiple times over the last few days. The Orc Empire never stopped sending scouts to spy on him. Still, they've learned their lessons, so instead of sending the Blue Falcons close to him, they were watching over a safe distance. At the start, the Orc Empire would send top-tier warriors after him. It didn't do much at all. He had a rune bow with him, and White Snow was about the strongest flying amount that the Orc Empire would ever run into. Killing these top-tier warriors was like playing to him. When the Orc Empire realized that it wasn't enough, they switched the top-tier warriors to Orc priests. Their white bone armor and claystone guard did make Abel's bow lose impact, but White Snow was just too strong to be interfered with. The advanced priests never stopped coming. The mounts they were riding were also the fastest that they had. But the most they could do was to slow Abel down just a little. Wait. Abel suddenly received a warning from his battle-commanding spirit. There were two very extraordinary sources of aura that were appearing on his left side. When he frowned towards his left, he saw that two advanced priests were riding on top of Pace Eagles. Their plan: they wanted to disrupt him so much that there was time for the other advanced priests to chase after him. "You can't run," one of them screamed at Abel. He then shot a bone spear at him. It didn't take much for Abel to dodge it. He did have his acute visual ability, so all he had to do was a flinch abbot without moving his legs. After avoiding that shot, Abel returned fire with his harmonious wind arrow. At the same time, White Snow shot out an ice ball from its mouth. Both shots hit right on, and although the priest's white bone armor was enough to take the hits, it was not enough to defend the lighting attack on the tip of the arrows. The advanced priests didn't worry about that. The claystone guard could neutralize most of the lighting element attack, so only a small amount would be passed directly to themselves. What they didn't take into account was that the lighting did manage to zap the Pace Eagles that they were riding on. As one streak of lightning went to the Pace Eagle, not only was it immobilized for a while, its overall speed was also lowered to the extent that White Snow would get a clear shot. And there, as the Pace Eagle was hit directly by White Snow's frost, it and the advanced priest fell straight towards the ground far, far below. After seeing that was happening, the other elite priest no longer had time to attack Abel. He quickly flew down to save his fellow. Therefore, the two elite priests on the Pace Eagle could only let the Pace Eagle slowly drop. Meanwhile, the other Pace Eagle was not injured too badly. It slowly recovered from the frozen injury before it made contact with the ground. Afterward, it slowly flew up again. Abel shook his head after seeing his ineffective strike. He knew he could not fight against two elite priests at the same time in the sky. If he were struck by the feeble curse of an elite priest in the sky, he would be brutally beaten. Therefore, he did not focus on the two elite priests, but urged White Snow to leave as soon as possible. His target was the Orc battlefield. It was the forbidden ground for elite priests. He was not far from the Orcs' battlefield. If he were to go through Mount Budapest, it would be tough for him to escape from two or more elite priests without exposing some extraordinary method. The Orcs' battlefield was just at reach. Abel sat on the back of White Snow looking forward. He knew he would soon need to get off White Snow. White Snow had the power of an elite wizard, so it was not allowed in the Orc battlefield. However, in the unseeable part of the sky, outside of the Orc battlefield, stood the invisible battle. Fort 03. Abel wanted to jump directly on Battle Fort 03 and use it to escape from the Orc Empire. However, as he gazed at the Blue Falcon nearby, he quickly let go of this idea. As long as he could get into the Orc battlefield, no elite priest would chase after him, and no orcs would form a threat to him. Also, he wanted to know if the massive attack on the miracle wall had started. White Snow slowly landed to let Abel jump down. Afterward, Abel told it to get back to Battle Fort 03 to have a rest. White Snow gently chirped and flew straight up to the sky. Seeing the shadow of White Snow vanished from the sky, Abel began to set off towards the Orc battlefield. He still had only 5 miles to go, so he summoned Black Wind. However, as soon as Black Wind began to dash, 8 skeletons emerged from the ground in front of him. In the back of those skeletons stood Elite Priest Dono. Abel noticed a magic circle board on the ground. It was a barrier circle. Which human traitor gave this thing to the orcs? Abel thought to himself furiously. You would not see a barrier circle on the orc battlefield because other than Abel. No normal beginner wizard would have something this valuable. Those wizards were all quite new to the world of official wizards. They were all busy building their magic towers. None of them would have extra resources to exchange a magic circle board. Therefore, the orcs could only get a barrier circle by doing business with a certain human family. Beecher, I said you can't escape. I'll make you suffer for 100 years, said elite priest Dono. His voice was filled with anger. He found out about Abel's path through those ruthless scouts of the Orc Empire and set up a barrier circle to ambush Abel. Finally, Abel showed up. All needed to do was hold up Abel for some time, and the other elite priests would be able to catch up. Then Abel would be dead, no matter how powerful he was. What had hurt elite priest Dono the most was hearing that the poisoned elite priest had died. He was his good friend. It was not easy for an elite priest to make a friend. Building trust after countless years of interaction was basically impossible for elite priests. However, that elite priest who had just died, an elite priest Dono, was one of the very few cases where two elite priests could trust each other, to the point where they were even willing to exchange followers. This was because those two had grown up together, trained together, and became priests together. This was extremely rare, and elite priest Dono cherished this friendship, but it was all destroyed by Abel. Not only that, but his status as an elite priest in the Orc Empire would also take a hit without the support of a good friend. The Orc god holy object was destroyed under his surveillance after all. Therefore, this Abel in front of him was the source of his fury. He was already thinking about how he should torture him after he was captured. Dono, you can't stop me. Abel dragged out his distance on Black Wind. An elite priest's curse was too disgusting. He would be in big trouble if he was struck. Go, elite priest Dono waved his hand, and 8 skeletons dashed forward. Abel knew how scary those 8 skeletons were, so he fully unleashed his power of the will, igniting the world stone's sight and data analyzing ability. As soon as he wanted to tell Black Wind to go back and drag out more distance with the skeletons, another message was sent to him through the commander spirit, Headmaster Majesty. The aura of 2 elite priests flying mount is approaching. They will be arriving in 1 minute. Abel immediately knew it was the 2 elite priests on the Pace Eagle. And elite priest Dono was planning to lock him down. He could no longer back up. If he did and dragged out a little more, the 2 other elite priests would be able to catch up. Then, you could imagine what would happen. Black Wind did not pull back. Instead, it charged towards those 8 skeletons. Those 8 skeletons struck their weapons forwards from all directions. Abel already had his sight and data analyzing ability open. He gently twisted his body and perfectly avoided the attacks. Elite priest Dono was only a few hundred meters from Abel. Spell pattern formed in his hand, and a red color cloud of curse immediately emerged above Abel. Curse, Abel felt his heart drop. Should he move in a flash on Black Wind? He didn't know if this elite priest who had dealt with human wizards for countless years would have a method to counteract a move in a flash. Abel only had one chance to do so. The rain of curse directly landed on Abel. He did not move in a flash, but the moment he made contact with the rain, he had already let his druid soul take control. Therefore, the soul that was cursed was his druid soul. His main soul was unaffected. In the eyes of elite priest Dono, a gray-white glow of curse emerged from Abel's body. Elite priest Dono knew what Abel was doing. That glow was not the glow of the feeble curse. Although he didn't know how, he knew Abel had escaped his curse before. Another spell pattern emerged from his hand. Soon, a rack of bones emerged beside Abel. Just like the claw from hell, Abel was surrounded all of a sudden. This was the elite priest spell bone prison. It was a special wall made out of bones. Even a head wolf rider captain would need a long time to escape from it. A smirk emerged on elite priest Dono's dried-up face as he saw his spell had successfully trapped Abel. His 8 skeletons had also entered the bone prison and ready for their second round of attacks. Beecher, I've told you I would capture you. Where are you going to go now? Elite priest Dono approached Abel with a face full of satisfaction and a disgusting-sounding laugh. He thought he had finally got his revenge. Stupid, Abel mumbled. What? Elite Priest Dono was thinking about how he should play with Abel, maybe like a cat playing with a rat. But suddenly, he heard Abel calling him stupid. It had been many years since a person had called him like this. Spell pattern emerged from a hand behind Abel. It was the Rune World Helmet spell Cloak of Shadow. Originally, this spell would not work since those 8 skeletons and Elite Priest Dono were too far away. But since Elite Priest Dono had gotten too full of himself, it had given Abel a chance. Suddenly, gray clouds emerged and fully covered up the sight of Elite Priest Dono and his skeletons. Elite Priest Dono was stunned by the sudden darkness. He couldn't help but urge his 8 skeletons to guard in front of him. Abel was thinking of giving this beast St. RD a taste of his most power Dimensional 4, but he quickly gave up on that idea. His dimensional force was strong, but he was not sure if it could penetrate 8 skeletons and an elite priest at once. However, at the same time, he sensed those 2 other elite priests approaching. He no longer had time to think. He swapped out his druid soul and let the main soul retake control. The feeble curse quickly faded, and the gray-white glow on his body quickly faded. Black wind vanished from the bone prison in a flash of white light and reappeared 240 meters away. Afterward, he speeded towards the orc battlefield. Although Elite Priest Dono could not see, his power of the will was not restricted. He sensed Abel's movement and yelled furiously, "Move in a flash, you have a human scroll, you disgusting orc traitor." He did not expect a Mount Wolf that could move in a flash. Only a human wizard scroll could achieve this effect. Elite Priest Dono had gone from excitement to disappointment in almost no time. He felt his heart burning. He swiped his power of the will against his 8 skeletons, and 7 of them dashed towards Abel. He then climbed on the back of the last one and dashed forward as well. The 2 elite priests appeared from the sky and landed the moment Elite Priest Dono and Abel disappeared. What they saw was an empty bone prison. It still had not faded. They exchanged glances, and their jaws dropped. Did Elite Priest Dono enter the orc battlefield? They quickly called Elite Priest Dono through their magic objects, but there was no reply. At the time, Elite Priest Dono still had his sight blocked by the gray cloud. He kept chasing after Abel with his power of will. But black wind was too fast, and his skeletons were falling behind. As soon as Abel approached the orc battlefield, he immediately sensed countless orcs. He couldn't help but immediately ask the Commander Spirit, "Why didn't you tell me there are so many orcs here?" "Headmaster Majesty, I've analyzed your ability, and I would only notify you if the orcs can form a threat," the Commander Spirit replied in an awkward tone. Abel felt a little speechless. He had escaped all the way from the Orc Empire. If the Commander Spirit had notified him every time they ran into an orc, then those notifications would never stop. "Commander Spirit, share the scan with me," Abel said again. "Yes, Headmaster Majesty." Soon the condition 10 miles from them had reflected into Abel's power of the will. Since Black Wind's soul was connected with Abel's, as soon as Abel was hesitating on the condition of the orc battlefield, it began to slow down. Elite Priest Dono felt a sudden lift in his heart the moment he saw Abel slowing down. He gathered all of his power of the will on Abel's body. He was ready to unleash his most powerful blow as soon as Abel entered his range. His heart had told him to stop thinking about capturing Abel alive. The ability Abel had shown was too powerful. As Abel was still examining the condition of the orc battlefield, the Commander Spirit warned him an elite priest was approaching again, so he quickly yelled, "Black Wind, enter the orc battlefield." Black Wind accelerated straight into the orc battlefield in a split of a second. Elite Priest Dono had all of his power of the will concentrated on Abel, and the mission of the skeletons was to lock down Abel as well. He would not let him escape. The gray cloud on Elite Priest Dono finally faded, and he regained his sight. But it was too late. He had already stepped into the orc battlefield. "No, this is the orc battlefield." Elite Priest Dono immediately sensed something wrong. He was all too familiar with this place. He had fought here before. In the spark of a moment, Elite Priest Dono and his 8 skeletons were frozen. The look of horror was stuck on Elite Priest Dono's dried-up face, and his 8 skeletons were stuck in their retreating positions. Their bodies were bent, and each had one of their legs forward. An unstoppable force grabbed Elite Priest Dono. It was so powerful, even an elite priest like him was helpless. Abel turned back just in time to see what had happened. He couldn't help but stopped Black Wind. He had always wondered what would happen if an elite wizard or elite priest had entered the orc battlefield. However, he was not expecting to see what was in front of his eyes at all. What force could lock down an elite priest like this? Was there anything even more powerful than an elite priest in the Holy Continent? Suddenly, an extremely robotic yet family voice emerged. An elite priest from the Orc Empire had entered the orc battlefield. According to the orc and human agreements, death will be granted. It was the miracle spirit. Abel always thought that the miracle spirit was just responsible for organizing the city and seemed like he had underestimated it. As the miracle spirit said the word death, the force on elite priest Dono increased. Even Abel could hear the cracking of his bones from far away. Soon, the body of elite priest Dono had exploded like a watermelon that turned into a puddle of blood mush. A gray beam of light shot up towards the sky. It was the soul beam, the last bit of glory of an elite priest. Although the orc battlefield spread over 50 miles, this soul beam was especially eye-catching in the dull weather. Not only the entire orc battlefield, but even Miracle Wall could also see it. An elite priest had died in the orc battlefield. A spark of chaos was sent to the orcs as this message reached the white-colored tent. Which elite priest had entered the orc battlefield? Was he mad? Commander Jelil yelled as he stared at the soul beam outside of the tent. The orcs were already attacking the Miracle Wall like crazy. Countless top-quality orc soldiers were speeding towards the cloud staircase of the Miracle Wall. The human did not hold back as well. Countless spells were thrown out from inside the Miracle Wall. With the Miracle Wall as protection, the human wizards did not have to worry. All they needed was to focus on drawing spells. Another team of knights had arrived on the Miracle Wall. 2,000 knights were now charging towards the orcs with their weapons. It was at that moment an orc had spotted the soul beam. He couldn't help but yell, "An elite priest soul beam." Our elite priest had died in the orc battlefield. Both the human and the orcs outside of the Miracle Wall were stunned for a moment. In the eyes of orcs, elite priests were the closest thing to God. Their status was extremely high. In the eyes of humans, they were equally as powerful as elite wizards. Both parties soon began to focus on their fight again, but most of them did not know how this would impact the battle. In the Miracle Wall, intermediate wizard Calder saw the soul beam through the projector. A surprised look emerged on his face. I wonder which elite wizard the miracle spirit will pick to enter the orc battlefield. With an elite wizard on our side, our chances of winning will definitely shoot up, he mumbled to himself with his eyes sparkling. There were not many humans or orcs who knew about the orc and human agreement. It was mostly spread amongst the elite priests and elite wizards. As one of the very few in the Miracle City who knew about this agreement, Wizard Calder knew full well how significant this was. He knew the battle between orcs and humans was not this simple. The elites had always been kept out of it to maintain the battle on a manageable scale, and Miracle Spirit was the most unbiased judge. The Miracle Spirit ruled over a range of 50 miles on the human side and 50 miles from the orc side. The human side was known as the Miracle Wall, and the orc side was known as the orc battlefield. If the orcs had occupied the Miracle Wall one day, the human side would need to change its name to the human battlefield. Headmaster Majesty, highly intelligent spirit spotted. The commander spirit suddenly warned Abel. Highly intelligent, are you talking about the miracle spirit? Abel asked. Headmaster Majesty, yes, the miracle spirit and I are the same rank, the commander spirit replied. Then will you guys have a problem if you meet? I heard spirits can swallow each other to increase rank, Abel asked in confusion. That won't happen after becoming highly intelligent. Swallowing another spirit won't increase rank. The only way to do so is to gain vast amounts of new data to increase information storage, the commander spirit explained. That miracle spirit is the same rank as you, so how does it have so much power to kill an elite priest? Abel was still shocked at elite priest Dono's death. Headmaster Majesty, maybe the miracle spirit has set up a giant magic circle around here. All it needs to do is to unleash a tiny amount of energy. If I had enough energy in base No. 7, I could do so as well, Commander Spirit replied. Abel couldn't help but remember that unstoppable force in base No. 7 that threw him into the dumping ground. Luckily the base was running out of energy. If it were fully replenished, he would be directly squeezed and explode like elite priest Dono. Meanwhile, in Lion City, as Abel was chatting about the miracle spirit, elite wizard Dunn and elite wizard Lorenzo had just received the newest information. Amazing, an elite orc priest had gone mad and entered the orc battlefield. Quick, go have a look to see which elite wizard is closest to the miracle wall. Wizard Lorenzo asked with a big laugh. As the investigation department of Lion City began to work, Wizard Dunn suddenly waved his hand. No need. If Grandmaster Abel there, he would be the closest one. If not, the closest one would be those elite wizards in the kingdom of St. Anwell. But no matter who, the power of those elite wizards is limited. It won't do much to the overall battle. Wizard Dunn shook his head. Yeah, no one is expecting an elite priest to die in the orc battlefield. If we knew about this earlier, we would be able to get to the miracle wall's closest city. It seems like the miracle spirit will select an elite wizard closest to the miracle wall. But those rank 16 wizards in the kingdom of St. Anwell are not that powerful. They can't do much in a massive battle like this. Wizard Lorenzo said irritatedly. I hope Grandmaster Abel is at Miracle Wall. He has quite a bit up his sleeve. He can even probably do more than a rank 16 wizard. Wizard Dunn said with his eyes sparkling. He began to doubt if Abel was responsible for bringing that elite priest into the orc battlefield in the first place. This was not a wild guess considering Abel's history. On the orc battlefield, the atmosphere in the white tent was growing tense. Tell the front line to be careful. An elite wizard will soon arrive. Tell them to block. Let the elite wizard drain his mana. General Jello lowered his voice. General, don't worry. Our troops are mighty. An extra elite wizard will buy them a little more time. Vulpra Clarence was shocked, but he was still very optimistic about the battle. Yeah, General, our brave warriors are draining the magic of the intermediate wizards. An extra elite wizard will not make much difference. A werecat agreed. Whatever. Jello still had an unforgettable trauma in his heart. Why did an elite priest enter the orc battlefield? What could have possibly brought him to this decision? He would have never expected elite priest Dono would fall for Abel's Cloak of Shadow spell. K3516. You have been chased after by an elite orc priest on the orc battlefield. Due to the orc priest's violation to the agreement, your Battle of the Orcs mission is now completed. Grandmaster Abel, also according to the human and orc agreement, the closest elite power will now be allowed to join the fight. After an analysis, I know you have hidden elite power, and you are now allowed to use it. A message from the miracle spirit emerged from Abel's military card. Abel was caught off guard a little. What does it mean he could use elite power? He only expected the death of elite priest Dono to be a loss for the Orc Empire, but he was suddenly allowed to use his elite power. Suddenly he felt the surveillance of the orcs. He gently pressed on his portal bracelet and the invisible cloak appeared. He had a plan, and he wasn't planning to expose his identity yet. He vanished from the spot as a few blue falcons emerged from the sky. They did a few circles. After they realized there was nothing to see, they returned to the orc battlefield. A few werecats speeded towards the location of the soul beam, but there was nothing to be found other than a scattered pile of blood and meat. They examined the place but did not retrieve the remains. They could not touch those pieces of meat unless the energy of the soul beam faded. The soul beam was the last glory of elite priest Dono. The law of this world could not affect the glory of this beam. You could only retrieve the remains after the soul beam had faded. Soon those werecats had left. They needed to go back to the camp and report. Abel quietly stood at a place not far from the werecats and watched them operate. He did not interfere. Meanwhile, he had also connected with the Battle Fort 03 through the commander spirit. Suddenly, the motionless battle fort threw out 200 little war puppets towards the ground. Those puppets each had a bursting crossbow, and they were all controlled by the commander spirit. Everything was set. Abel put away his invisible cape with a wave and dashed towards the center of the orc battlefield on Black Wind. Black Wind led the way as those puppets followed behind 5 miles from him. With Black Wind, Abel finally spotted the endless sea of wolf riders after around 10 minutes. Of course, a wolf rider like him was not special here. No orcs would doubt his identity, so he had smoothly entered the orc camp. There were even some kind-hearted orcs who pointed to him where the other wolf riders were. Not long after he had entered the camp, he noticed a white tent in the center. However, getting near it would not be easy. Troops of lion men and werecats fully surrounded it. There were almost no other orcs 1 mile from the camp. Immediately, a powerful figure was inside, maybe the general of this battle. He then found a space where resources were stored. The resources were located in the orc camp, so there were almost no orcs guarding it. All Abel had to do was smoothly dodge the sight of a guard, and he had arrived at a hidden place. He pressed on the transformation necklace on his chest, and his body began to shrink. Soon, he had returned to his human form. He then put on his full set of human gear, iron sword in one hand and the ancient pledge shield in the other. Just like that, a human had entered a camp of millions of orcs. No one would expect such a gutsy human to be real. At the same time, the war puppets controlled by the commander spirit had also reached the edge of the orc camp. They had been spotted. The sound of horns erupted. An attack was incoming. Countless troops of orcs advanced. Headmaster Majesty, highly intelligent spirit spotted. The commander spirit suddenly warned Abel. Highly intelligent, are you talking about the miracle spirit? Abel asked. Headmaster Majesty, yes, the miracle spirit and I are the same rank, the commander spirit replied. Then will you guys have a problem if you meet? I heard spirits can swallow each other to increase rank, Abel asked in confusion. That won't happen after becoming highly intelligent. Swallowing another spirit won't increase rank. The only way to do so is to gain vast amounts of new data to increase information storage, the commander spirit explained. That miracle spirit is the same rank as you. So how does it have so much power to kill an elite priest? Abel was still shocked at elite priest Dono's death. Headmaster Majesty, maybe the miracle spirit has set up a giant magic circle around here. All it needs to do is to unleash a tiny amount of energy. If I had enough energy in base No. 7, I could do so as well, Commander Spirit replied. Abel couldn't help but remember that unstoppable force in base No. 7 that threw him into the dumping ground. Luckily, the base was running out of energy. If it were fully replenished, he would be directly squeezed and explode like elite priest Dono. Meanwhile, in Lion City, as Abel was chatting about the miracle spirit, elite wizard Dunn and elite wizard Lorenzo had just received the newest information. Amazing, an elite orc priest had gone mad and entered the orc battlefield. Quick, go have a look to see which elite wizard is closest to the miracle wall, Wizard Lorenzo asked with a big laugh. As the investigation department of Lion City began to work, Wizard Dunn suddenly waved his hand. No need, if Grandmaster Abel there, he would be the closest one. If not, the closest one would be those elite wizards in the kingdom of St. Anwell. But no matters who. The power of those elite wizards is limited. It won't do much to the overall battle. Wizard Dunn shook his head. Yeah, no one is expecting an elite priest to die in the orc battlefield. If we knew about this earlier, we would be able to get to the Miracle Wall's closest city. It seems like the Miracle Spirit will select an elite wizard closest to the Miracle Wall. But those rank 16 wizards in the kingdom of St. Anwell are not that powerful. They can't do much in a massive battle like this, Wizard Lorenzo said irritatedly. I hope Grandmaster Abel is at Miracle Wall. He has quite a bit up his sleeve. He can even probably do more than a rank 16. Wizard Dunn said with his eyes sparkling. He began to doubt if Abel was responsible for bringing that elite priest into the orc battlefield in the first place. This was not a wild guess considering Abel's history. On the orc battlefield, the atmosphere in the white tent was growing tense. Tell the front line to be careful. An elite wizard will soon arrive. Tell them to block. Let the elite wizard drain his mana. General Jello lowered his voice. General, don't worry. Our troops are mighty. An extra elite wizard will buy them a little more time. Vulpera Clarence was shocked, but he was still very optimistic about the battle. Yeah, General, our brave warriors are draining the magic of the intermediate wizards. An extra elite wizard will not make much difference. A werecat agreed. Whatever, Jello still had an unforgettable trauma in his heart. Why did an elite priest enter the orc battlefield? What could have possibly brought him to this decision? He would have never expected elite priest Dono would fall for Abel's Cloak of Shadow spell. K3516. You have been chased after by an elite orc priest on the orc battlefield. Due to the orc priest's violation to the agreement, Your Battle of the Orcs mission is now completed. Grandmaster Abel, also according to the human and orc agreement, the closest elite power will now be allowed to join the fight. After an analysis, I know you have hidden elite power, and you are now allowed to use it. A message from the miracle spirit emerged from Abel's military card. Abel was caught off guard a little. What does it mean he could use elite power? He only expected the death of elite priest Dono to be a loss for the Orc Empire, but he was suddenly allowed to use his elite power. Suddenly he felt the surveillance of the orcs. He gently pressed on his portal bracelet and the invisible cloak appeared. He had a plan, and he wasn't planning to expose his identity yet. He vanished from the spot as a few blue falcons emerged from the sky. They did a few circles. After they realized there was nothing to see, they returned to the orc battlefield. A few werecats speeded towards the location of the soul beam, but there was nothing to be found other than a scattered pile of blood and meat. They examined the place, but did not retrieve the remains. They could not touch those pieces of meat, unless the energy of the soul beam faded. The soul beam was the last glory of elite priest Dono. The law of this world could not affect the glory of this beam. You could only retrieve the remains after the soul beam had faded. Soon those werecats had left. They needed to go back to the camp and report. Abel quietly stood a place not far from the werecats and watched them operate. He did not interfere. Meanwhile, he had also connected with the battle fort 03 through the commander spirit. Suddenly, the motionless battle fort threw out 200 little war puppets towards the ground. Those puppets each had a bursting crossbow, and they were all controlled by the commander spirit. Everything was set. Abel put away his invisible cape with a wave and dashed towards the center of the orc battlefield on Black Wind. Black Wind led the way, as those puppets followed behind 5 miles from him. With Black Wind, Abel finally spotted the endless sea of wolf riders after around 10 minutes. Of course, a wolf rider like him was not special here. No orcs would doubt his identity, so he had smoothly entered the orc camp. There were even some kind-hearted orcs who pointed to him where the other wolf riders were. Not long after he had entered the camp, he noticed a white tent in the center. However, getting near it would not be easy. Troops of lion men and werecats fully surrounded it. There were almost no other orcs 1 mile from the camp. Abel immediately, a powerful figure was inside, maybe the general of this battle. He then found a space where resources were stored. The resources were located in the orc camp, so there were almost no orcs guarding it. All Abel had to do was smoothly dodge the sight of a guard, and he had arrived at a hidden place. He pressed on the transformation necklace on his chest, and his body began to shrink. Soon he had returned to his human form. He then put on his full set of human gear, iron sword in one hand and the ancient pledge shield in the other. Just like that, a human had entered a camp of millions of orcs. No one would expect such a gutsy human to be real. At the same time, the war puppets controlled by the commander spirit had also reached the edge of the orc camp. They had been spotted. The sound of horns erupted. An attack was incoming. Countless troops of orcs advanced. Abel did not dash forward immediately. Instead, he waiting for his troops to come. The first team of orcs that made contact with the little war puppets was a team of 5,000 highly skilled werecats. They were one of the top teams in the entire orc camp. The werecats were one of the most powerful races in the orc empire. They were naturally gifted at fighting, and with their dedication in practicing combat kai, they were far more powerful than Wurgens in a one-to-one battle. However, they could not reproduce as fast as Wurgens. Therefore, the werecats always relied on the lions for survival in the orc empire. The werecats guarded the lions, so they could also enjoy high status and resources in the orc empire. Because of this, their domain was placed in the most important orc god Utopia. Those 5,000 werecats were fully equipped with metal armor. Even their giant tiger mount was wrapped with metal shields on their most vulnerable areas. Every werecat would have the power of an official knight, so this team was extremely powerful. On the other side was a team of 200 little war puppets. Their size difference was obvious. However, all the werecats kept a serious look on their faces. The crossbows on the hands of this suddenly appeared team of puppets gave them even more pressure than a team of human knights. The werecats knew about those little war puppets. The only thing stood between the orc empire and the dwarfs were the earth-dividing valley, so of course, Those werecats were familiar with the dwarfs' defense weapons. Those little war puppets were one of them. That was why the orcs would rather pick on the humans than the dwarfs. You could at least see the humans when you were fighting with them. If the orcs picked a fight with the dwarfs, what awaited them would be countless machines. The earth-dividing valley separating the orcs and the dwarfs were filled with traps set up by the dwarfs. Any orcs who dared to enter would be dead. However, there was something strange about these little war puppets. The werecats were certain that there weren't any other species near them who could be controlling these things. The energy of those little war puppets was also a problem. Normally, they could not fight for a long time. Meanwhile, the commander spirit was quite happy. All of those little war puppets were powered by perfect-level gems, extremely valuable energy sources, even in ancient times. The commander spirit could finally unleash its full potential. Because Headmaster Majesty somehow had enough perfect gems to power all 200 little war puppets. The war puppets quickly approached the werecats. As they entered their shooting range, countless arrows were unleashed from their crossbows. The werecats blocked with their shield and strengthened it with their combat kai. They knew they needed to approach those little war puppets in order to damage them. They had to destroy their cores with their weapons. If not, they could only wait until those little war puppets ran out of power. The arrows were too strong for their shields, and the puppets did not miss. The werecats were stunned. It was almost like every single one of those puppets was a godly archer. No matter how hard the werecats dodged or blocked, they could not avoid those arrows. The little war puppets made their way forward. They completely disregarded this powerful team of werecats. They were not their target, it was the orc camp. The werecats thought the puppets would stop to reload their bows, but they didn't. The second round of arrows immediately followed. The werecats knew those bursting crossbows were the most powerful bow the dwarfs could make. Every one of them had the capability to store 500 arrows. Approach them, the werecat commander yelled. But before the werecats even had the chance to charge for 20 meters, the ones in the front line had already dropped dead. They were 300 meters apart. They wouldn't even be able to reach the puppets before their whole team was wiped out. When the werecat commander realized what was happening when the third round of arrows killed another 200 werecats, he yelled again, "Spread out, don't bunch up." The werecats quickly spread out and continued to approach the puppets in a loose formation, but that did not make a difference. The fourth round of arrows killed another 200 werecats. The team of werecats was getting a little chaotic. They wouldn't break down like this if they were fighting a team of human knights, but the puppets in front of them were not even alive. They were sacrificing themselves for puppets. It meant nothing even if they won, and their death would also be meaningless. The fifth round of arrows was unleashed, and then the sixth round. The werecats had already lost 1/5 of their troops. Their commander began to feel hopeless. He understood he couldn't let his entire team of werecats sacrifice themselves like this. They were tigers, not wolves. If the wolves had lost a big team, they could regain themselves in 10 years. However, it would take tigers more than 100 years if they lost the same amount. Especially when there was already 10 combat kai smoke on the battlefield, the werecat commander felt a sharp pain in his heart. A head werecat captain was a lot more powerful than a head wolf rider captain. However, in the face of these arrows, they were killed just as easily as normal werecats. "Retreat," the werecat commander yelled. This team of werecats was on the verge of breaking down, so they quickly turned as soon as they heard the words of their commander. However, they soon realized retreating was a big mistake. All this time, those war puppets were marching towards their camp. The werecats no longer had a choice. They knew as long as they could enter the orc camp, there would be other orcs taking the damage for them. The war puppets controlled by the commander spirit were killing machines. Anything that entered their shooting range could not escape. The commander spirit was as intelligent as the miracle spirit. The miracle spirit was specialized in management, while the commander spirit was specialized in battle. If the blood-red skeleton, controlled by the commander spirit, didn't run out of energy, Abel and White Sea Loud might have still been fighting it. A team of skilled Taurens was located behind those broken-down werecats. They had no idea what was happening. All they knew was that a team of werecats bumped into them. They couldn't attack since they were in the same line. Just like that, their formation was disrupted. Soon, the little war puppets arrived and began to unleash their arrows. The Taurens on the side were killed before they could even react. and the Tauren leader didn't know how to control his team either. Werecats disrupted their entire formation, and then some of their men were killed. All they could do was retreat by instinct. They were a full team of Tauren, with an Inferno Bull under each of them. They were the most powerful charging force of the orcs. As the final backup, this team of Tauren was placed in the very back of the orc camp. They were great fighters, but their retreat had created the opposite effect. The Tauren felt stressed as they fell behind. They violently whipped their Inferno Bull to charge, but this only made their Inferno Bull break down and bellow in anger. The Inferno Bulls had gone insane. The first insane Inferno Bull charged forward and bumped into a slower Inferno Bull with its horn, making that other Inferno Bull insane as well. This insanely had spread like a virus. Finally, all the Inferno Bulls of all 10,000 Taurens had gone insane. The Taurens on their back could no longer control them. How come the Taurens were so good at charging? It was all because of how easily those Inferno Bulls could go insane. The moment they went insane, they would be fearless. Even in the face of a volcano, they would not stop their charge. The 200 little war puppets caused horrifying chaos within the orc camp. However, the commander spirit, the mastermind behind this chaos, did not stop. The puppets kept marching towards the camp. Tens of thousands of Inferno Bulls slammed into most of the werecats with their horns and trampled over them as they charged towards the center of the orc camp. The Inferno Bulls have gone insane, run. No matter which spices or which rank of priest, all the orcs madly ran backward. No one wanted to block those insane Inferno Bulls with their bodies. Just like that, the tens of thousands of Inferno Bulls drove even more orcs towards the center of the camp. What's happening? General Jelal heard a roaring rumble, so he immediately stood up and asked in fury. General, the team of Taurens has gone insane. They are destroying everything. A soldier ran into the tent and reported. Carlo, thank you so much for your troops. General turned back and yelled at Tauren Carlo. Tauren Carlo then stood up violently and said in confusion, how did this happen? The chaos had turned into a roaring wave, driving more and more orcs towards the center of the camp. Some clever leaders had seen this coming, and they had quickly told their teams to spread out. But losing a few men was still unavoidable. All the teams that did not want to get hurt had joined the retreat. Soon a massive amount of orcs approached the tent in the center of the camp. It was the camp's core, so the werecats and lion men on guard had to hold their position. They held up their shields and spears. Even if they had to kill every single orc, they could not let them charge into the few powerful masters in the tent. Stop, you die if you keep going. The lion men and werecats on guard roared simultaneously. But what could those orcs do? Inferno Bulls were charging behind them. They viciously slammed into a wall made up by the shields and spears of those werecats and lion men. Some orcs were killed immediately, while some got injured badly. Their eyes had already gone red as they ran for their lives, and seeing their injured mates just made them even crazier. They held up their weapons and hit back. Although those werecats and lion men had blocked the first line of orcs quite well, there was still a sea of them. The first line of orcs could only strike once with their weapons before another sea of orcs smashed them from behind. There were more than 50,000 orcs running for their lives. There were a team of insane Inferno Bulls charging from behind. Those 50,000 orcs had no choice. They would get trampled to death if they stopped. That wall of shield and spears those guarding werecats and lion men had only lasted for a few seconds before the 50,000 orcs destroyed it. The tent was only a few hundred meters from them. Abel was stunned by what he saw. How did this happen? All he did was told the commander spirit to send the 200 little war puppets to murder their way in. How come it set off such big chaos? This was not like his original plan at all. He just wanted those 200 war puppets to attract the attention of those werecats and lion men so he could have a chance to attack that white-colored tent. As long as he could kill the general inside it, the orcs would no longer have a leader, and the humans would win. Now it was like those tens of thousands of orcs were helping him demolish everything. Shoot them, General Jelal ran out of the tent and yelled madly. All the guarding lion men and werecats were already mangled with the orcs. If they wanted to shoot, they would be killing those werecats and lion men as well. However, General Jelal was the supreme commander. Everyone had to obey his commander. Therefore, all the guarding orcs began to unleash their arrows towards those charging orcs. General Jello thought if he had killed half of those running orcs, the other half would be horrified. This way, the chaos would be stopped. However, what awaited them from behind was insane inferno bulls. Even though they were horrified about their comrades dropping dead, they could not stop. The inferno bulls bellowed as they flipped the orcs over with their horns. The orcs screamed. The sound was so terrifying the orcs had to keep running even after a moment of hesitation. The arrows of the guards were failing them. The orcs crashed into the front-line guards, blood gushed out from their mouth, and countless mounts were trembled into blood mush. "Masters, get away!" A guard quickly yelled as he realized the situation at hand was unstoppable. "Go, let's get out of here." General Jello knew he had to hide. They could no longer stop those crazy orcs. The generals of the 5 races dashed towards the side under the protection of 1,000 guards. The white color tent signified authority. But soon it had turned into a pile of rubbish as the countless orcs charged into it. This gave Abel an opportunity. He saw 5 orcs in luxury robes that looked completely different from the other orcs. No need to guess, those were the generals of those battles. "Black Wind," he said. Black Wind immediately vanished from the spot and reappeared 200 meters out, which was only 100 meters from the 5 orc generals and the 1,000 guards. A human blocked him. The guards yelled and 100 of them dashed out. The others continued to protect the generals as they waited for another team of 10,000 wolf riders to come and rescue them. Abel waved his hand and a black hole appeared in the sky. Afterward, a giant metal body emerged. By that point, Johnson's body was already fully possessed by metal balls made out of condensed iron. Although it didn't look much different from before, it was at least a few times more powerful. "Johnson, kill them," Abel said, pointing at the 5 orcs generals. Johnson violently stomped on the ground and dashed out like an arrow. It was 10 meters tall, but it was eerily fast. As it ran, it took out the 5-meter Super Knight's sword from its back. Those 100 charging werecats and lion men on guard were all at least commander level. Combat Kai exploded from their body. However, all it took was a swing from Johnson for them to be blasted away, no matter the rank. The 30 guards' bodies could not withstand the force of the strike. Their bodies exploded in mid-air and rained down in blood onto the other guards. Johnson did not unleash a second strike. He leaped over the other 70 guards and ran towards the 5 orc generals. So many combat Kai smoke had shot up from the pile of blood behind it, you couldn't even make out how many there were. Johnson was way too fast with that extra fast ability from hell. Its 10 meters tall body had basically turned into a massive black beam of light. Lion Man Head Commander struck his long blade towards Black Wind, but his sword had landed on Johnson. Of course, this strike could do nothing to it. It couldn't even slow it down. But blood began to gush out from the mouth of that Lion Man. His blade was blasted out of his hand by the rebound force, leaving a stunned look on his face. Johnson was an iron stone monster, so it had the attributes of a stone monster. Rebound damage would occur as soon as it was struck. As it approached the 1,000 guards, a giant bone wall emerged in front of it. Johnson didn't even bother to move its Super Knight sword. It smashed into the wall with its head. The bone wall cracked in no time, just like an eye shell, and soon turned into a pile of scattered bones. 10 skeletons then emerged from the ground as a red cloud of curse emerged above Johnson. The red raindrop of curse poured down, and a glow emerged from Johnson's body. It was the attack rebound curse. Maybe those orc priests thought this attack rebound curse would be effective on a mainly physical attacker like Johnson. This curse was supposed to create an even more powerful force from an enemy's attack and reflect it onto them. It was a nightmare for a normal physical attacker. However, not Johnson. Its body was made entirely out of condensed iron balls. The force it would need to kill those orcs was not enough to do anything to itself, even if it was a few times stronger. Johnson's target was clear, the 5 orc generals. So it didn't care about the skeletons. Its body was its strongest weapon. They smashed against each other. The massive force blasted those skeletons away. They were not afraid of death after all. "Stop him," General Jello yelled. By this point, he realized this was the human with elite fighting power that the miracle spirit sent out. However, he still couldn't understand what the metal giant was. The destruction it had caused was far greater than an elite wizard. "General, this is Grandmaster Abel's summon." "My orc god, how did he get here?" Vulpera Clarence knew about the humans quite well, so he could identify Johnson with one look. "Find Abel, kill him. As long as you can kill him, this thing will be harmless," General Jello commanded. At that moment, Abel jumped from Johnson's side and dashed towards General Jello. The team of 10,000 Wolf Riders saw what was happening and made their way to support General Jello. Abel suddenly sensed a threat. He looked towards the side and realized some dead bodies were expending. Exploding corpses. Those priests were crazy. The other orcs were not far from Abel. If they ignited an exploding corpse, the other orcs would take a big hit as well. Black Wind unleashed a second flash and directly reappeared within the 1,000 guards, only around 50 meters from the 5 generals. The orc guards frantically threw their weapons towards him. In the past, Abel wouldn't do something so risky as plunging into a team of orc warriors. But now his knight skills had been elevated with the hurricane damaged technique. His confidence in dealing with mass attacks had shot up tremendously. He had his runeward iron sword on his right and the ancient pledge shield on the left. His gear was far superior to the ones he had on base No. 3 when he first practiced the technique. As soon as the shield on his left hand halted the attack from the lion men, Black Wind began to turn under his command. The momentum of the lion men's strike had turned into the energy for Abel's hurricane. As countless clashes and bumps followed, more and more attacks from the orcs had been absorbed by Abel's hurricane and recycled into his own energy. Just like that, a growing hurricane emerged with Black Wind swirling around. Abel's sword and shield had become his deadly weapons. When he absorbed the energy, it created a powerful force that even Abel himself could not control it. The hurricane damaged was the only technique that could unleash something like this. Abel himself was almost unnoticeable among those 1,000 guards. After the hurricane was formed, every orc 3 meters from Abel was sucked in and turned into flying droplets of blood. Since Abel was on Black Wind, he was spinning a few times faster than before. The aftermath was a humongous snowball effect as more and more momentum from the orcs were absorbed. The priests reacted quickly. A cursed red cloud emerged above Abel and started to rain. Abel began to glow. He was cursed. This curse was cast specifically to counteract Abel's physical attack. It was the damage reflect curse. However, Abel was no longer on mana forbidden ground. Previously, he could not unleash his element before this immaculate knight technique was fully formed, so he could only attack with his sword and shield. However, a wind element unobtainable for human wizards suddenly emerged, and it had only gotten more vicious as the hurricane intensified. Damage reflect was only effective on physical attacks. But at that moment, Abel's weapon didn't even need to make contact with the orcs. His sword and shield were wrapped in wind elements. This wind element lashed out as he spun, ripping everything into shreds. The hurricane's radius had expanded from 3 meters to 4 meters, then 5 meters, and it was only going to get bigger as it absorbed more and more combat Kai attacks from the orcs. Abel was having difficulty in the center of the hurricane. He didn't think it would be so hard to control this technique among a giant team of enemies, even though his body was far stronger than any normal knight. Luckily, his sight and data analysis ability was working. Without it, no way he would be able to grasp this 10 times more powerful hurricane. Countless attacks were thrown towards him. However, before those arrows could even make contact, it was sucked in the hurricane and became a part of it. Afterward, those arrows were thrown out again. Each arrow that was thrown out again was at least a few times more powerful than before. One of them directly penetrated 5 orcs in a row before coming to a stop. This was only one example. The bone spears from the priests were just the same. Abel's hurricane was basically an attack amplifier. As long as a long-distance attack was sucked in, it would be thrown out again with even more power. By this point, Abel realized a downside about this hurricane. He could only use this technique when he was fighting alone. The direction of those reflected attacks was completely random. There was nothing he could do to control it. Some of the attacks that were reflected were already landing on Johnson, but luckily Johnson was too strong to care. When Abel was around 30 meters from those 5 orc generals, The orcs had become insane and used their bodies to block the approach of those two demons. Everything was useless, but there was not much else they could do. Meanwhile, the chaos on the other side did not stop. Another team of Tauren had got involved, and all it did was further intensifying the chaos. The commander spirit had also realized this. It scanned everything 10 miles from it. Through its analysis, it was certain that Abel was safe. Therefore, the commander spirit made the most suitable decision: add even more chaos. If those 200 little war puppets were directly fighting the orcs, it would be very likely that they might get damaged by those orcs' war machines. However, since Abel had entered the orc camp from behind, all of those machines were facing the miracle wall. Therefore, not all of the orcs could go stop those puppets in a short amount of time. The commander spirit had immaculate control. It had fully unleashed the power of those puppets to the max. The commander spirit changed its direction, and those 200 little war puppets had become the main driving force of the chaos. Since Abel was attacking the 5 generals, there was not a single orc able to control the situation. There were many species of orcs, and they all had their strengths and weaknesses. They had only been forced to work together because of the holy lions. In the face of this chaos, without a leader, more and more orcs kept getting dragged into it. Meanwhile, in the miracle wall, Wizard Calder had his eyes wide open. The number of orcs attacking them was decreasing with each one they killed, since there were no longer more orcs coming. Most importantly, though, he noticed something going on in the orc encampment. The miracle spirit was not involved in a massive battle like this, so they only had the scanning range of 5 miles. Still, they could see how frantic those orcs were in the camp. Is that the work of an elite wizard sent out by the miracle spirit? Intermediate Wizard Calder mumbled. Instructor, seems like something is happening to the orc generals. Could it be that the elite wizard had directly flashed into the center of the orc camp? A red cloak wizard asked from the side. Hear my command. Tell all the intermediate wizards to get ready to enter the orc battlefield. Also, tell all the head commanders to get ready as well. Intermediate Wizard Calder lowered his voice. Abel's hurricane was already 10 meters. He felt like it was getting harder and harder to control this horrifying force. The 5 orc commanders were only 10 meters from him. They all looked unbelievably stunned. Johnson held its Super Knight sword as it made its way forward along with the speed of Abel. It sensed something wrong with its owner through the soul connection. It was not stupid. It knew it would be in great danger if it were Abel's way. It was almost like Abel was spinning a humongous hammer on his hand, and that hammer was so heavy that he could no longer hold his center of gravity. All he needed to do was to let go. This was his plan. He forcefully aimed his swirling hurricane towards the 5 orc generals in front and lashed it out. Black wind vanished from the hurricane in a flash, and the hurricane was completely out of control. The spot Abel aimed had become the ultimate destruction of that hurricane. All the energy within that 10 meters wide hurricane boomed forward at once. The wolf riders who came for support saw something extraordinary. A massive amount of wind elements smashed into the general of this battle. All the orcs on guard were immediately torn into shred like grass being mowed. Hopelessness flashed in the eyes of General Jello. At that moment, he only had one question. Which elite priest had entered the orc battlefield? He had destroyed all the effort and dedication the orc empire had given these past few years. General Jello knew that a massive team of orcs would lose their leader as soon as he died. No, General Jello yelled as he saw the wind element roar towards him while tearing apart everything that stood in its way. He held up his hands to block, but it didn't change his fate the slightest bit. He sensed the wind element penetrating him, and soon he felt like he had become one with it. The last bit of power unleashed by the hurricane had wiped out the entire team of guarding orcs and tore apart a few hundred wolf riders who came to support before fading away. Combat Kai smoke shot up one by one. The head commander and secondary commander of this team of wolf riders were at the very front, but both of them had also turned into combat Kai smoke. Without a leader, those wolf riders had descended into chaos. Abel arrived by the side of Johnson after 3 flashes. He had successfully killed the leader of the orcs. Now all he needed was to keep himself alive. Johnson could counteract most attacks just by its body alone. Therefore Abel directed Johnson through the soul chain to rush back to the 200 war puppets. the safest place with where those 200 little war puppets were. Due to the chaos of the camp, not many orcs were near them. All the frontline orcs in front of the miracle wall had also died. At that moment, combat Kai smoke had become the most ordinary thing around. It was everywhere on the battlefield, including the miracle wall, under the miracle wall, as well as that platform those Taurens was standing on. There was more combat Kai smoke at that moment than all. The combat Kai smoke created in the past few hundred years combined. This battle had taken the lives of countless head commander level humans and orcs, but it had suddenly taken a strange turn. All the Tauren on the platform had been killed. All of the stone machines and crossbows had been destroyed, but somehow there were no more Taurens coming for support. This was the case in front of the miracle wall as well. Normally, more orcs would come for support as soon as a group had been wiped out. This had defied common sense. All the experienced orcs and humans knew something must have happened to the general of the orcs. Inside the miracle wall, intermediate wizard Calder was faced with a choice. Should he send out all the intermediate wizards and head commanders to wipe out the remaining orcs outside of the miracle wall? Instructor, look! A red-cloaked wizard yelled by a side wizard. Calder quickly turned his gaze. What he saw was a massive team of wolf riders approaching the miracle wall from a far distance, screaming for their lives. There were also countless crazy orcs behind them. Those orcs were not in any kind of formation. Some of them didn't even have weapons. He opened his gaze towards those orcs. All he saw was rows of red eyes. Chaos, the orc camp had broken down. He couldn't help but gasp. The huge battle these past few days had almost driven him insane. Now he could finally have a breath of relief. Order all intermediate wizards go out of the miracle wall. Wipe out every orc within 5 miles. Intermediate wizard Calder yelled. In the miracle wall, white light began to flash. More than 500 intermediate wizards appeared outside of the miracle wall. Other than the ones from the miracle wall, most of them had come from the other parts of the human world for support. It was an almost invincible team of wizards. If the orcs were not so disordered, Wizard Calder would have never sent out such a team. There were way too many dead bodies outside. This was the main battlefield for the priest. Although intermediate wizards could move in a flash, they would have a huge disadvantage in a place like this. However, at that moment, the orcs were in chaos. The small number of priests could not do anything to the 500 intermediate wizards. A few hundred firewalls emerged in front of the orcs. No matter which level they were, they could not survive an attack of this size. The 500 intermediate wizards were divided into 5 teams, unleashing firewalls towards all directions. Some orcs tried to strike back, but they were hopeless against a flashing target. A chain of lighting spells was especially eye-catching among those firewalls. A chain of lighting was an extremely hard spell to grasp for an intermediate wizard, and they were rarely seen in real battles. Wizard Morton felt like he was back into his youth as he cast his spells on the orc battlefield. However, after all these years, he had become an intermediate wizard. Every strike of lighting he cast was aimed at the most powerful head wolf rider captain or block-cloaked priest. He had never felt this way before. There were hundreds of intermediate wizards flashing beside him. Just the glow of their mana alone had illuminated a vast area. He was the first wizard to know about the Orc Empire's plan to attack the Miracle Wall. After he told his teacher Wizard Dunn about it, he had immediately teleported to Miracle City. He waited for Abel's update. He knew if nothing major happened, Abel would definitely come back to fight. The attack on the Miracle Wall had been happening for days. But Abel had never contacted him. He was starting to get worried. "I hope Abel is okay," Wizard Morton said to himself as he turned a black-cloaked priest who was about to unleash an exploding corpse into ash. The intermediate wizards had wiped out all the orcs in the range of 1 mile. Most of the dead bodies were located right in front of the Miracle Wall, and there were already no orcs to be seen around that place. The intermediate wizards kept making their way deeper into the orc battlefield, giving more space for the head commanders to enter the orc battlefield. A glowing white patch emerged from the Miracle Wall and covered up all the dead bodies, creating a barrier that separated all the Death Kai. Afterward, a full team of 10,000 knights was teleported out of the Miracle Wall, 500 of them at a time. It was extremely rare to see a team of 10,000 human warriors, and every one of them was an official knight with over 200 commanders. Although the humans were nothing compared to the Orc Empire when it came to brute force, knights could get into knight formation. As the number of human knights increased, their strength would multiply. A team of 10,000 knights was rare even in the history of humans. This was only possible after countless years of knight cultivation and training dedication in the Holy Continent. Of course, if there weren't any intermediate wizards clearing the way for them, it would only take a few priests to blast those knights into pieces, considering how many dead bodies there were. "My honor is my life," Head Commander Ian yelled as he led the team. The other 10,000 followed and yelled as well, "My honor is my life." The 10,000 human knights set off from the Orc battlefield with combat kai shooting out of their body, engulfing them in a white glow. Their white combat kai fused into one. It was one of the grandest in the world. As the combat kai rush around the human knights, a thick wall of combat kai was created outside of the team of knights, fully protecting them. The warhorses started with a jog and then accelerated. Since their combat kai was infused together, all the knights knew each other's position. The command of Head Commander Ian could also reach everyone a lot faster. However, in the face of 100,000 orcs on the Orc battlefield, this team of humans still looked quite small. Still, this did not affect the confidence of the knights a single bit. They knew the Miracle Wall commander would only send them out in the face of victory. They were 5 miles from each other. Before any attacks had even landed on the knights, many of those orcs were burned to death from afar. As they kept approaching, Head Commander Ian roared, "Accelerate, get ready to charge." Meanwhile, those 500 intermediate wizards flashed back to the team of human knights and soon entered their formation as they stood on the back of a warhorse. Those war horses were wrapped in white combat kai. Their speed increased once again. Just like a giant blade, this team of human knights was plunging towards the chaotic orcs. "Attack formation," Head Commander Ian yelled again, and the knight formation quickly changed shape, turning into an arrow shape. The knights charged towards a roughly organized team of werecats as those intermediate wizards enchanted them from behind. Fireballs speeded towards the werecats, which got wrecked. To the knights' surprise, they weren't really organized in the first place. Afterward, those human knights charged forward. By that point, most of their combat kai had already gathered on the tip of their spear-shaped formation. A giant arrow of combat kai lashed out. The werecats' shields and armors had almost made no difference. Hundreds of them got killed as soon as they made contact with the arrow of combat kai. The werecats' formation was broken. But that was only the start. Decker was a werecat captain, as well as a member of that team of 10,000 werecats. Throughout the day, he was certain that the Orc Empire would win. He was extremely confident in the power of the Orc Empire. He couldn't understand. Why did the powerful Orc Empire have to live in the North's harsh, cold climate, while those weak humans could live in the wealthy soils of the South? As a werecat, he had come here with his brethren. He knew he would be able to have each training resource after this battle. His children would no longer have to suffer these days of hardship. However, a moment ago, he suddenly lost connection with the Orc general and that white tent, which signified that the Orcs' victory had disappeared as well. Chaos had erupted in the Orc camp, and all he saw was a sea of endless Orcs crazily running for their lives. If the Orc battlefield weren't so big, his team of werecats would have been wiped out already. Hopelessness arose from his heart, but his pride as a werecat did not fade. As the captain of a team of werecats, he would wait for the latest instruction. Suddenly, Decker saw a team of human knights. A full team of human knights. He heard that when a team of human knights got together, they could produce the greatest power a knight could generate. However, Decker wouldn't believe it. He was sure that it was just a rumor. Even the lowest rank werecat in his team had the power of a human knight commander. They had the same amount of men, so those humans shouldn't defeat them since the werecat body was much stronger. However, as soon as they made contact, a few hundred of Decker's teammates were killed right in front of his eyes, and soon the knights on the left began to attack him. He couldn't even see the faces of those humans. They were wrapped in combat kai, but he was certain that those knights were not as powerful as him. They just had a thick layer of combat kai. He blocked with his shield, but the knight's combat kai had almost blasted his shield straight away from his hand. Luckily, he held it tight at the last moment and forcefully counteracted the strike. The human knight also did not unleash a second strike. He was charging, so he continued to attack the other werecats behind Decker. However, that strike was infused with a fire element, and it began to burn within Decker. It didn't end there. Before Decker could even draw another breath, another human knight arrived in front of him. This time his shield could no longer help him. It was blasted out in a flash. This did not kill Decker, and the human knight moved on to the next werecat. It was not that Decker didn't want to attack, but he didn't have time. Another human knight arrived, and this time he could only block with his weapon. His weapon was directly chopped into two, making him lose balance. The knight formation was like a sharp blade cutting through the center of the team of werecats, opening up a wide opening. No matter how powerful an individual werecat was, they were still facing an opponent strengthened by combat Kai multiple times. They had perfected their formation over the centuries. Although the most powerful werecats in that team could counteract some strikes, they could not escape the intermediate wizards that followed. Therefore, those werecats were basically hopeless against the knight's charge. After the knight formation had penetrated their team, only half of the werecats were left. Head Commander Ian gazed towards another team of orcs. Suddenly, a huge bang erupted within the knight formation. The flame struck at least 10 human knights. Exploding corpses, Wizard Morton gazed towards the side. 5 intermediate priests in black cloaks were drawing spell patterns under the protection of tens of skeletons. Wizard Morton quickly disappeared in a flash and reappeared 100 meters from those priests. 10 other intermediate wizards followed. Spell patterns flashed in his hand, and a chain of lightning shot out. The 10 other intermediate wizards were still preparing their spells when the priests had spotted them. Those priests quickly changed their target. However, the true strength of a lightning spell was being displayed. Before those priests could even react, the chain of lightning had landed on one of them. Afterward, the lightning transferred on to the other 4 intermediate priests. A mud monster protected those priests, so this strike did not kill them, but it had numbed them. Afterward, the spells of those 10 other intermediate wizards had all landed perfectly, swallowing those 5 intermediate priests in black cloaks. Skeleton had already dashed out a while ago, but it had suddenly stopped and turned into a pile of scattered bones when it was 5 meters from the wizards. The human wizards nodded towards each other and flashed back to their original position on the knight formation. That little hit did not affect the knight formation, as they began to charge towards another team of orcs. At that moment, some orcs were trying to escape the orc battlefield, especially those that saw the chaos from afar. The orc camp was also getting more and more chaotic, but the commander's spirit had found a way to reshape the chaos. Those 200 little war puppets formed a line and began to direct the direction of those orcs like a whip. The inferno bulls of the Tauren were the main driving force. Maybe after this battle, no orcs would be willing to fight alongside a team of Tauren again. Johnson was like a giant shield in the orc battlefield, protecting Abel from most of the attacks. Due to black wind speed, he had soon caught up to the footsteps of those 200 little war puppets. When Abel saw those puppets, he fully realized the power of the commander spirit. The orc died as soon as they entered the attack range of those puppets' crossbow. The power of those bursting crossbows was almost unstoppable. Even elite wizards would not counteract it, let alone those orcs, where the most powerful ones only had the power of an intermediate priest. Abel realized those 200 little war puppets were basically like 200 godly archers under the commander spirit's control. 200 godly archers with bursting crossbows. There had never been enough godly archers to form an entire team, even throughout the course of human history. With the power of those fully mobilized bursting crossbows, just those puppets alone would be enough to whip out the entire orc battlefield. There were only 2 ways to stop those war puppets. One was to destroy their energy core, and the other way was to wait for them to run out of energy. Destroying the core of a puppet was impossible without the assistance of giant war machines, and at that moment, all of them were outside of the miracle wall. On top of that, those puppets were war machines themselves as well. They were not Skojmlo. It would be very hard for other normal war machines to track them down. In regards to draining their energy, it was just as hard. Abel had equipped all of those puppets with perfect gems as energy sources. They were the rarest and high-quality gems in the Holy Continent. Their energy concentration level was extremely high, so high it was enough to sustain those puppets for a few months of continuous battle. When Abel and Johnson approached those puppets, they quickly changed their formation and wrapped around Abel. Meanwhile, Johnson put his super knight sword back on its back and took out that giant bow altered from a crossbow. It then took out an arrow from its portal bag and began to shoot down those crazy orcs alongside the puppets. The victory was clear. Many orcs who had not been sucked into the chaos had retreated. The one who hesitated were either killed by the knight's charge or engulfed by the chaos. Abel felt very safe in this environment. No arrow or spell attacks from priests could stand a chance against a bursting crossbow. Black Wind effortlessly followed behind those little war puppets. There was no stress, especially with 10 little war puppets as guards around them. Suddenly, 50 little war puppets accelerated towards the left and chased after some chaotic orcs. In a few rounds of arrow strikes, those seeming uncontrollable teams of orcs suddenly changed their direction. Abel sighed as he admired the control of the commander spirit. Suddenly, he heard a familiar yell, "My honor is my glory." It was the human knights. He quickly turned, and what he saw was the biggest team of human knights engulfed in the brightest combat kai he had ever seen. Simultaneously, the human knights saw this team of 200 little war puppets, and the 10 meters tall. Johnson, Abel was in the center of those puppets, so he was almost unnoticeable. Grandmaster Abel, head commander Ian called. Glory to Grandmaster Abel. Countless knights began to yell. Their voices were so loud it had almost caused thunder. Yes, even though those people might not have recognized Abel, everyone in Miracle City knew about Abel's 10 meters tall iron contracted beast, Johnson. It was claimed to be the only contracted beast capable of killing an elite wizard. There were many speculations in regards to Johnson's history, and many admired Abel's luck for obtaining such a powerful creature. Johnson had also become the inspiration for countless young men. They thought as long as they too could get powerful contracted beasts like Johnson, they would have the power of an elite wizard. Wizard Morton had also noticed Johnson as well as the Abel it was protecting. A smile emerged from his face. Back in the days, had he taken Abel as a disciple due to Abel's talent? Upon reflection, it was the best decision he had ever made. Abel became the glory of all humans in the Holy Continent. Not only Wizard Morton, all the knights and wizards on the spot understood that Abel was the one who changed the battle. Headmaster, human troops discovered. They are approaching. Should I attack? The commander spirit's voice was transferred through the power of the will. The human knights did not show any aggression towards Abel, so even though they had entered the attack range, the commander spirit still asked for Abel's confirmation. Don't attack, they are on our side, Abel quickly replied. The commander spirit stopped the war puppets. The battle could have ended by this point. There were only 100,000 orcs left, and many of them had trembled into a mush of blood by each other due to how chaotic they were. Continuing to kill them wouldn't mean much. The winner was clear. The team of 10,000 human knights and 500 intermediate wizards arrived in front of Abel. Since they were on the battlefield, knights could only use a combat bow. 10,000 knights placed their right hand on their chest and looked at Abel with a fiery passion. The intermediate wizards had also put away their magic staff, placed both of their hands in front of their chest, and did a wizard's bow. When the knights' metal gloves struck the metal armor on their chest, the combined sound was almost like thunder had erupted. The sky had been gray for the past few days. Suddenly, a crack was opened up, casting a ray of shimmering sunlight on the body of the knights and those 200 little war puppets. Abel put away his sword and shield, and returned with a wizard bow towards the giant team of knights. All the remaining orcs on the battlefield were running away without a leader and without any sense of unity. They just wanted to go home in the face of these horrific deaths. When the last orc had escaped, silence filled the orc battlefield again. The team of human knights began to walk back towards the miracle wall. They maintained their organized formation. Although they did not unleash their combat kai, this team of knights looked even more glorious. They were returning with victory by their side. The intermediate wizards did not flash back earlier. Instead, they stood on the war horses in the knight formation. In front of everyone was Abel and his contracted beast Johnson. He was the most glorious of them all. No one would dare to step in front of him. Abel's teacher, Wizard Morton, did not disturb him. He wanted him to enjoy this moment by himself. In the miracle wall, intermediate wizard Calder recognized a familiar body. He mumbled, "You are Grandmaster Abel." Miracle Wall's hall was filled with beginner wizards. They were all responsible for throwing spells out to attack. At that moment, the place was filled with the laughter of victory. K-3308 stood among those wizards. Suddenly, his jaw dropped as he gazed towards the giant projector. He could recognize that human on a Mount Wolf at the very front immediately, even without a mask. It was his good friend, K-3516. Afterward, he began to hear the other wizards chant, "Glory to Grandmaster Abel." K-3305 by his side also said in excitement, "We fought alongside Grandmaster Abel." On the miracle wall, Head Commander Markham said to Head Commander Bodley by his side while clutching the wound on his shoulder and looking down at Abel, "Can you believe it? K-3516 is Grandmaster Abel. Only he could have such power." Head Commander Bodley also gazed down towards Abel with an eye full of fiery excitement. After Abel and the knights teleported back inside the miracle wall, the entire miracle city had gone crazy. This battle was the biggest battle those knights had ever encountered in their lives. It was glorious to be a part of it, as well as witnessing the hero of this battle with their own eyes. Every human in Miracle City was cheering in excitement. As soon as Abel entered the Miracle City, the Miracle Spirit had sent him a message through his military card, "Grandmaster Abel, the battle had ended. Please retrieve your contract beast. You no longer have permission to use elite fighting power." Therefore, Abel helplessly put Johnson back in his monster ring. The day after the huge battle had ended, Miracle City sent Abel a message through the military card. "Grandmaster Abel, you were the defining factor to the victory of this battle. 10,000 points of war glory have been rewarded. Grandmaster Abel, you killed a large number of orcs in the battle. 24,350 points of war glory rewarded. Grandmaster Abel, your total war glory is 34,477 points. Grandmaster Abel, your Battle of the Orcs mission is now completed. You can leave the Miracle City." Being the defining factor in the battle gained him 10,000 points of war glory. Maybe this was the reward for bringing Elite Priest Dono into the Orc battlefield and causing that massive chaos through the Commander Spirit. The 24,350 points of war glory for killing orcs were a lot more than he expected as well. Perhaps the Miracle Spirit had attributed the damage the war puppets had done to him as well. This was basically an astronomical number. Abel didn't want to let that much war glory go to waste. He teleported from the short-distance teleportation circle in his No-09 accommodation in area to the mission hall. He was ready to exchange some stuff and leave the Miracle City. The Miracle Spirit had requested him to leave by tomorrow, and the authority he had for his No-09 accommodation in area would be automatically deleted from his military card. Abel took out his military card in the mission hall. He was about to exchange some bone-made portal object and skull gems. However, he soon realized he no longer had permission to exchange stuff. The Miracle Spirit had always been in a dilemma when it came to Abel's ability. Everyone would unanimously agree that Abel had elite power, but his actual rank really was just a beginner wizard. As a beginner wizard, Abel had to complete the Battle of the Orcs mission. It was his right and duty. After he had completed the Battle of the Orcs mission, as well as bringing an elite priest into the Orc battlefield, he could finally enter the Orc battlefield as an elite power according to the human and Orcs agreement. Now the battle had ended. The Miracle Spirit had already set a time where Abel had to leave, and all of his access permission had been scrapped. Of course, the main reason for this was also because the Miracle Spirit had found out how Abel had exchanged large amounts of resources in Lion City. Miracle City did not have that many resources for him. The resources in Miracle City were reserved for the knights and wizards who lived there. Every year, the three great kingdoms had to contribute large amounts of wealth, and not many of them had gone towards the training resources for knights and wizards. Abel had gained way too much war glory this time. Miracle City did some calculations trying to predict what Abel would do next. If it didn't kick Abel out immediately, as well as canceling his permission to exchange. Miracle City would have a resource shortage for the next 10 years. Miracle Spirit, why can't I exchange anything? Abel asked for his military card. Grandmaster Abel, your identity is no longer allowed in the Miracle City, so please leave. The Miracle Spirit was very direct. Abel ground his teeth. Was this Miracle Spirit afraid of him exchanging its resources? At first, he wanted to meet up with a few of his friends before leaving. It seemed like he could no longer do that. He wouldn't deliberately go against the Miracle Spirit's command. Even elite priest Dono was squeezed till explosion. He wouldn't want to imagine what would happen to him. Everyone in the hall recognized Abel. They all looked at him with fiery gratitude and bowed. After seeing this, Abel didn't want to stay too long either. He smiled, bowed back, and quickly walked out of the mission hall. As he was walking out, he was already putting a mask on his face. He jumped on Black Wind and arrived at the heavily guarded teleportation circle of the Miracle City. It was the only one that connects to the external world. As soon as he stepped on the teleportation circle, a message emerged from his military card. Grandmaster Abel, please select a location. Good luck. Abel selected Harry Castle. Before he had even ignited the teleportation circle, the teleportation circle ignited itself and teleported him away. Abel, welcome back. As soon as Abel teleported into Harry Castle, the Lord of Marshall greeted him in excitement. Uncle Marshall, is everything in the family going all right? Abel immediately felt a warm, fuzzy feeling in his heart when he saw the Lord of Marshall. He quickly stepped up with a smile and bowed. Everything is great. The only thing is that all the crops are having a big harvest every month, so everyone in the castle is extremely busy. The Lord of Marshall replied with a smile and suddenly remembered something. He followed right. The George family from the Duchy of Carmel had sent men to spy on our crops many times. The George family, are they messing with us? Abel asked in confusion. With their current status, the royal George family in Carmel's duchy was basically like a speck of dust. They should already be grateful that Abel didn't give them any trouble. We have captured a few spies, and they are from the Duchy of Carmel. The royals are not really happy that the Harvest City was forcefully granted to you, but they didn't know what to do about it. Most of the nobles had been kicked out of Harvest City, and the Duchy of Carmel no longer have any link here. So they sent spies to see what we are up to, the Lord of Marshall explained. Don't worry, they can't even defend themselves anyway. Abel shook his head. Ever since Wizard Morton had moved his wizard followers to Harry Castle, along with those 3 other official wizards, the Duchy of Carmel was basically an empty shell. Because of Abel, the Duchy of Carmel wouldn't do anything too overboard. Once they caught Abel's attention, then the Duchy of Carmel would be suffering from countless vicious attacks. Abel returned to his magic tower after chatting with the Lord of Marshall. Flora is my teacher here, Abel asked. Wizard Morton had just returned. Do you want me to call him? Tower Spirit Flora replied. Yes, please, Abel said. Wizard Morton is on the top level of his magic tower. He invites you to go there. Tower Spirit Flora spoke again almost immediately. Okay, I'll be on my way, Abel nodded. Soon, white light wrapped around Abel and directly teleported him from his 16th-floor magic tower to Morton's magic tower's top level. Teacher, Abel immediately saw Wizard Morton smiling at him. He quickly bowed. Abel, you did a great job. I'm so proud of you, said Wizard Morton full of gratitude. Teacher, did you go to Miracle City? Abel knew what Wizard Morton was talking about, so he quickly asked. I saw you chasing after those tens of thousands of orcs in the orc battlefield, said Wizard Morton with a big laugh. Abel almost immediately knew that Wizard Morton did not greet him on the spot. His relationship with Wizard Morton was very close. If they had been in an alternate universe, perhaps they would have been father and son. Abel noticed a young wizard standing beside Wizard Morton. He had a serious look on his face, probably around 30 years old. This is William. He just came back from Miracle City 2 months ago. Now he is living with me in the Magic Tower. Wizard Morton noticed Abel was looking at the wizard beside him, so he introduced him with a smile. William, hello, Abel said with a smile and did a wizard bow. He had heard quite a lot about this wizard, William. He was the youngest official wizard in the Duchy of Carmel other than himself, of course. From Carlos and Camille's words, Abel knew that Wizard William cared about his mates a lot. Grandmaster Abel, hello. Wizard William returned a wizard bow. William, we are on the same team. Just call him by name, there's no need to say Grandmaster. Abel doesn't care about this title. Wizard Morton frowned and interrupted before Abel even had the chance to speak. Yes, teacher. Wizard William nodded and turned his gaze back to Abel. Carlo's been talking about you the moment I came back. In the past, I was the only official wizard of this generation in our team. It's amazing. Now our team is very powerful in the Holy Continent. Carlos and Camille will soon become official wizards. Abel said with full confidence. He had an endless amount of resources coming from Lion City. This greatly benefited the training of those apprentice wizards in his domain. Especially with that huge mana gathering circle, the mana had gotten a lot more concentrated. All the conditions for those apprentice wizards to become official wizards were met. Yes, the mana here is amazing, Wizard William said in admiration. Since Abel is back, tell him what you're thinking, William. The magic Abel built for you can't stay empty forever, Wizard Morton interrupted. Abel was caught off guard a little. At first, he thought Wizard William was only living with Wizard Morton, because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He suddenly realized that William was actually here to talk about the 6 stories magic tower he had prepared. Abel, a magic tower is too expensive. I can't just take it off your hands. I have been saving up some credit points. I might have enough points to buy your magic tower in 50 years. Until then, I'll just live with teacher here, Wizard William said with certainty. William, you're misunderstanding. I'm not giving you a magic tower for free. This is my domain. My magic towers are the benefit of living in my domain as a wizard, Abel explained. But Wizard William was about to say something, but Wizard Morton soon interrupted him. William, I get what you mean, but Abel is not only my disciple. He is also the ruler of this Earl domain. We are all under the benefit of his domain. Just look at my magic tower, look at Murphy's magic tower and Eveline's. They were all provided by Abel. William, other than those magic towers, I will also provide magic towers for Carlos and Camille when they become official wizards. You know, I have a 6-6 magic circle here. The more magic towers I have, the more powerful the circle will be, Abel added. Wizard William hesitated a little and said, Yes, teacher. He then turned to Abel and added, Thank you, Abel. Abel and Wizard Morton began to crack up. William began to laugh as well. Those two were slowly turning from a pair of strangers to close friends. In the South Palace of the Kingdom of St. Ellis Royal Palace. King Ambrose frowned as he stared at an official document sent from the Miracle City. The symbol of the Miracle City was clearly stamped on top. Grant title for war glory, this is the basic. Reward for helping the Holy Continent defend against the orcs. But what should I do about Grandmaster Abel's war glory? King Ambrose continued to frown as he looked towards that almost impossible number. 477 points of war glory. That was Abel's achievement. Since he had left the Miracle City, his war glory had to be exchanged to a corresponded domain as a reward. The human knight system was a core reason why humans could maintain their place in the Holy Continent, and grant title for war glory was a fundamental of how this system functioned. Countless knights had risked their lives for battle just for this. War glory had represented titles and domain. Every knight knew this. Anyone who broke this rule would become the enemy of humans. King Ambrose was feeling distressed. Abel's achievements were too great, so great there was almost nothing he could give him. Your Majesty, we can't delay the rewards for Grandmaster Abel. If not, the other 2 kingdoms will intervene. Duke Ernest lowered his voice. I know, but what should I do? King Ambrose couldn't help but lift his hand and ask, That's right. Abel's vast amount of war glory had basically reached the pinnacle of domain granting, which was duchy granting. But the 7 big duchy already had their owners. Were they going to kick one of them out? Your Majesty, the Duchy of Carmel's power has been on a decline, can we? Duke Ernest asked hesitantly. No, even though Duchy of Carmel's power is on the decline, we still have the Wizard Union branch headquarters there. Also, the Duchy of Carmel is in the center of the kingdom. It is very important to us. King Ambrose had made himself very clear. He didn't want to grant an important domain to a powerful wizard like Abel. If Abel had taken control of the Duchy of Carmel, his power would threaten the other duchies nearby. This could greatly affect the sovereignty of the kingdom of St. Ellis. That was the last thing King Ambrose wanted to see. Suddenly, Elder Prince Derek spoke up. "Father, I heard that elite wizard Dunn and the investigation department in Lion City are sending out men to investigate families that do businesses with the orcs. We are discussing what we should grant Grandmaster Abel. What does this have to do with it?" King Ambrose asked in confusion. Elder Prince Derek was the #1 candidate for inheriting the kingdom of St. Ellis. He was also the head authority of the investigation department in the kingdom of St. Ellis, one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Of course, most of this was because he was King Ambrose's eldest son, but Prince Derek did not disappoint King Ambrose. Most of the lords had already accepted him. "Father, I've been looking through some documents and found something very interesting," said Prince Derek with a laugh. "What is it?" King Ambrose asked. Prince Middleton George from the Duchy of Carmel was sent to Murray City due to tension he had with Grandmaster Abel. He was granted a 100-square-mile domain without a title, Prince Derek said with a laugh. Prince Middleton George, I remember he was the 7th prince. A prince was kicked out to a foreign place with only a 100 square miles domain without a title. It seems like the Duchy of Carmel must be furious at Grandmaster Abel, Duke Ernest said while shaking his head. Yes, I did a little bit of checking. This was because Prince Middleton George had provided a mansion for the orcs to live as well as doing some trading with them. Prince Derek lowered his voice. There were no impenetrable walls in this world. Although they didn't know about this at first. The investigation department in the kingdom of St. Ellis began to work after Prince Middleton George was kicked out. If the investigation department in the kingdom of St. Ellis wanted to know something, nothing could stop them. Therefore, this information had landed in their hands at last. Due to this, Prince Derek had searched everything in regards to Abel, this information included. So you are saying the Duchy of Carmel's George family has a way to connect with the orcs? King Ambrose grasped the main point. Yes, according to my report. The George family has always had connections with the orcs, Prince Derek nodded. If any prince wanted to do business with the orcs, they had to contact the orcs first. A prince couldn't do business with the orcs entirely without the help of the duchy. This was a fact, since the investigation department in Lion City and Wizard Dunn had teamed up to investigate the ones who had done business with the orcs. This information might soon get exposed. Then, the George family would be immediately overthrown. Ho, nice job, Derek. Grandmaster Abel will probably be very happy to have full sovereignty over his home duchy, King Ambrose said with a laugh. Soon, this information had landed in the hands of elite wizard Dunn. Since this had to do with Abel and Abel was his successor, he had soon forwarded this information to the investigation department in Linnate City as well. It seems like King Ambrose is very generous with Abel's war glory. The intention behind this document is way too clear. Elite wizard Lorenzo had just received a document from W. Izzard Dunn. He couldn't help but laugh. "Mister, what is this document about?" An intermediate wizard in the investigation department asked. "You still need an explanation. Quickly take down the George family and give way to Grandmaster Abel." Wizard Lorenzo gazed over at the intermediate wizard. He had quite a lot of good interaction with Grandmaster, but even without those interactions, it would be disrespectful not to offer a helping hand in simple things like this. No one would stand on the side of an obsolete family. In the face of a powerful Grandmaster blacksmith, who was confirmed to have the power of an elite wizard many times over. Rho Alpha Pidi Alpha and letter 1D0 FNU. SOM. Humans and orcs were not like the hell creatures in the dark world. They were all fully conscious. Abel woke up late. It was rare for him to enter a dreamless deep sleep all the way until the sun rose. He was on the top floor of his magic tower, floating 1,000 meters above the ground in mid-air. The magic circles projected the surrounding environment onto the walls beside him. It was just like he was floating alone in the sky. He did not interfere with his domain ever since he came back yesterday. With the Lord of Marshall and Bardali taking care of everything, there was nothing he needed to worry about. The Battle of the Orcs mission had ended. He basically had no more important task on his hands. From now on, he could just live and do his training peacefully in his domain. Abel enjoyed the view outside Harry Castle. He was fully in love with this place. He had finally found a sense of safety with his power. He was planning to forge a weapon for the day, a rune word weapon. Therefore, he retrieved many crystal cores from the dark world and combined them into dark gold crystal cores. They were the fundamental ingredient. This rune word was named Insight. The special thing about it was that it had a unique aura attribute. Level 12 to level 17 meditation aura. It was definitely a godly attribute for wizards in the Holy Continent. Abel had only considered making the rune word Insight ever since he saw how the orc priests had enchanted themselves with Death Kai. As long as an orc priest was in a Death Kai ground, they longer had to worry about their Death Kai store. They could just endlessly unleash spells. With the meditation aura, even if it was only level 12, it could still take the mana burden off an official wizard. Mindfulness was a type of spell. It could help your teammates regain their magical power with immaculate speed. Within a certain range, every person could be surrounded by the meditation aura and achieve a state of endless magical power. If the meditation aura was only level 12, its speed of recovery would be 575% a person's original speed. If this aura surrounded a wizard who had learned the warmth spell, then their speed of recovery would double that amount. This rate was enough for any wizards to cast spells continuously without running out of mana. This meditation aura was not only useful in battles, but it was also very beneficial for the training of a wizard. Most wizards needed to dedicate countless months to learning a single spell because they needed a large amount of time to recover their magical power. With this meditation aura, they could definitely master a spell a lot faster. The requirement for the rune word Insight was not high. Only 4 runes, 8 ral, 3 tur, 7 tal, and 12 sol were needed. With those dark gold quality crystal cores, Abel could directly, etc., out the first 3 runes. In regards to the 12 sol rune stone, he had to combine through his Horadric cube. All he needed to do was to etch out the 10 thul rune and put it in the Horadric cube. With every 3 extra rune stones, he could create one that was a rank higher. If he followed this formation, he would soon end up with a 12 sol rune. Making of runes and rune stones was extremely easy, especially with the world stone sight and analysis ability. Abel would never fail. After a moment of work, Abel had ended up with the 4 runestones in front of him. Abel did not use anything too extraordinary as the base weapon for the rune word. In regards to weapon forgery these days, he would only sometimes end up with expended level weapons. He had never made any elite. Level 1s. Abel chose a normal level long polearm. He used the Horadric Malice to open up 4 sockets in a row by luck. He had always kept it in his Kong Spirit portal bag, and finally, it had come in handy. Afterward was the rune stone installation. All Abel needed to do was to place the 4 rune stones into their corresponding socket. The rune stones would infuse themselves automatically. After the words Ral, Tur, Tal, and Sol had flashed on the long polearm, a dark gold glow emerged, finally forming the word Ralter Tal-Sol. Just like that, a normal weapon had entirely transformed into a powerful rune-word weapon. The attribute of the Insight was reflected in Abel's data analyzing sight. When the gear was complete, meditation was at level 15, plus 35% spell casting speed, 260% damage, plus 9 minimum damage, 250% hit rate, plus 530 fire damage, plus 75 poison damage, duration 5 seconds, plus 16 level 2 hand attack, plus 5 all attributes, plus 2 mana for every enemy killed. Level 15 meditation, 650% rate of mana recovery. Abel was very happy with this. He held the Insight rune word in his hand and closely examined it. The 4 sockets had fully vanished. From the outside, this thing just looked like a normal long polearm. Long polearm was a double-handed weapon. This rune word's bases did not have a high physical attack power, so it was not really suitable for Abel to use. Also, with a double-handed weapon, you have to sacrifice defense or offense. But most importantly, Abel's polearm skills were only bearable at best. The reason he created this Insight rune word was not to bring it out for battle. He had more than enough mana to sustain in most battles. He had also mastered the warmth spell extremely early on in his wizard journey, so his mana recovery spell was extremely fast. Abel wanted to use the Insight rune word to help him practice spells, or maybe let the other wizards in his domain use it to increase their ability as well. As he held the insight in his hand, a cloud-like spiritual aura emerged below his feet. He quickly cast 10 static fields. Although there were no enemies, 90 points of mana were immediately drained from him. The meditation aura below him kept replenishing his mana. Almost immediately, his mana storage was full again. However, as he stared at that cloud-like spiritual aura created by the insight rune word, a strange feeling emerged from his heart. His intuition told him that he would be in danger if he had brought the insight rune word outside just like that. A knight's intuition was a power brought about by their combat kai. It could dramatically increase their chances of survival. His intuition saved him countless times, so he had full trust in it. Maybe this insight rune word in his hand would bring about some unexpected danger for him. But where was this danger coming from? He didn't know. Abel then said towards an open space, "Flora, land the battle fort." "Yes, master," Tower Spirit Flora's voice emerged. Soon, the battle fort and his magic tower had landed on the ground. Harry Castle had become extremely powerful. Other than this battle fort, White Cloud had also returned with Battle Fort No. 3. These 2 battle forts, as well as the 300 war puppets, transformed Harry Castle into the safest place in the Holy Continent, not mentioning there were also 5 official wizards, including Abel and a few hundred apprentices wizards around here. This place almost had the power of an entire duchy. Where could the threat be coming from? What could a single rune word weapon do anything in the face of such a powerful defense? Abel just couldn't understand. With his own power on top of the power of White Snow, Flying Flame, and Johnson, even 5 elite wizards would not be able to form a threat. Flora invited my teacher to come. Abel trusted his teacher, Wizard Morton, the most. Only he could help him solve this confusion. "Yes, master, I'll help you call him." Tower Spirit Flora replied. "Abel, you looking for me?" Wizard Morton appeared on the first floor of Abel's magic tower. "Teacher, have you heard of a spiritual aura?" Abel asked directly. He knew the biggest difference between his insight rune word and his other rune words was the meditation spiritual aura. So, the threat was most likely coming from this aura. Wizard Morton's face immediately contorted. Even though this magic tower was extremely safe, he quickly looked around to make sure no one was listening and asked, "Abel, where did you hear about the spiritual aura?" "I've accidentally forged a weapon and realized that weapon can make a spiritual aura." Abel knew his explanation wouldn't make much sense, but he knew his teacher wouldn't investigate too much. "Impossible," Wizard Morton said loudly. He knew about the spiritual aura. Although he had never seen one with his own eyes, he still understood how scary it was. It was a state obtained extremely. There was no way it would appear on a weapon. Abel didn't say anything. He merely took out the insight rune word, and a cloud-like spiritual aura emerged below the feet of him and Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton reached his hand and gently touched the cloud like smoke under his feet. He then gazed towards the polearm on Abel's hand with immense disbelief. "Let me take a look at that polearm," Wizard Morton said. Abel handed the insight rune word to him. It was tiring just by holding this double-handed polearm. However, in the process, the cloud-like spiritual aura immediately disappeared as soon as the pole arm left Abel's hand. When Wizard Morton received the polearm, the aura reappeared again. Just when Wizard Morton wanted to open his mouth and ask Abel how he had made this thing, he quickly stopped himself. This weapon would give Abel too much trouble. "Abel, no matter what, don't let anyone see this thing. If another person has, make sure you kill them," Wizard Morton said in a serious tone. "Teacher, is the spiritual forbidden?" Abel asked in confusion. "You'll know why once you leave the Holy Continent. I have sworn to never say anything about this." Wizard Morton did not explain too much and handed the insight rune word back to Abel. "Too bad. I thought I could use it to help my wizards to quickly recover mana for training or battle. It looks like I have to scrap this idea." Abel shook his head and threw the insight rune word back in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. "This spiritual aura can quickly recover mana. Maybe you can make a room and fill the floor up with smoke. Then the spiritual aura won't be noticeable. Also make every wizard who goes into practice swear that they will never say anything about it." Wizard Morton said hesitantly. It was way too beneficial for a wizard's training. How many years would it take for a wizard to learn a spell? Almost tens of years of hardship. When Wizard Morton first became an intermediate wizard, he had locked himself up for almost 2 years just to learn the move in a flash. It was only achievable since he was so gifted in lightning spells. The reason why learning a spell took so long was that mana took a long time to recover. It wouldn't meet the demand for training. In the Holy Continent, not many people actually knew about the spiritual auras. With some camouflage and a pledge, Abel should be able to keep it a secret. "Teacher, I don't have time for this. I'll leave it to you." Abel handed the insight rune word to Wizard Morton again. Wizard Morton couldn't help but felt a little speechless as he held the polearm in his hand. Although the spirit aura was forbidden, this thing was still an extremely valuable treasure. Abel had treated it just like so ordinarily thing as he handed it to him. He didn't think too much about it and began to laugh. He knew how dedicated Abel was to his training. Abel did not sacrifice his time and effort to make a polearm like this for himself. Just by looking at his attitude alone, Wizard Morton could tell that he had made it for the wizards in his domain. "Great, leave it to me. Only the most important wizards will be able to enjoy this polearm with spiritual aura. I will hide this weapon and tell people I got mana regenerative magic circle," Wizard Morton said with a smile. Not long after, Wizard Morton had turned the second floor of his magic tower into a magic training room. The surroundings were filled with firm targets covered protection circles, which was more than enough for an intermediate wizard's training. A cloud of smoke covered the ground of this training room, but not a single wizard who came in for training questioned anything. They were convinced that it was just the effect of a mana regenerate circle. Every one of those wizards would also need to sign a secret contract, and all of them had agreed. Mana regenerative circle sounded way too good to be true. Even with Abel's power, it would attract a lot of unnecessary attention if another person had found out about it. Abel returned to his normal training schedule. In the morning, he read books in his magic tower, went to the training room or take care of the domain's business when he had time, and entered the dark world at night to clean up hell creatures. 10 whole days had passed. His rank 9 wizard core had been fulfilled. He could become rank 10 at any moment, the pinnacle of beginner wizards. Just when he was trying to figure out how he could break through the rank 9 bottleneck, the Lord of Marshall called through Tower Spirit Flora. Abel then met up with the Lord of Marshall in the hall of Harry Castle, but he had a strange look on his face. "Abel, some had happened to the Duchy of Carmel recently. King Algernon George and a few of the most powerful elders in the George family have been taken away by the Lion City Wizard Union. The Lord of Marshall had just gotten this information from the Duchy of Carmel. Although Harvest City was Abel's domain, it was still the territory of the Duchy of Carmel on paper. A huge incident like this would definitely have an effect on Harvest City. Uncle Marshall, did you know how this happened?" Abel also didn't know how he should feel about this. The Wizard Union took away the king of a duchy. Nothing like this ever happened in the past. Although the Wizard Union's status was beyond imagination, they would rarely cross the line like this. "You know, our early domain had just been established, and we are lacking a lot of men. We didn't even have the chance to establish an investigation department, but I've asked my family in Bakong City. It seems like the George family had offended something great, and they were captured by the Wizard Union for investigation," the Lord of Marshall replied. Abel also didn't have a good solution to this. An investigation department could not be built night, so he could only rely on other families to seek information. Still, this lack of an investigation department had exposed a weakness of Abel's domain. It was a problem he needed to solve immediately. In regards to the Gorge family, Abel really couldn't care less. He didn't have much connection with them anyway. The one that would be affected the most would still be the Duchy of Carmel itself. "We need to build our own information-seeking network. See if anyone in the family is gifted in this kind of thing, or maybe ask the Bennett family if they have anyone suitable for the job," Abel said helplessly. "The biggest problem now is that we don't know how the other duchies will react. There was always great tension between the Duchy of Thunder and the Duchy Carmel. An event like this will give the Duchy of Thunder a good opportunity to get their revenge." The Lord of Marshall also knew it was important to establish an information-seeking network for an investigation department, but they should focus on the situation at hand first. To this day, Harvest City was still considered a part of the Duchy of Carmel. However, due to the tension between Abel and the George family and Abel's support from the Kingdom of St. Ellis, Harvest City had full autonomy, and it could not be taxed. But if another duchy had taken advantage of this situation and threatened the Duchy of Carmel's sovereignty, this dynamic might change. This was not a good thing for Harvest City, but due to the lack of information, both the Lord of Marshall and Abel could not make an accurate prediction of what might happen next. "Uncle Marshall, I'll take a trip to Bakong City to see what is going on." Abel hesitated. He had now reached the bottleneck of his training. No matter how hard he mediated, he could not even increase a tiny bit of his magic power. He needed an opportunity to level up, so taking a little trip might be a good idea. "Abel, you need a team of knights to go with you," the Lord of Marshall asked. Abel was already an earl. As the ruler of a huge city and a vast territory, reflecting the power of his domain was crucial, and bringing a team of knights would be a great way to achieve it. "Uncle Marshall, don't forget, I'm a wizard as well." Abel couldn't help but laugh. Imagine the irony of sending a team of knights to protect a head commander that was a wizard as well. Wizards were not supposed to have much connection with the common world. However, due to Abel's status as a Grandmaster blacksmith, the wizard union couldn't really question his business. That was how a wizard had become an earl. "Okay, whatever," the Lord of Marshall laughed as well. Abel was still a kid in his mind. A few years ago, he couldn't even imagine these statuses, but now Abel had them. Abel didn't want to bring a team of knights with him, because his mode of transport to Bakong City was limited. He directly teleported to the teleportation circle on the Morton Magic Tower's first floor in Bakong City through the one in Harry Castle. Although the magic tower had been shut, he still had permission to access it. The energy supply of the Morton Magic Tower could not be stopped, so the teleportation circle had always remained in operation. He stepped out of the magic tower. The other 3 magic towers were still standing on the top of this hill. The only thing lacking was the liveliness it had. All the wizard followers who had dwelled in front of these magic towers had all moved to Harry Castle for its better condition. Without cleaning up, this place felt like a desert. The weeds on the ground were starting to overgrown. Abel didn't like it this way. This place was the beginning of his wizard journey. It was full of memories. He quickly connected with Bardolly through the soul chain and asked her to set up a mission for a few apprentice wizards to clean up this place. Only apprentice wizards would clean up the places around a magic tower. The mana those magic towers gave out was basically poison. If a normal person had stayed in a mana-dense environment for too long, they would be badly injured or even die. Countless apprentice wizards were gathering outside of Harry Castle. That place had more than enough mana to support their training, and they could gain resources by doing missions. Therefore, giving out missions was a great way to help those wizards. Just a single mission could provide enough resources to support a few apprentice wizards for a few years. Abel summoned Black Wind and rode it alongside the valley all the way down towards Bakong City. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he sensed the atmosphere getting tense. The normal soldiers guarding the place were replaced with knights on war horses. This place was just a normal duchy, and knights had high statuses in each duchy. Even though they were just beginner knights, sending them to guard a city gate would still be a big move. "Bakong City is locked." One of the knights blocked Abel, even though he noticed that Abel was riding a Mount Wolf. Abel was caught off guard a little. He knew how famous Black Wind was in Bakong City. Was it possible that someone had never heard about him? However, he had no intention of giving this knight a hard time. He took out a noble coat of arms from his portal bracelet. On top was a golden Chinese dragon under a black background. Abel's noble coat of arms had 2 faces. One was his own family coat of arms, another was the Harry family white unicorn coat of arms. Although the owner of that white unicorn coat of arms was the Lord of Marshall, Abel also had the privilege to use it since he was the Harry family's heir. However, ever since Abel had become an earl, the coat of arms needed to depict Earl Abel as the main sovereign. Therefore his father, the Lord of Marshall's coat of arms, had become a secondary, noble coat of arms to him. Abel had presented the side with the Chinese dragon since it was granted by Bakong City when he received his domain. Also, it could show how humble he was. However, he was totally not expecting what happened next. "Sorry, Sir Earl, Bakong City is closed, you can't enter." That beginner knight gazed at the coat of arms and added, although he had softened his voice, he still rejected Abel. Abel's face changed, and he took out his wizard badge as well. He asked again, "How about now?" That knight's face immediately turned when he saw the wizard badge. His partner quickly took out a whistle and heavily blew on it. "You are not the knights from Bakong City." Abel lowered his voice. He finally realized why these knights could not recognize him after seeing Black Wind and that golden Chinese dragon coat of arms. Even when Abel took out his wizard badge, they blew on their whistle like an enemy was spotted. They wouldn't treat Abel this way if they knew his identity, so there was only one possibility. These two knights were not from here. Every knight in Bakong City could recognize Abel's golden Chinese dragon coat of arms, since they had to memorize every noble's coat in the duchy. And when a new noble was granted a coat of arms, those knights would know about it. "So, wizard, we are knights from the Duchy of Thunder. Our duchy's head commander Hector and a few other wizards are taking with the George family. No one is allowed to enter Bakong City." Although a knight had blown his whistle, he still spoke to Abel in a gentle tone. "Get out of the way." Abel suddenly stepped forward on Black Wind. Before those two beginner knights could even react, Abel had arrived in front of their faces. He grabbed one of the knights by his hand and directly threw him towards the other knight. The two knights clashed with each other and fell off their horses. Those beginner knights were helpless like babies in the face of Abel. Abel didn't even use any force. Just his speed and strength alone was enough to destroy those knights. "Who is messing with the men from my Duchy of Thunder?" A white light flashed, and an intermediate wizard emerged from the city gate, perfectly blocking Abel's way. That intermediate wizard gazed at the half-dead knights on the ground, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. However, his face suddenly sank when he saw Black Wind. Abel didn't say anything. He flashed a magic pattern on his hand and cast a telekinesis spell. It was so fast it had stunned that intermediate wizard. Before that intermediate wizard could even complete his word, he flashed away to dodge that telekinesis. However, another spell pattern was formed long ago on Abel's other hand. He had cast a double spell simultaneously. One was controlled by his main soul, while his druid soul ignited the other. Pialfandalfa Nanua 1SOM. He flashed in front of the city gate, but did not ignite his defense spell. Maybe he had lived in peace for too long. Or maybe there just weren't many people in the common world willing to mess with an intermediate wizard these days. Abel's telekinesis was not strong. The only purpose it had was breaking the spell. After the telekinesis cast by his right hand missed the intermediate wizard flashed again and dragged out his distance with Abel for another 100 meters. However, that was still within Abel's range. His power of the will had covered all the grounds 240 meters from him. Therefore, the telekinesis from his left hand directly struck the intermediate wizard, was about to move. In a flash again, a telekinesis spell would normally only break the move in a flash spell of that intermediate wizard, but Abel had the gift of lightning. His telekinesis could numb his opponent, even if its damage wasn't large. In a short while, Black Wind arrived in front of that intermediate wizard. He didn't need to charge. Black Wind was fast enough normally. The moment the intermediate recovered and was about to flash away, Abel reached out and grabbed him by the neck. Abel's use of power was extremely accurate. He left just enough room for the wizard to breathe, but not enough for him to supply oxygen throughout his body. To the others, this intermediate basically looked like a half-dead fish being hung. That intermediate wizard was stunned. He recognized Abel the moment he saw Black Wind, but just when he wanted to beg for mercy, he had been captured. He did not expect a powerful wizard would land on the hands of Abel helplessly, just like this. "Who are you? What are you doing in Bakong City?" Abel let loose of his hand for a little and lowered his voice. "Grandmaster Abel, I'm Wizard Mallory from the Duchy of Thunder. I was invited here by the Benson family of your duchy." Wizard Malloy took a deep breath of fresh air and tried to calm himself down a little. "What gives the Duchy of Thunder the right to get involved with the business of the Duchy of Carmel?" Abel sneered and asked Wizard Mallory. Grandmaster Abel, the Benson family, saw what was happening to the George family, so they took advantage of this situation and formed an alliance with the Duchy of Thunder. Wizard Mallory had no choice but to tell the truth. He knew how prestigious Abel was. not to mention the elite wizards who died in his hands. Just the Grandmaster blacksmith status alone was enough to make the Wizard Union afraid. Today, he had finally got the taste of Abel's power. He was captured before he could even process what was happening. Abel frowned. The Benson family was one of the 4 big families of the Duchy of Carmel. If the George family had fallen off the throne, the other big families in the Duchy of Carmel could very well overtake it if other duchies did not swallow it up. The Benson family was one of the most powerful families to overtake the George family. However, Abel couldn't understand why the Benson family would let the Duchy of Thunder, the Duchy of Carmel's enemy, get involved. Where is Head Commander Hoover? Abel suddenly remembered Bakong City's core, Head Commander Hoover. In the past, as long as Head Commander Hoover was around, Bakong City's security was guaranteed. However, the arrival of an intermediate wizard had made Abel a little worried. Head Commander Hoover was trapped by us in the palace. Wizard Mallory knew he had to reply. Everything had now changed with the presence of Abel. The Duchy of Thunder had also analyzed Abel. They had teamed up with the Benson family because they didn't want to irritate Abel. The Duchy of Carmel was in chaos. This opportunity was too good for the Duchy of Thunder to miss. Through their analysis, they found out that Abel did get along with the George family either. As long as they didn't directly invade the Duchy of Carmel, taking control of it passively should be a good choice. The reason why the Duchy of Thunder was willing to send out so many top-level knights and wizards was because Abel had kept every single wizard in Harry Castle, leaving the wizard force in the Duchy of Carmel empty. Although Head Commander Hoover was strong, he was still helpless fighting against so many top-level forces alone. You really have a lot of guts. If anything happens to Head Commander Hoover, every single knight, wizard, as well as the royals in the Duchy of Thunder will have the same fate. Abel viciously gazed at the wizard and deepened his voice. Wizard Mallory's eyes flashed with horror. He never expected Head Commander Hoover to be so close to Abel. He began to pray, please don't let Head Commander Hoover die in the hands of those 2 head commanders in the palace. Black Wind speeded towards the palace. Along the way, many Bakong City citizens recognized that familiar Mount Wolf, and their hearts were immediately calmed. Grandmaster Abel is back. He was like a ray of sunlight, immediately diffusing the gloominess in the citizens' heart. Due to the past few days' chaoses, all of Bakong City was living in horror, especially today. Any unfamiliar knights and wizards penetrated the city gate and locked everything down, straining the already tense atmosphere. These clowns from the Duchy of Thunder think you can stop me. Head Commander Hoover's shout emerged from the palace. But from his tone, he was clearly starving. Surrender, Hoover. The Duchy of Carmel is finished, and you'll be in hell when Wizard Mallory is back. Another voice yelled back. Afterward, the sounds of weapons clashing and angrier shouting emerged. Your Mallory is back. Suddenly, the men in battle heard a voice coming from outside the palace. Afterward, a man immediately emerged in front of them. Everyone knew only 2 kinds of people would approach a head commander in a fight like this: an extremely powerful figure or a stupid person. However, all of those 3 head commanders knew no stupid person would enter with this speed. Grandmaster Abel, you are here. Head Commander Hoover recognized the man. He immediately felt his heart lift. He held up his knight's sword and bowed. Hoover, long time no see, and you are still in such great shape. Abel couldn't help but laugh. The other 2 head commanders' faces immediately changed when they stared at Abel. They then noticed Wizard Mallory in his hand, and all of a sudden, their brains froze. White light then flashed in Abel's hand, and a Duchy of Thunder knight's entire body was numb and fainted. Afterward, he was dragged out. Even an intermediate wizard could not dodge Abel's telekinesis, let alone head commanders. The other head commander saw Abel's move. He couldn't recognize Abel, so he yelled and struck his sword forward. Head Commander Hoover wanted to help, but he saw Abel causally reach out his empty hand and grabbed that head commander by his wrist. That head commander sensed an unbearable force coming through. All of his strength was completely diffused. Afterward, he was viciously thrown off his horse. Grandmaster Abel, please show mercy to Sir Mallory. We will not step foot in the Duchy of Carmel ever again. The head commander held down his injury and stood up again in pain. Mallory got involved with the common world. He deserves to get punished. If you don't want to leave, you'll stay here forever. Abel gazed at that head commander with a spark of murder. Wizard could not get involved with the common world's business unless their duchy was in crisis. Wizards were prestigious in the Holy Continent. They enjoyed the gifts from the common world, but the Wizard Union's contract also bound them. Wizard Mallory had broken this rule by appearing in Bakong City, which was why Abel had captured him. The other head commander from the Duchy of Thunder stood up again and exchanged gaze with the other. They then bowed at Abel, jumped on their warhorses, and left. Grandmaster Abel, I did not expect your power to have already reached this level, Head Commander Hoover said in admiration. Abel's Grandmaster Blacksmith status was extremely prestigious, but that status had nothing to do with combat. Although there were rumors about elite wizards dying in his hand, most people guessed it was all attributed to his contracted beasts or the machines made by the dwarfs. However, Head Commander Hoover had the privilege to witness how easily those two head commanders were defeated. That intermediate wizard in Abel's hand, what power was this? He still clearly remembered how Abel had fought with a head commander back in the days. Now Abel could just completely disregard them. Hoover, what happened to Algernon? Abel didn't care too much about Head Commander Hoover's compliment. He just wanted to know what was happening to the Duchy of Carmel. Abel showed no respect for the king. He didn't even address him with a title, but there was nothing Head Commander Hoover could do about it. The George family had wronged Abel. Back in the days, Abel was glorious to be rewarded a domain in Abel Castle with his war glory, but then he was set up by an elite wizard so that the Duchy of Carmel had taken back his asset. Although the Duchy of Carmel had agreed to return all of Abel's assets in Bakong City, no one had ever claimed them. There was always a barrier between Abel and the Duchy of Camel until today. Grandmaster Abel, I heard the Wizard Union is investigating which family had done business with the orcs, and they have proven that the George family had so. Head Commander Hoover lowered his voice. Abel roughly understood. Those stone-throwing machines and crossbows the orcs were using in the orc battlefield were all meant to be human secrets. If the orc empire had it, some big human family had made a dirty trade with the orcs. Abel was not surprised that the George family had a connection with the orcs. He already found out back in the days that Prince Middleton, the seventh prince, had connected with the orcs, but at the time, his status was too low to make any impact on the royals. The crisis in the Miracle Wall must have angered the Wizard Union. All the humans who had connections with the orcs could no longer escape. Why did the Benson family team up with the Duchy of Thunder? Even if they had succeeded, their reputation in the Duchy of Carmel would not look good either. Abel asked in confusion. The tension between the Duchy of Carmel and the Duchy of Carmel dated back for a long time, and the big families between both duchies hated each other. Even if the Benson family had taken the throne with assistance from the Duchy of Thunder, it would be very hard for them to get support from the other big families. Also, there was the Kingdom of St. Ellis above the Duchy of Carmel. Without confirmation from the Kingdom of St. Ellis, the Benson family could not officially claim the throne. Grandmaster Abel, the Benson family, and the royals in the Duchy of Thunder privately formed an agreement. According to what the Duchy of Thunder had said, their king and a few wizards would help them persuade the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Head Commander Hoover spoke again. Hoover, I won't get involved with this. If you need anything, just call my teacher. Abel shook his head. Abel wasn't really involved with the Duchy of Carmel, and Head Commander Hoover could take care of the Benson family by himself without the Duchy of Thunder's support. Head Commander Hoover could also sense Abel's distance from the Duchy of Carmel. If he didn't run into this situation right on time, Benson family would have taken the throne. Head Commander Hoover felt helpless. Ever since King Algernon had been taken away, all the royal knights were taken in by big families like crazy. Even when he was being attacked, not a single royal knight showed up to help. Earl Abel, please show mercy to the Benson family. Suddenly, the head of the Benson family arrived at the front of the palace. He immediately kneeled on the ground and begged with a shivering voice. Abel coldly gazed at that old man. Back in the day, he had paid a large compensation to diffuse the tension between Abel and the Benson family, and at the time, Abel could already see how cunning he was. However, Abel was just not expecting a royal born and raised in the Duchy of Carmel would betray his own duchy. Head of Benson, the Duchy of Carmel did not grant my earl title, so I have nothing to do with what happened here. But the Duchy of Carmel is where I grew up. If another external force reaches their hand here, I will chop it off. Abel lowered his voice. The head of the Benson family could sense the dissatisfaction in Abel's voice. He didn't want to become enemies with Abel. He didn't have the status to do so anyway. Originally, he wanted to quickly seize control of the Duchy of Carmel and raise a request to the Kingdom of St. Ellis as the ruler of the Duchy of Carmel. With his family's wealth and some help from the Duchy of Thunder, his success rate was quite high. However, for some reason, Abel had appeared in Bakong City and got into a fight with the men from the Duchy of Thunder. He had given up everything and came to see Abel the moment he heard Abel had gotten involved. He knew even the Kingdom of St. Ellis would not go against Abel, let alone the Duchy of Thunder. Hoover, I'll leave this to you. I'll get going first. I'll take Mallory with me. If the Duchy of Thunder wants him back, tell them to see me in Harry Castle. Abel turned to Head Commander Hoover and bowed. However, just when Abel had mounted Black Wind, the Commander Spirit sent him a message through the Headmaster identity card. Headmaster, 2 powerful elite wizards appeared. At the same time, the Commander Spirit scanned and shared the result with him. He turned towards Morton's magic tower. The 2 elite wizards had just been teleported. Only wizards from the Wizard Union could use Morton Magic Tower's teleportation circle. Abel was not afraid of elite wizards. He had Johnson and White Snow with him in his monster ring, and they were basically like 2 elite wizards with him. However, soon he recognized the flashing shadows of those elite wizards and began to laugh. Wizard Dunn, Wizard Lorenzo, what are you doing here? Abel bowed at the 2 elite wizards. Grandmaster Abel, it seems like you just got into a fight. Wizard Lorenzo noticed Wizard Mallory in his hand and said with a laugh. The Duchy of Thunder tried to get involved with the Duchy of Carmel's business. I have already kicked them out, but I have captured Wizard Mallory since he took advantage of his wizard identity and got involved with the common world. You guys came just in time. I'll leave him to you, Abel said with a smile and threw Mallory on the ground. Wizard Dunn, your comrades are really powerful. They captured an intermediate wizard so easily. Wizard Lorenzo didn't even look at Wizard Mallory as he turned to Wizard Dunn and smiled. Of course, it's common for men in my wizard line to have this power. This Duchy of Thunder had offended Abel's assets. It seems like they're going to learn a big lesson, Wizard Dunn said with a smile. The head of the Benson family was already kneeling on the floor. Now he was shaking even more viciously. 2 elite wizards had arrived and condemned the Duchy of Thunder for offending Abel's assets. Although he didn't know what that meant, he knew the Duchy of Thunder would need to make a big sacrifice. As the person responsible for bringing the Duchy of Thunder into the Duchy of Carmel, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen to the Benson family. Grandmaster Abel, I've asked Wizard Morton and he said you came here. What a coincidence. I have something to announce as well. We just saved a lot of time, Wizard Dunn said in a somewhat mysterious tone. Abel shivered. What did they need to announce at Bakong City? Hoover, it is a good thing you are here. Please let the nobles know about this later. Wizard Lorenzo, you can announce it, Wizard Dunn said. The Duchy of Carmel's George family had been condemned for doing business with the orcs. They had been supplying a large amount of military and training resources for the orcs. This formed a big threat to the human race. In regards to race traitors like this, the Human Wizard Union in the Kingdom of St. Ellis made a decision. Dethrone Algernon George and banish his family, Wizard Lorenzo announced. Head Commander Hoover and the head of Benson were shocked. This was one-of-kind news. Nobles, especially royal nobles of a duchy, were above the law. They could buy their way to freedom with wealth, and it was their rights as royals. However, the Duchy of Carmel's King Algernon George was dethroned. The place they banish his family was even scarier. It was a deserted land next to Mount Budapest. A powerful wizard or knight might be able to survive in a deserted place with spiritual beasts lurking around. But it was basically impossible for a normal person. But if you considered that the George family had betrayed the human race, this was actually not too surprising. Even a noble could not escape the worst of the worst, and being a race traitor was one of the worst things you could be. So what was the Duchy of Carmel without a king? Head Commander Hoover thought. Wizard Dunn had just condemned the Duchy of Thunder for offending Abel's assets. Could it be? Grandmaster Abel, you had gained a large amount of war glory from protecting the Miracle Wall. The miracle spirit had submitted a noble title-granted request for you, and the kingdom of St. Ellis King Ambrose had agreed to grant you the title of a duke. The Duchy of Carmel will now be your domain. Wizard Lorenzo followed. A strange look emerged on both Head Commander Hoover and the head of Benson's face. They all thought of one thing. Did they banish the George to free up the duke position in the Duchy of Carmel for Abel? Too many things defied logic. First was the title granted from War Glory. How the attack on the miracle wall had gone down was only commonly known among the kingdoms and the Wizard Union. Therefore, Head Commander Hoover and the head of Benson knew very little about it. Head Commander Hoover was the only head commander in the Duchy of Carmel. He could not leave this duchy, so he wasn't really connected with the outer world. The head of Benson also couldn't imagine the amount of war glory a person needed to be rewarded a duke position. A duke was the highest position anyone could be rewarded. The next step above was the king. Only a small amount of nobles in the kingdom could obtain this position. Non-royalty couldn't reach this position. Unless Abel had married a princess, a duke was the highest position he could get. Another thing that made no sense was that there wasn't even a ceremony for this dramatic shift. The whole duke granting process was completed just like a little game. King Ambrose from the kingdom of St. Ellis couldn't do much about this either. He couldn't organize a big ceremony just to force Grandmaster Abel to kneel in front of him. Abel's status as a Grandmaster blacksmith was prestigious in the Holy Continent. With his support from the dwarfs and clear romance with elves, even King Ambrose was stressed about how he could grant Abel his title. Abel's status in the Holy Continent was above everything. He was a wizard, so on paper, he couldn't interfere with the common world. However, since his Grandmaster blacksmith status was higher than his status as a beginner wizard, every wizard had to call him Grandmaster when they saw him. Therefore, without any other option, King Ambrose listened to Prince Derek's suggestion and let the Wizard Union take care of the procedure. Abel began to question his ears. At first, he didn't have much to do with the Duchy of Carmel, but all of a sudden, it had become his domain. Although he was a duke, if you had a duchy under your sovereignty in the Holy Continent, your citizens would need to address you by the title of a king. So, Abel had become the king of Duchy of Carmel. Grandmaster Abel, you know that title granting is the core of human virtues in the Holy Continent. Countless knights and wizards died guarding the human status, so it would only make sense to reward them with a title and domain. You had so much war glory that an entire duchy was now granted to you, Wizard Dunn said with excitement as he looked at his successor. Wizard Dunn, Wizard Lorenzo, this is too surprising. I don't have any experience when it comes to running a duchy. As a wizard, I also don't have much time for it. Abel shook his head with an awkward smile. Grandmaster Abel, duchies are very easy to run. You can just let the nobles take care of everything. You just need to select the most suitable ones. Wizard Dunn said with a smile. Abel didn't know that there were already regulations and laws in place when it came to these long-existed duchies. The royals only had one task: select new nobles. Every noble in the Duchy of Carmel controlled their own domain. They all inherited their own knowledge and experience when it came to running a territory. This was what sustained the stability of the Duchy of Carmel. Grandmaster Abel, you are the first person granted the title of king by the Wizard Union, Wizard Lorenzo said with a smile. I pledge allegiance to the prestigious King Abel on behalf of the Benson family. We will forever remain loyal. The head of Benson regained himself and yelled. Abel sighed. The head of Benson was too good at talking. No leader in history had ever rejected their first follower. Also, the Benson family had only gone against the George family. It had nothing to do with Abel. Head Commander Hoover couldn't help but shake his head as well. He couldn't help but respect how the head of Benson had managed to turn the situation around. The smile on the head of Benson's face was so wide, he almost seemed like a blooming flower. As the first one pledged allegiance to the new king, his status in the Duchy of Carmel would be secured. Also, since the throne had now been claimed, he would no longer be held accountable for bringing the Duchy of Thunder into the Duchy of Carmel. Head Commander Hoover, please help me take care of the palace. Abel turned to Head Commander Hoover. Head Commander Hoover immediately kneeled and said seriously, I, Head Commander Hoover, swear on my honor that I will forever remain loyal to King Abel, His Majesty. I accept your loyalty. Abel quickly stepped up and helped Head Commander Hoover up. Head Commander Hoover, don't be like this, Abel said awkwardly. A head commander in a duchy was extremely prestigious. They didn't need to pledge allegiance to the king, since their power was basically on par with each other. What head commanders Hoover had done was showing his biggest support towards his new king, and he had done so genuinely. Abel looked around the palace, then gazed at the city outside and the land beyond. Just like a movie, the Duchy of Carmel had become his duchy.